Chapter 148. Oh, I've been waiting for you, Thor-sama. We've been expecting you. In front of the mansion, the general and Agnes were waiting. Both of them looked excited. It seemed they had been looking forward to the formation test of the traffic cone. The general and Agnes waved at us. But then, as if she noticed something, Agnes said, "Huh? Your atmosphere feels a bit different somehow." Agnes looked at San with interest. "Did you change your hairstyle?" "No. It feels like your whole aura has shifted." "Is that so?" "I don't believe I've changed in any particular way." The general tilted his head in confusion. San, Mabel, and I exchanged glances and nodded. The natural volume-enhancing hairpiece was working. It was subtly changing San's aura, so naturally that no one even noticed. "Let's have her keep wearing it for a while to confirm the effects." "Thank you for waiting, General Agnes-sama. I appreciate your cooperation with today's experiment." I greeted the general and Agnes. Then I looked toward the soldiers standing behind them. About a dozen soldiers had gathered on the grassland. Among them were lizard men with scales and beastkin with animal ears. They were the soldiers the general had assembled for the experiment. "Thank you all for participating in this magical item test." I addressed the soldiers. "I'll do my best to meet your expectations, so please bear with me." "Why, yes." "Understood. When the Alchemist-sama says it like that, it throws us off." The lizard man and beastkin turned their faces aside awkwardly. Seeing them like that, General Rizinga laughed and said, "Even these fearless soldiers seem weak against Thor-sama. To think you could intimidate the most unruly warriors in the Demon Lord's realm. Impressive, Thor-sama." "Unruly warriors, you say?" "Indeed. They are members of the assault unit known as the Unbreakable Lance. Brave and strong in battle, but reckless and hard to control. They're difficult to manage. So they're quite powerful then. If you want to put it unkindly, they're like wild boars, willing to disobey orders for the sake of glory. That's why we couldn't use them for magical beast subjugation missions." Saying this, General Rizinga grinned. Even they seemed to hold some restraint around Thor-sama. "I must say, this is a rare sight. If we make the Alchemist-sama angry, meteors will fall upon you. If we resist, the cleaning robot will chase us until death. There's no escape from someone with greater tracking ability than any beastkin." The lizard man and beastkin shivered. "It seems rumors are getting out of hand. I want to use this experiment to teach them the fear of battle." General Rizinga looked directly at me as he said this. "If the famous traffic cone of the heroic world is used, it should be possible. The caution they gain will one day save their lives. I believe that." "Those words are insulting, General." A lizard man soldier shouted in protest. "The only one we fear is Alchemist Thor-sama." "That's right. We fear no one else. We'll break through any formation." The beastkin soldier also objected. "This is getting kind of big. I just wanted to test the traffic cone." "Oh well, let's begin the experiment." This experiment is meant to protect the trade station. If enemies approach or infiltrate the station, the formation is designed to capture them. If the attackers are strong soldiers, all the better. "Understood. I'll begin preparing the experiment." I spoke. "We'll now deploy our formation on the grassland. The members of the Unbreakable Lance will try to breach the formation and capture the flag at the center. The time limit is 15 minutes from the start of the mission. If the flag is captured within that time, the attackers win. If not, the defenders win." 15 minutes. That's the time it would take for the station's soldiers to arrive at the scene, correct? General Rizinga asked. I nodded. Yes. In 15 minutes, the station soldiers should notice the intrusion and respond. I see. That makes sense. The purpose of the traffic cone is to stall for time until then. To cover the gaps in security, hold off enemies, delay their advance, effective tactics. With the traffic cone and Minotaur guards, we could even trap intruders in a pincer attack, by the way. General Rizinga seemed to realize something and asked, Thor-sama, does this formation have a name? Something like Ultimate Invincible Formation, perhaps? It's called 5-Element Defense Formation, Standard Type. That's rather plain. Yes, it is. Not as flashy as Ultimate Invincible Formation, but wait, Standard Type? Yes, Standard Type. Which means there are other types? There's the Intimidation type and the Burst-Out type. We'll see more depending on how future tests go. This time, we won't be using the traffic cone's intimidation effect. The purpose is to observe the effects of the formation using the 5 elements. Well then, Mabel, Agni-sama, can you help me set up the formation? Yes, Thor-sama. I'll gladly help. Then, With help from Mabel and Ugnies, I began placing the traffic cones across the grassland. In the center, we placed the Kirin-shaped cone. On each of the 4 cardinal directions, we placed cones modeled after the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Just like a hero would, we aligned them precisely by compass direction. Finally, I had San hold a body pillow cover to create a copy of herself. That copy was placed at the center of the formation, holding a flag. The flag represents the core of the trade station. If it is captured, the defenders lose. If they hold it for 15 minutes, the defenders win. Yeah, that should do it. Thus, the setup for the 5-element defense formation, standard type, was complete. I once again inspected the defense formation. The layout of the traffic cones is based on a square formation. 5 rows both vertically and horizontally, 25 cones in total. At the center is the Kirin-shaped, decorated cone, along with pillow San. At the 4 cardinal directions are the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise cones. Good. Everything looks right. Our formation is ready. Are the soldiers prepared? Why, yes. They seem fine, but what is this feeling? This formation makes me uneasy. It's strange. I feel an odd, instinctive sense of danger. General Rizinga wore a stern expression. The soldiers were slightly trembling. Well, it's not every day you see traffic cones deployed across a field. It might be common in the heroic world, but for us in this world, it's unfamiliar. No wonder it looks weird. Now, let me explain the rules again. This simulates the defense of a trade station. I began the explanation. The experiment would start on General Rizinga's signal. The unbreakable lance would attack the traffic cone formation. The defense was left entirely to the traffic cones. Mabel, Ugnies, and I would observe from a distance. The time limit was 15 minutes. If the soldiers captured the flag held by Pillow San, they would win. They would also win if all the traffic cones were neutralized. If they couldn't take the flag in time, the traffic cones would win. And if all soldiers lost the will to fight, the defenders would win as well. Please, whatever you do, don't overdo it. I said to the soldiers. You are all important forces under General Rizinga, and more than that, you are precious citizens to Her Majesty the Demon Lord. Heh, Alchemist Sama seems to be underestimating us. We proud Beastkin do not fear any opponent. None at all. The Lizardman soldiers and Beastkin soldiers shouted in unison. No matter how fearsome the item may be, we will break through it. We will show the might of the fearless, unbreakable lance of relentless charge. Oh, the soldiers were full of spirit. With this, the traffic cone would have worthy opponents. Thor-sama. Suddenly, General Rizinga whispered in a low voice. This time, you're not using the intimidation function of the traffic cone, are you? No. Instead, I've set it to respond when people approach the formation. The original traffic cone has the ability to intimidate those who come near, making them feel as though their life is in danger. However, that function won't be activated this time. The goal this time is to observe the power of the formation using the 5 elements. But is that okay? There's also the possibility that the unbreakable lances might snatch the flag in no time at all. If that happens, it would still confirm the formation's power. It won't be a problem. I replied. Besides, I don't think the defense side will lose so easily. We've already confirmed that the formation responds to the flow of magical power. It moves with the flow of magical power. It's the same as Agni-sama's pendant. Within that formation, the magical forces of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water circulate rapidly. And when something disrupts that flow and approaches, it reacts. Well, it's better if you see it for yourself. Why, yes. I'll stop the experiment if things get dangerous, so there's no need to worry. No, I'm not that concerned. General Rizinga gave a fearless smile. The unbreakable lances are a highly capable unit. If anything, I'm more worried that they might break through the formation too easily. I want them to understand that there are enemies out there beyond their imagination. You really care about your subordinates, don't you? Haha. To be praised by Thor-sama, that's quite a pleasant thing. Saying so, General Rizinga raised his arm. Then let the experiment begin. To my elite unit, the unbreakable lance of relentless charge, I command you. Break through the formation forged by alchemist Thor-sama and valiantly seize the flag from Sama, the fake. The soldiers' cheers echoed across the meadow. And so, the experiment of the traffic cone formation began. From the point of view of the assault unit, unbreakable lance of relentless charge. The unbreakable lance of relentless charge knows no fear, but they are not reckless. They do not underestimate Alchemist Thor's magic items. They are not so foolish as to approach a dangerous enemy head-on. Therefore, they began with long-range attacks as soon as the exercise began. Lizardman unit, commence stone throwing. Werewolf unit, flank them. Dispel the traffic cones with wind magic. The units sprang into action instantly. The lizardmen took out slings, stone throwers. They specialize in ambushes while moving across rough terrain like rocky areas. That's why they wear belt-mounted slings at their hips. At close range, they can strike with pinpoint accuracy, especially when the target doesn't move. The Alchemist Sama must be underestimating us. The lizardmen began swinging their slings in unison. Their targets were the divine beast-shaped traffic cones. There were 5 cones that looked different from the rest. It was obvious at a glance that they were important. They were likely the core of the formation. If they could be destroyed, the defenders would suffer a major blow. Begin the stone throw. Release. Whoosh. The lizardmen hurled stones toward the divine beast-shaped traffic cones. They were within range and in proper stance, no chance of missing. A dozen or so stones flew straight toward the divine beast-shaped cones. Swish. Right before they hit the traffic cones, the trajectories veered off. What? The stones were deflected. A magic barrier. The lizardmen's eyes widened. As soon as the stones neared the formation, their paths changed. As if struck by a powerful wind, their trajectories shifted and were flung away from the formation. Magic doesn't work either. It's being absorbed. What? Cries of shock erupted from the werewolves. They had tried to attack the traffic cones with wind magic. But again, nothing hit. The magic spells twisted as if blown away by strong wind and vanished. As expected of Alchemist Sama. We can't destroy those traffic cones with ranged attacks. They'd heard that the traffic cones could stop a charge from a hero summoned from another world. For such an item, it's no surprise that it can defend against stones and magic. There's no other way. We'll engage in close combat. Charge into the formation. No matter what, we must take the flag from Sama, the fake. And with that, the Demon Lord's assault unit charged toward the enemy lines. From Thor's point of view, Thor-sama, the trajectory of the stone throw veered off. But what was that? It looked to me, too, like the magic was dispersed. That was a magical barrier. General Rizinga and San looked shocked. I incorporated the theory behind the health-boosting pendant into that formation. That's the effect you saw. I explained to the two of them. General Rizinga nodded. I see. So it has the same effect as converting Agni's magical power? Yes. Just like the health-boosting pendant, 5 divine beasts are arranged within the territory. The pendant converts the wearer's magic and circulates it in a loop. When placed on the ground like this, General Rizinga was speechless. Then, in a trembling voice, he said, "See, could it be, inside that formation, the magic is circulating at high speed?" Exactly. And as proven by the laser pointer, the flow of magic can extend the range of magic spells and projectiles. In other words, it allows magic and projectiles to be controlled. I see. Projectiles get pulled by the strong flow of magical power, so any spells or projectiles approaching the formation get swept up by the surrounding magical vortex. That's why they didn't hit. So that's what's meant by a high-density magical barrier. Both projectiles and spells are repelled by the flow of magical power. The divine beast-shaped traffic cones seem to convert, circulate, and amplify the surrounding magic. The formations of the hero world are really something else. Could this be the legendary ultimate invincible formation? No, that's not it. This is neither ultimate nor invincible. The 5-element defensive formation, standard type, must be a common formation in the hero world. I shouldn't get conceited. My technique still hasn't reached the hero world's level. Thor-sama. The soldiers have entered the formation, as expected of the elite unit. However, they seem confused inside the formation. Their gait is strange. They should know the position of the body pillar, but they're walking in a different direction. It might be that the magical vortex is preventing them from walking straight. That makes sense. Also, the divine beast-shaped traffic cones placed at the cardinal directions are moving. Why are they moving? I think they're riding the flow of magic. The other traffic cones are moving too. They're reacting to the ones disturbing the magical flow inside the formation. They're trying to surround the soldiers. Could that be why the soldiers are getting lost? What's wrong, Thor-sama? There's something I just realized. I began my explanation. The 4 divine beast-shaped traffic cones are placed in the cardinal directions: east, west, south, and north. In the hero world's formations, orientation is crucial. I placed the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise at the respective cardinal points. But what if I reverse the idea? What if the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise didn't just represent directions, but were the directions themselves? And if they're moving, then the sense of direction for anyone inside the formation would be. From the soldier's point of view, I can't tell which way is which. What is this? Which direction are we even walking? The soldiers who had entered the formation were panicking. Their goal was the body pillow Erd, holding the flag. They could see the target. It was in their line of sight, after all. Yet, the soldiers were unable to walk straight toward their target. This is ridiculous. What is going on? For a beastkin's sense of direction to be thrown off. This is impossible. They had entered the formation just a few minutes ago. Inside the formation, dense magical power was swirling. First, the soldiers tried to eliminate the traffic cones. But it was impossible. They were strangely hard, yet flexible, and radiated a bizarre vitality. Even the power of the unbreaking charge spears couldn't budge them. What's more, the ground itself was giving them trouble. Inside the formation, the ground changed over time. Sometimes hard like metal, sometimes soft like water, sometimes springy like tree branches, and sometimes hot like fire. Their footing was constantly thrown off by the shifting ground, making even straight walking difficult. On top of that, a mysterious dizziness overcame them. As if suffering from severe seasickness, their sense of balance and direction was completely scrambled. It was like being spun rapidly on a plate. Just straight ahead. If we run straight, we'll reach Sama, the fake. Let's do this. For the pride of the beastkin. The soldiers ran desperately. But the San holding the flag only grew farther away. They turned their eyes outside the formation. They saw a traffic cone shaped like a dragon, and beyond that, General Rizinga. The general hadn't moved. Their position must be correct. However, the moment they looked away and then looked back, what appeared in their vision was the traffic cone shaped like the vermilion bird. That one was supposed to be in the south, but it was in the direction where the general stood. Thinking something was wrong, they turned around, only to see their comrades, disoriented by the same confusion. When they tried running, they crashed into each other. They fell. One tried to get up using a traffic cone for support, only for it to strangely warp under their hand, oddly hot to the touch. It felt like being trapped in a nightmare. We have no choice. Close your eyes and charge. Even if your sense of direction is gone. A lizard man shouted and ran, only to headbutt a comrade with full force. Another beastkin, trying to exit the formation, tripped over a traffic cone that had somehow appeared in front of him. He kept running, but within seconds, he was back where he started. The soldiers began panting. It felt like they had been running for hours, but they hadn't reached anything. Time. Oh right, there was a 15-minute time limit. Then they realized. Surely a lot of time had passed, but there was no signal to stop. Could it be? The generals had forgotten about the time limit? What if they were stuck like this forever? Trapped inside these traffic cones, living the rest of their lives like this. They couldn't get out. They had no sense of direction. And all around them, the dense magic swirled. It was as if a great hero was about to unleash an ultimate spell, stirring yet another kind of fear within them. Their bodies began to tremble. They were afraid to move. Afraid that no matter what, they'd never get anywhere. And so, they made a decision. They looked at each other, and then, we can't take it anymore. As someone get us out of here. They screamed toward the outside of the formation. The experiment was halted. The 5-element defensive formation, standard type, was deactivated by Alchemist Thor and his companions. The soldiers were rescued by General Rizinga. To think something this terrifying existed in the world. My sense of direction. I couldn't even trust my own instincts. That tiny formation, and I couldn't find the exit. The rough and tumble unit, unbreaking charge spears, unbreakable lance, had been forced to learn the true fear of battle. Thor's point of view. Maybe I really was underestimating these otherworldly heroes. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise weren't just meant to be positioned at the east, west, south, and north. Each of the divine beasts actually represented the cardinal directions. Because they moved around, the people inside the formation had their sense of direction thrown off. Instinctively, the direction where the sun rises feels like east, but inside the formation, it felt like the direction the Azure Dragon is in was east. And that direction kept moving, west, south, and even north. The divine beasts representing cardinal directions were constantly shifting. That's why the soldiers had their sense of direction completely thrown off. So that's the reason why people inside the 5 elements defensive formation, standard type, lose their sense of direction. It was like being caught in a vortex and riding a ship that kept spinning round and round. I've trained my sense of balance by spinning in place before sword training, but this was 10 times more dizzying. My head is spinning. I feel sick. Those were the impressions of the soldiers who had gotten lost. They all shared their experiences with tears in their eyes. I think it must have truly terrified them. It would feel like the very ground you're standing on is moving beneath you. Because of that, the members of Unbreakable Lance became seasick, lost their orientation, and ended up wandering aimlessly within the formation. There's still a lot to research when it comes to the 5 elements and the divine beasts. How deep does the world of otherworldly heroes go? Can I really uncover all their secrets in my lifetime? I'm starting to feel a little anxious about that. Our unit, the Unbreakable Lance, our spirits might break. It's so scary. The ground keeps spinning. It's terrifying. The soldiers of Unbreakable Lance were sitting on the ground, knees pulled to their chests. It seemed the fear had affected them more than expected. I feel kind of bad about that. No, I believe you've all had a valuable experience. Suddenly, General Rizinga raised his voice. You understand now, don't you? Charging in recklessly will only lead you straight into the enemy's trap. Sir Thoril used a powerful formation from the hero's world, the 5 elements defensive formation, standard type, to teach you this lesson. Why yes, General. We were full of ourselves. The Lizardman soldiers and Beastman soldiers raised their heads. With tear-filled eyes, they all looked up at General Rizinga. Because we were defeated by Alchemist Sama, we are still alive. We can use this as a valuable lesson. If that traffic cone had been the enemy, we'd all be dead already. Exactly. And you are the proud Unbreakable Lance, aren't you? General Rizinga continued. If it's you, a single defeat won't break your spirit. I hope you'll use this experience to fight more cautiously in the future. Listen well to my instructions and the instructions of the other generals. Work together. Never fall into such a terrifying formation again. Understood, General. The soldiers of Unbreakable Lance stood and shouted. It seemed the matter was resolved. Thank you for your work, Thursama. Here's some tea. That 5 elements defensive formation, standard type, was amazing. Mabel held out a canteen of tea. Agnes was still gazing at the formation. As the general's only daughter, she seemed to have her own thoughts about today's experiment. Thorkanen-sama, may I ask you something? Sure. This formation, it's the standard type, isn't it? That's right. If, in that state, the traffic cone had used its intimidation ability, what would have happened? What would have happened indeed? And beyond that, there's something called the jump-out type, right? Exactly. The intimidation type and the jump-out type formations can coexist. So for now, the strongest form is the intimidation jump-out type. With barriers nullifying magic and projectiles, an intimidation effect when you approach, losing your sense of direction if you step in, and then being attacked by a jump-out mechanism. Well, I don't think we'll ever need to go that far. For the time being, the border region is peaceful. I do plan to set up some traffic cones at the trading post, but the standard formation should be enough. We're not likely to face such powerful enemies there. While Agnes and I were having that discussion, Alchemist-sama, it's me, Lani. Suddenly, from the sky, the winged fairy loon descended. Her black hair and the clothes made of dark magic weave fluttered as she held a rolled-up piece of parchment in her hand. When I reached out my hand, she gently floated down and perched on my elbow. How did you know I was here, Loon? I sensed a massive surge of magical energy, Alchemist-sama. Loon said that and bowed her head to me. I felt a magical surge similar to that of Agnes-sama, and I thought only the alchemist could handle such outrageous magical power, so I rushed over. I see. Soleil and I had gone to visit Princess Sophia. Soleil accompanied Her Highness, but I was asked to deliver a message to you, Alchemist-sama, so I came here. Thank you. Let me see it. I received the letter from Loon. In it, written in Princess Sophia's handwriting, was the following. To the dear Thorkanen. Regarding that box, I have some news to share. We have received information that an investigation team from the Imperial capital is already approaching the border region. They will likely head toward the eastern fort. The investigation there is being conducted by Archduke Karen, but we must not let our guard down. There may still be valuable materials remaining there. Therefore, I have decided to head to the investigation site with the Lady Omawarison unit. We intend to investigate the fort and interview residents of the surrounding towns and villages. As such, I will be away from the town of Nosa for several days. I will take the security buzzer you gave me, Thurkanen, so please don't worry. Oh, and I'll also be bringing the Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium. Even during the trip, my skincare will be perfect. I'll be ready to show my best face to you at any time. The next time we meet, the trading post might be a good place. When that time comes, I hope to bring you a souvenir, Thurkanen. From Sophia Dorgalia. I wonder if Princess Sophia will be all right. Since Dorothy and the rest of the Lady Omawarison unit are with her, I think she'll be fine. The investigation of the fort is almost done, and besides that, it's just some interviews in nearby villages. There shouldn't be anything particularly dangerous. Even the Imperial investigation team wouldn't do anything strange to Princess Sophia. After all, Archduke Karen is backing her. If anything, the investigation team might be interested in the trading post near the border. It's jointly operated by the Demon Lord's domain and the town of Nosa. It wouldn't be surprising if they tried to slip in for a closer look. If the investigation team were to plan an unauthorized intrusion into the trading post, if we could stall them there, both the Demon Lord's domain and Princess Sophia might remain safe. Excuse me, General Risinga. May I ask a favor? I said, turning to the general. The general and the members of the Unbreakable Charging Lance looked at me with puzzled expressions. I'd like to test out the traffic cone formation in practice while the trading post is closed. I continued. Of course, we'll just set up the formation. I don't intend to have any soldiers attack. I just want to try building a deterrent/jump-out type formation in the closed trading post and see how it looks. May I have your permission? I made that request to General Risinga. Chapter 149. In a forest near the border. The unit has already deployed, correct? Good. Inside a tent set up in the forest, Prince Ricardo spoke. It had been over 10 days since he left the Imperial capital. Prince Ricardo, who led the investigation unit, had been waiting in a forest near the border. They were hiding in the forest to avoid being discovered by the soldiers from the town of Nosa. Archduke Karen was a clever man. He had likely already realized that an investigation unit had departed from the capital. Any noble should have that level of intelligence network. However, the Archduke probably didn't know that the unit was being led by Prince Ricardo, nor would he know where the unit currently was. Prince Ricardo's objective was to obtain the box in question or a clue related to it. He also intended to gather information from Princess Sophia. Once he obtained either the box itself or relevant information, he would withdraw immediately. Even if the soldiers of Nosa discovered them after the investigation, it wouldn't matter. After all, the unwanted Princess Sophia wouldn't be able to stop Ricardo's unit. Of course, we mustn't be careless. You understand that, don't you? Yes, sir. The captain of the investigation unit responded to Ricardo's words. The captain was dressed in common traveling clothes, brown garments and a slightly dirty cloak. A scarf was wrapped around his neck to protect from dust and sand. His expression was calm, making him look like just another traveler. Our specialty is making our presence disappear. The second unit has already disguised themselves as travelers and is heading toward the target location. Good. You lull your enemies with your appearance. We place no importance on outward strength. A black-coated dagger was strapped behind the captain's waist. Hidden under the cloak, it couldn't be seen from the front. With its short reach, it looked weak. However, Ricardo knew that they possessed exceptional combat prowess. That's right. You only reveal your strength when carrying out your mission. There is a saying of the hero. Those who remain inconspicuous in daily life are the ones who awaken true power in another world. There was a hero who only showed strength when his comrades were in danger, wasn't there? There's also the maxim, always act weak. That saying inspired the Imperial family to raise units like yours. Prince Ricardo laughed. Princess Liana of the Holy Sword probably couldn't even imagine the hidden strength of the Imperial family. As for the unwanted Princess Sophia, she might know a bit. She does have knowledge, at least. But knowledge alone is meaningless for someone who can hardly move. There are rumors that Princess Sophia's health has improved. I've heard that too. But she likely isn't well enough to withstand combat. We've sent the vice captain to her. However, we believe we should avoid any violent conflict. I understand. We'll just gather information and withdraw swiftly. No need to keep repeating it. If possible, I'd like to send the first unit as backup. The The captain hesitated with his words. The first unit we sent toward Nosa seems to be delayed. They haven't returned yet. Struggling in the town governed by Sophia? That's unusual. Very unusual. My apologies. I believe they are also investigating the facilities near the border. That may be why they're delayed. You mean the facility for interaction with the Demon Lord's territory, the trading post, right? Yes, exactly. Brother Diaz said, do not meddle with the Demon Lord's territory, but that facility lies on the southern side of the border. It's not in the Demon Lord's land, so investigating it shouldn't be a problem. Yes, no problem at all. We've sent in a large number of personnel, so they should return soon. Once they return, we'll send them to support the second unit. After that, we'll proceed to the fortress. The investigators were capable individuals. They should return with information by tomorrow. Ricardo and the main force would move out afterward. In a few days, we'll have obtained all the information. Prince Ricardo said, I'm sure the unwanted Princess Sophia will be satisfied too. The useless princess is at least providing some information to the Empire. That's about all she's good for. Evening. In the town near the fortress. Princess Sophia, are you not tired? I'm fine. Dorothy-sama, you must be more exhausted, no? After finishing their investigation at the fortress, Sophia and Dorothy returned to the inn. This town was the closest one to the fortress where Gerald Zenger had been stationed. Sophia and the Lady Omawarison unit, led by Dorothy, had been staying here for a few days. They were investigating the box in question. The investigation had been going smoothly. They searched the fortress for clues and also conducted interviews in the surrounding towns and villages. They even questioned travelers and merchants moving between towns. Still, I feel bad that, despite your Highness's effort, we haven't obtained much useful information. Dorothy muttered apologetically. All we've learned is that someone carrying something that might be the box was spotted in a nearby town. But after that, there's no information at all about where they went. Don't worry about it, Dorothy-sama. Princess Sophia smiled gently. I believe there is meaning in the act of investigation itself. What do you mean? By conducting our investigation, we're also sending a message to whoever took the box in question. Nodding, Princess Sophia continued. If the box really can't be opened by anyone, then those who stole it will eventually seek clues. They should take interest in us as well. You're investigating just to draw their attention, Your Highness? There's a saying from a perceptive hero from another world. The culprit returns to the scene of the crime. Then it's possible the one who took the box will return to the fortress. They'll also notice that we're investigating. If that happens, they might try to contact us. If we can speak with them, we might gain more useful clues. Princess Sophia winked playfully. Princess Sophia truly is incredible. How can someone with such ability not have a claim to the throne? Dorothy stared intently at the princess before her. She didn't know what Princess Sophia had been like when she was sickly. But even if she had been sickly, what of it? Her wisdom, knowledge, and initiative far surpassed the other princes and princesses. Princess Sophia might even be stronger than Princess Liana, the Maiden of the Holy Sword. Of course, not in a head-on fight, but in commanding troops. Dorothy believed that Princess Sophia could devise a strategy to put Princess Liana in a situation where she couldn't use the Holy Sword and win. That's how capable she seemed. Not that Her Highness Liana would ever oppose Her Highness Sophia, of course. Princess Sophia and Princess Liana trusted each other deeply. It was as if they were mutually protecting one another. In the Imperial family, such a close bond between sisters was rare. No matter what happens, Her Highness Liana will surely help Her Highness Sophia. What's more, Sophia can use powerful light elemental magic. And above all, Her Highness has a powerful ally within the Demon Lord's territory. That overwhelmingly powerful ally was the alchemist, Thurkanen. His technical prowess was astonishing. The Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium he made had cured Dorothy's sensitive skin in no time. If she used it thickly, it left her skin so smooth she couldn't even wear underwear. She would never forget that experience. Furthermore, Sophia had other allies. Sophia-sama, can I show myself now? Yes, Soleil-sama. It's just me and Dorothy-sama here. Heave-ho, here I come. From within Sophia's clothes, a small winged fairy emerged. She was apparently a light-winged fairy named Soleil. Dorothy had only been introduced to her a few days ago. For a winged fairy to trust a human this much. In the Empire, winged fairies were legendary beings. Almost no one had ever seen one. And yet, Sophia casually maintained a friendship with one. Such a thing would have been unimaginable back in the Grand Duchy. Winged fairies were masters of hiding, quick-moving, and capable of using magic. If anything happened to Sophia, Soleil would surely lend her strength. And in the worst-case scenario, she could act as a contact to the alchemist Thorcanen. In the Empire's history, no prince or princess has ever made a winged fairy their ally. Princess Sophia. No, you and the alchemist are truly amazing. Dorothy shuddered. She realized that she had been entrusted with protecting someone of legendary stature. No matter what, she had to protect this lady. Renewing her resolve, that was Dorothy. When we return to our room, let's summarize today's findings. As they ascended the inn stairs, Sophia said, "No, before that, let's have some tea together, the three of us. Let's talk calmly, take care of our skin, and then get to work on summarizing everything." "I'm all for it. As your highness wishes." "No, please wait a moment." Suddenly, Dorothy stepped in front of Sophia and Soleil. She moved without a sound, raised a hand to shield Sophia, and stood in the second-floor hallway. "There's an intruder present," Dorothy whispered. She focused her hearing. Using her presence detection, she searched for the intruder's presence. "They're here." Second room from the back, Sophia's room. While they were out investigating, there were fewer guards at the inn. Security was thinner. The intruder had taken advantage of that. There were no valuables in the room. The research materials were carried with them. However, from what was left behind, it might be possible to deduce how long they were staying and their investigation route. More than anything, as a guard, she could not allow her master's room to be violated. "Your Highness, please stay in a safe place." Leaving those words behind, Dorothy took off running. She made no sound, concealing her presence and slashing the enemy. That was the foundation of Grand Duchy swordsmanship. Dorothy approached the room swiftly and kicked the door open. The intruder was there, but far away. A man wearing a mask was heading toward the window. He was trying to flee. Outside the window was a large tree. He must have come in by the branches. The distance to the branch was great, but someone skilled in body movement could make the leap. They should have cut down that tree, Dorothy thought as she rushed at the intruder. "Who are you? Are you aware this is Princess Sophia's lodging?" TCH. The intruder clicked his tongue. He wore an utterly ordinary traveler's outfit, a cloak with different colors on each side and a slightly dirty jacket. Either could be turned inside out to change their appearance and deceive the eye. The mask hiding his face was particularly vile. Dorothy drew her dagger and advanced. The intruder dashed toward the window, clearly intending to escape. In his hand was a leather pouch. It was bulging. He had taken something from the room. Even if it wasn't something important, stealing from a lady's room was unforgivable. Thinking that, Dorothy closed the distance, but then, Ice Needle. The intruder cast a spell, a water element spell that launched icy needles. Low in power, but with short chant time and fast activation. Its purpose was to stall. Even knowing that, Dorothy slashed away the ice needles with her dagger. Swift movements. Quick decisions. A skill set focused on evasion and intelligence gathering. This was no ordinary foe. How troublesome. Dorothy clicked her tongue. Fending off the spell slowed her down. She was now a few steps short of reaching him. The enemy neared the window. She wouldn't make it in time. He would escape with the information. Just as she thought that and clenched her teeth. Omawarison, not Isaac. Lady Unit. Startled, the intruder froze, as if frightened by the voice. It lasted only a moment. But for Dorothy, that was enough. She reached the window, blocked the intruder's escape, and slashed with her dagger. Damn it! Clang. The intruder parried Dorothy's strike with his own dagger. He leapt back toward the wall of the room. His eyes locked on Dorothy, then shifted to the doorway. At the entrance of the room stood Princess Sophia. In her hand was a small disc. It was a security buzzer made by the alchemist Thorcanen. The one who took that box. No, you're different, aren't you? Perhaps an Imperial reconnaissance soldier. Princess Sophia gazed calmly at the intruder. This area is currently part of the Archduke's territory. If Imperial soldiers are conducting an investigation, then Archduke Karen should have given me, the lord of this land, some form of notice. If you are an Imperial soldier, state your purpose for being here and your commanding officer's name. Return what you have unjustly taken and offer an apology. Princess Sophia Dalgaria, you're her? Behind the mask, the intruder's eyes widened. They likely did not recognize the current Sophia. They seemed confused by her unexpected aura of dignity. Footsteps approached from the hallway. The Lady Omawarison unit, stationed on the first floor, was now coming up the stairs. The intruder's eyes darted around. They looked at Dorothy and then at Princess Sophia in turn. Dorothy predicted the enemy's route of movement. Escape path. Dorothy was blocking the window. There was no way out. That being the case, the enemy would most likely try to take Princess Sophia hostage. Using her as a shield could allow for a safe escape. Therefore, Sophia must be protected. With that conclusion, Dorothy dashed toward the enemy. But a hostage doesn't have to be the princess. The Archduke Karen's niece will suffice. The intruder lowered their body. In an instant, they disappeared from Dorothy's line of sight. Dorothy used presence detection to sense their movements. Crossing her arms, she went into a defensive stance. Moments later, the Omawarison alert voice echoed again. The kick the enemy had been about to deliver faltered for a second. Its force weakened. Dorothy caught the blow and leapt backward, absorbing the impact. Please run, Your Highness Sophia. This person is highly skilled. No, I will assist Dorothy-sama. Came the voice of Princess Sophia. Take this. Vivid light destruction. Why, Your Highness? You can't use a wide-range attack spell here. Dorothy cried out reflexively, then realized something. That's not right. Her Highness isn't chanting. Princess Sophia would never use magic that would endanger Dorothy. But the intruder didn't know that. Which is why, for a brief moment, their movements halted. They glanced between Dorothy and Princess Sophia, hesitated for an instant, then dashed toward the window. Oh, Omawarison. Trouble approaching. Omawarison. Once again, the security alarm activated. The intruder's movements slowed slightly, and that alone was more than enough for Princess Sophia. Her real trump card was neither the light element attack spell nor the security alarm. What Dorothy saw was a small vial thrown by Princess Sophia and the light fairy of the wings, Soleil, who had been hidden under her clothes. Those two things were Princess Sophia's ace in the hole. Please forgive me for using what you gave me in this way. I will offer my apology in full. Yes, with all my being. I'll make sure to see it through properly. Activate Vivid Strike. Pashuan. From beneath Princess Sophia's skirt, Soleil peeked her head and arms out and fired a small projectile of light, Vivid Strike. The intruder quickly ducked, but Sophia had already anticipated that. What Soleil aimed at was the small vial directly above the intruder. Vivid Strike hit the vial, piercing a hole in the mouth. The viscous liquid inside spilled down onto the intruder's head, from their arms to their legs, then forming a small puddle on the floor. Could it be, the one we got from the alchemist? Forgive me. That item was supposed to be something I used to show you beautiful, smooth skin. Princess Sophia murmured in a trembling voice. Soleil gently patted her on the shoulder, as if to console her. Neither of them approached the intruder, nor did they show caution, because it was already over. To think the so-called useless princess would go this far. The intruder raised their face, gripping a dagger tightly in their hand. This smell, is it cosmetics? What a pathetic last effort. Well then, I'll take my slip pity. The dagger slipped from the intruder's hand. Slip pity. Clang. Furthermore, the intruder's foot slipped and they crashed to the floor. Head first. Gaga. What is this? And my feet are slipping. I can't get up. What is happening? The intruder tried to rise, hands pressed against the floor. Slip pity. Thud. Their hands slipped, and their heads smacked into the floor again. Slipping. What is this slipperiness? Oil. No, my martial arts skills wouldn't be hindered by mere oil. Your Highness. Dorothy-sama, are you safe? Who is this person? They're flailing like a dying insect. May we capture them? The arriving Lady Omawarison unit asked Princess Sophia. Princess Sophia nodded. Capture that person, but do not touch them. Bring ropes. Choose areas not covered in cosmetic lotion and tie them up. Understood. One of the Lady Omawarison unit members dashed downstairs. As Sophia gave orders and her subordinates complied, Dorothy felt cold sweat forming internally. To think she used the Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium as a weapon, and in its raw form, no less. What boldness! Princess Sophia. The Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium makes skin slippery and silky smooth. Dorothy knew because she had used it almost undiluted once. Applying the raw solution to the skin made even undergarments slip off due to the ultra-smooth texture. She remembered Princess Sophia and the alchemist Thor saying, friction is reduced to near zero. If that undiluted solution were applied to your hands and feet, you wouldn't be able to stand up. That's why the intruder could do nothing but flail about on the floor. The Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium had soaked the intruder's hands and feet. It had probably seeped into their shoes as well. On top of that, small puddles had formed on the floor. The intruder had collapsed into one of them. There was no way they could get back up. And to make matters worse, The lotion had even gotten on their face. The mask, it's coming off? If it's come to this. The intruder whistled. A sharp, piercing sound echoed through the surroundings. A few seconds later, white smoke came blowing in through the window. Please step away from the window, Dorothy-sama. Reinforcements are coming. You understood. Dorothy immediately moved to guard Sophia. Because she understood her intention. Sophia was whispering instructions to the Lady Omawarison unit. She was already preparing the next move. Dorothy couldn't help but be moved by the swiftness of her decision-making. Vice Captain, take my hand. A man's voice called from beyond the white smoke. He had likely come to rescue the intruder. My apologies. Slip. Thud. A loud sound rang out. No surprise, Dorothy thought. The intruder's hands were completely coated in the undiluted Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium. There was no way he could be pulled up by the hand. On top of that, after repeatedly falling to the floor, his clothes must have been soaked as well. At this point, there was no way they could get him out. When the smoke clears, escape. Report this information up the chain. Understood, Vice Captain. We will definitely come back for you. The smoke began to dissipate. What Dorothy and the others saw was the first intruder, lying face down on the floor, his forehead bright red, and the backs of the two intruders running toward the window. They kicked off the floor and jumped, reaching out toward a tree branch outside the window. Both grabbed hold of the branch at the same time. Slip. Slide. Aoawa. Thud. The sound of the intruders crashing into the ground echoed up. Rope them. Voices from the Lady Omawarison unit rang out from beneath the window. Sophia had anticipated this and repositioned part of the squad beneath the window. The two intruders had tried to pull up the first one, the man they had called Vice Captain. At that moment, the Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium had transferred to their hands as well. Trying to swing to the tree in that state, it was only natural they slipped and fell. This is so humiliating. The one called Vice Captain groaned from where he lay on the floor. Looking down at him, Princess Sophia said, You will tell us everything you know. Whose orders brought you here? How many people are involved? Who is the commanding officer? Princess Sophia's voice was perfectly calm. Because of you, I've lost something given to me by someone very dear. I must give that person something of equal value, and with my whole self, offer an apology. Princess Sophia. What a dignified presence. She was a reassuring sight. But at the same time, Dorothy found her baffling. To incapacitate the intruders, Princess Sophia had used up the entire Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium. It had been a gift from the alchemist, Thorkanen, something very precious to her. She had just lost it, and yet she wasn't angry. She remained composed, and that was the baffling part. As expected of Sophia-sama, this too must be part of her plan. Huh? Oh, nothing. From Sophia's back, the winged fairy Soleil had covered her mouth. Part of the plan? Now that she thought of it, Princess Sophia had said something earlier, that their investigation itself would be a message to those who had stolen the box. Maybe this entire operation had also been a message to the Imperial soldiers. Princess Sophia was the ruler of a border territory. It wouldn't be strange for her to capture those conducting unauthorized investigations. Could it be that Her Highness calculated all of this from the start? Dorothy felt as if she finally understood Princess Sophia's plan. She had used herself as bait to capture the Imperial investigation team. Then, she would extract information from them and share it with Thorkanen of the Demon Lord's domain. That way, she could justify having used up the Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium. By offering valuable intelligence in exchange for the precious lotion, the balance would be restored. As a trade, it was more than fair. What a brilliant strategist. Her Highness Sophia Dalgaria truly is. Never in the history of the Empire had there been a princess with such wisdom and initiative. Dorothy might be serving someone destined to go down in history. She had to stay sharp. That's what she resolved in her heart. After the intruders had been captured, Lady Soleil, how should I apologize to Thorkanen-sama? I think it would be best to do something that helps him. What kind of thing? For example, Miss Mabel is always worried because the alchemist works through the night without rest. So she's worried about his lack of sleep? Exactly. Then, I should offer an apology that allows Thorkanen-sama to sleep soundly. Perhaps a lap pillow? Or maybe sleeping beside him? I've heard having warm skin nearby is comforting for sleep. In that case, bathing with him and washing his back first, then sleeping together might be best. Sophia-sama, the things you think up. It can't be helped. I used that precious lotion he gave me for something like this. I must apologize. Yes, with everything I have, I must. Sophia-sama really is a genius. Sophia and Soleil had such a conversation, but Dorothy would never come to know about it. Chapter 150. Just before Princess Sophia captured the intruder. At the border trade post. Evening. Several travelers were hiding around the trade post. Clothes the color of grass, cloaks with different colors on the front and back, and bulging leather pouches. Their faces were covered with dust, as if to show they had come from a long journey. They quietly approached the trade post, moving swiftly while hiding in tall grass, sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. They were members of Prince Ricardo's investigative unit. From here on, our first unit will conduct an investigation of the trade post, said the unit captain. This place was built jointly by the town of Nosa and the Demon Lord's territory. It's the perfect location to gather information about the border region. He pointed to the trade post surrounded by a wooden fence. There were 2 stone buildings at the center of the post. Those were the targets of today's investigation. We'll sneak into those buildings and investigate the interiors. If there are any documents, we'll take them. To make it look like the work of thieves, we'll probably need to take some valuables as well. Any questions? According to the documents, the buildings are the Trade Post Administration Facility and the rest area. Which one should we investigate? One subordinate raised a hand and asked. The captain shook his head. Both. We'll bring back all the information. It's possible the demons and demi-humans are plotting to get their hands on that box. Humans and demi-humans conducting trade. It was unthinkable in the Imperial capital. That being the case, it was likely the Demon Lord had objectives beyond simple commerce. The people of the Demon Lord's territory had easily defeated the powerful monster, Beast Gargarasa. After that, they instantly crushed the giant centipede and giant scorpion monsters that appeared. It was unthinkable that beings with such overwhelming strength would build a facility just for trade. I've heard that the trade post was established after a new species of monster was defeated, said the captain. Perhaps the Demon Lord's territory learned that the monster had been summoned, and they believe a new hero will be summoned soon. That does sound plausible. Captain, that's why we need to investigate this place. I've heard it's managed by people from the Demon Lord's side. If we dig into it, we might learn what they're planning. They approached the fence surrounding the trade post. It was a wooden fence meant to keep animals out. It was low and easy to jump over. Beyond the fence, it was deserted. Trade probably wasn't being conducted today. Not a soul in sight. Security was light. Only a Minotaur soldier stood at the entrance. Probably because the trade post was closed today. That made sense, but it still felt far too careless. Let's get a little closer and confirm the situation. If it seems dangerous, we'll leave and go support the unit that went to Princess Sophia. Understood. The investigative unit moved while staying hidden in the grass. And then, Captain, there appears to be a signpost. Read it. Yes. The trade post is closed for renovations. Please do not approach during construction, as it is dangerous. That's what it says. The soldiers of the investigative unit exchanged glances. Upon closer inspection, there were several other similar signs. Please do not approach as it is dangerous. This is your warning. We told you not to come close, didn't we? The trade post really is closed. We've informed the town and village chiefs, so please confirm with them. That's what the signs said. Is the lack security because of these signs? Do they think people won't come close if they're warned? The Demon Lord's territory has strong combat capabilities. The people of the borderlands should know that. If so, maybe even signposts are enough to serve as warnings. I see. In that case, Captain, I can understand the Demon Lord's laxity. Maybe the reason for the light security is because they believe in their own strength. Some people believe no one can defy the strongest among them. Sounds like something a demi-human would think. They whispered among themselves. After a short briefing, hide. Someone is coming from the forest. At the captain's words, the members of the investigative unit all dropped flat to the ground. From the opposite direction of their position, from the direction of the Demon Lord's territory, beastmen and lizardmen were approaching from there. They weren't armed. In their hands were buckets, mops, and brooms. They had likely come to clean the trade post. Unbreakable charging lance mission is to overcome fear opportunity. Cleaning duty. Make the bath sparkle and get praised by master. They could hear the voices of those speaking. For now, it seemed that the others hadn't noticed them. However, the enemy included beastmen with sharp hearing. Measures were necessary. From here on, do not make a sound. The unit commander signaled to his subordinates with hand signs. It was a basic rule of covert operations. When facing enemies with sharp hearing, They refrained from speaking and communicated using hand signals. We will observe them. The route they took is safe. Make sure to completely suppress your presence. If discovered, escape. The commander issued orders through a combination of hand signs. Understood. The soldiers suppressed their presence and lay flat on the ground. Before long, the beast man and the lizard man entered the central building. Their figures disappeared from view. It was a good time for the investigation team to begin their operation. Let's move. Yes, Vice Commander. The unit approached the trading post. They suddenly noticed a strange object beyond the fence surrounding the premises. It was red, cone-shaped. These were placed in various locations around the area. Near the southern gate, one even had a sculpture resembling a bird at its tip. Was it something to indicate renovations? Or perhaps it was a cultural practice of the demon lord's territory, incomprehensible to humans? While they pondered this, "Don't come any closer. I'll eat you, Aliev." A massive murderous aura attacked the investigation team. "Hi, ye. You fool. Don't make a sound." The commander instinctively pinned down the soldier who had cried out. Even then, the overwhelming bloodlust surged forward. The commander's body began to tremble, goosebumps rising all over his skin. What is this murderous intent? There was no voice. Only the intense bloodlust of "I'll eat you" assaulted them. It felt as if fangs had been sunk into their throats. They were an elite investigation team, highly experienced in combat. They had defeated bandits in the dark, fought ferocious magic beasts. Even then, they had never felt fear. Yet now, faced with this torrent of bloodlust, their bodies wouldn't stop trembling. They wanted to scream. They wanted to run away, right now. GH. Forgive me. Please stay quiet. The commander tied up the panicked soldier and gagged him. Now he could no longer cry out. One soldier incapacitated. We will retrieve him on the way back. With trembling hands, the commander gave the hand signal. The rest of you wait. I will now use a spell to dull your senses. See, Commander? Isn't that dangerous? That spell is meant for enemies, not allies. The spell to dull senses was usually used to support combat. It had the effect of weakening a target's vision, sense of smell, and touch. It was mainly used to lower the evasion abilities of enemies or prey, making them easier to catch or flee from. It was a weak spell with short duration and often resisted. But if cast on oneself or allies, it was a different matter. They just had to accept it without resisting. You all remember, don't you? The hero who was summoned to this world, shaking with fear. The commander began speaking in a low voice. He used this spell to dull senses on himself during his first battle. By doing so, he overcame his fear, called himself a berserker, and stood up to the magic beasts. Let us follow his example. Most likely, the source of the murderous intent was outside the trading post. Proof of that was the beast man and lizard man sweeping inside the central area, humming cheerfully, enjoying themselves. That showed the murderous aura only affected the area outside the trading post. Then the solution was simple. Temporarily dull their senses to stop feeling the killing intent. They could infiltrate while under the spell, then wait for it to wear off to investigate calmly. That is all. Any questions? None. Then I will cast the spell. Stay still. The commander cast the spell on his subordinates. Finally, he used it on himself. His vision immediately blurred. The sound of the wind became distant. If I dull my senses, I shouldn't be able to feel the killing intent. Unless it's an incredibly powerful one. Thinking that, the investigation team began to move. They reached out to the fence surrounding the trading post. Then, immediately, GDGGHTGA. Once again, a wave of massive killing intent surged in, and another subordinate panicked. The soldier curled into a ball, desperately stifling his scream. His trembling back hunched over. Even pulling or hitting him didn't move him. He was completely stunned and unresponsive. Is it still coming? Even with dulled senses, it's no use. The commander instantly restrained the panicked soldier and covered his mouth. That made two who had dropped out. Only 3 members remained, including the commander. Should we retreat? For a moment, the commander considered it, then shook his head. Retreating would tarnish Prince Ricardo's name. The investigation team could not be seen fleeing in fear from an unknown terror. We'll retrieve him on the way back. Let's move. The commander and the remaining members climbed over the fence, entering the trading post grounds. At the same time, the spell to dull their senses wore off. He looked toward the center. There, the beast man and lizard man were still sweeping. And before he realized it, a woman was now standing beside the demi-humans. A human? She seemed to have small horns behind her ears, but, It was too far to be sure. She might be human. If that were the case, then humans could enter this trading post without trouble. She was a beautiful woman. Who could she be? She served tea and sweets to the beast man and lizard man. She looked happy. While they, fellow humans, were struggling like this. No matter. Let's approach pretending to be bandits and get information from her as well. The commander quickly put on a mask. He would disguise himself as a bandit and sneak into the central building. He would restrain the woman and the demi-humans. That way, he could extract all the information he needed. Thinking that, the commander gave a hand signal and turned around. Twitch, twitch. Oh. The two remaining subordinates had fainted. I told you not to come then. We're under construction. We appreciate your kun. Gawa. At the same time, a murderous aura far stronger than before surged toward him. What? Wasn't the killing intent supposed to disappear once we entered? In the center of the trading post, the woman and demi-humans were still talking. How could they be so calm amidst such a terrifying aura? And no good. I can't go on. We must retreat. We must tell His Highness never to approach this trading post. The operation was a failure. Of the 5 members, 2 panicked and had to be restrained. The other 2 had fainted from the murderous aura flooding the trading post. Only the squad leader was still able to move. In this state, any investigation was impossible. Escape. Wait. From where did I enter again? The squad leader, carrying his comrades, collided headfirst into a crimson cone. The impact knocked him to the ground, but the cone didn't budge an inch. He got back up and looked around. I should have been running toward the fence. His sense of direction was completely disoriented. The magic that dulled his senses had already worn off. And yet, he couldn't tell where the exit was. Furthermore, Shuasichichich. What is that sound? Listening carefully, he heard something sliding across the ground. The demon woman and the demi-humans also seemed to have noticed the sound. This was bad. Wake up. We're retreating. The operation is cancelled. We're pulling out. He shouted into the ears of the unconscious ones. Their eyes fluttered open. It seemed they had managed to regain consciousness. Thank goodness. If they could stand on their own, retreating would be much easier. What in the world is this place? Could it be that a giant magical beast was living beneath the trading post? If not, then what could be releasing such a terrifying aura? The squad leader looked around again. There was nothing dangerous in the wavering field of his dizziness. All he saw were the wide-open tent flaps at the entrance, and the bright red cone-shaped objects placed throughout the trading post. Looking closer, there was a particularly special cone in the center of the trading post. It had a statue of a horned beast mounted on its tip. Perhaps these cones were having some sort of effect. From the center of the trading post, a woman, a beast man, and a lizard man were walking over. They seemed to have noticed the SHHH sound and came to check it out. We have to get out of here fast. Please, walk on your own. Ugh. Hi. The squad leader cast a spell of sensory dulling on himself and his comrades. The murderous aura lessened just a bit. His subordinates were able to walk now. All that remained was to head for the exit. This place had something, separate from the murderous aura, that messed with people's sense of direction. And yet, the woman, beast man, and lizard man moved around with calm, relaxed expressions, chatting and smiling cheerfully. We're going through all this, and they're just smiling like that? When they get close, I'm going to punch one of them. With such thoughts, the squad leader began to walk, supporting his subordinates. He slowly advanced, brushing against the nearby tent. He couldn't rely on his internal sense of direction. He had to follow the tent for guidance. There was a fence just beyond the tent. He just had to leap over it without thinking about anything else. The operation was a failure, but I managed to obtain information. There's something unknown in this trading post. I must report to Prince Ricardo. Thus, the squad leader made his way to the fence. His vision was swaying violently. Still, he took a running start to leap over it. SHHH. A signboard with a smiling child passed right in front of him. It was a metal signboard. On it was an image of a child running with a cheerful smile. It was speeding around the outer perimeter of the trading post. Wahat. What was this? That wasn't there before. The investigation team should have been able to climb over the fence just fine. And yet now, signboards with the image of a child were speeding along the inside of the fence. Not just 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. No, they were too fast to count. It was as if children with cheerful smiles were dashing around the trading post. See, could this be a safety mechanism of the trading post? They had underestimated the demon lord's domain. There were so few guards because non-humans were the ones protecting the trading post. A mysterious, murderous aura to intimidate intruders. A system that disorients the intruder's sense of direction. And signboards of children to prevent escape. With such defensive mechanisms, there was no need for guards. This trading post was heavily guarded by multiple enchantments and magic items. To investigate this place, a small force won't do. We'd need at least 100 soldiers. But if they did that, it would be an act of war. They couldn't afford to make enemies of people who possessed this level of power. And even if they did send 100 troops, there was no guarantee they could take control of the place. They might all just faint from the murderous aura and lose their sense of direction. Anyway, I have to escape. The squad leader steeled himself. The second unit that went to Princess Sophia's side should be achieving results. If only we fail, we'll be looked down upon. My pride won't allow me to be beneath them. The squad leader took a deep breath. He timed it carefully. The plan was set. As soon as the next child signboard passed, he would leap over the fence. After that, he'd pull his subordinates over from the outside. That was it. Now, he took off running. His dizziness caused his steps to falter. He thought he was running straight toward the fence, but his trajectory was slightly off. Still, it didn't matter. With all his momentum, he jumped. Stop. Immediately afterward, the signboard stopped right in front of the squad leader. The child depicted on it looked at him, and then, wham! The signboard suddenly sprang out and sent the squad leader flying. This can't be happening. Impossible. They were elite soldiers chosen by the Imperial family, professionals in covert operations. There was no way their mission could fail. How am I supposed to report this to His Highness? We entered the trading post, were overwhelmed by some unknown fear, got lost in a wide-open area, and then got blown away by a fast-spinning child-shaped signboard. Who would believe such a story? We'll have to bring Prince Ricardo here and let him experience it himself. Thinking such thoughts, the squad leader lost consciousness. A few minutes earlier, from the perspective of the civil official Ert, the jump-out kid is active, which means there are intruders? I'll go take a look. The civil official Ert, along with a lizard man and a beast man boy, exchanged glances. The lizard man and beast man were members of the unbreakable lance of relentless charge. They had been assigned to guard Ert by order of General Rizinga. That's because they personally knew the terror of the traffic cone. It seems we'll need more soldiers to monitor the entire trading post. Ert sighed. She had only recently been dispatched to the trading post. Her role was to inspect the renovation work and send a report to the Chancellor's office. That's why she was currently staying here. There are just too many blind spots when you're working with a small group. It was the right decision by the alchemist to bring in the traffic cones. Ert-sama, you seem to be wearing a complicated expression. The 5-element defense formation and the jump-out kid are truly terrifying. In any case, let us go check the situation. The two from the unbreakable lance took the lead as the group began to walk. Currently, the trading post was protected by a 5-element defense formation using traffic cones. It was a security measure to guard the trading post during the holidays. Moreover, the current 5-element defense formation is the intimidation, jumping type, correct? Inside each traffic cone was a single strand of human hair. If someone from the human race approached, the cone would react to their magic and emit an overwhelming presence. Furthermore, the intimidation effect was said to be amplified by the power of the 5 elements. Its power was several times stronger, enough to knock out even experienced soldiers. But we don't feel anything at all. Though Ert and her companions were inside the formation, they felt no fear at all. In fact, just moments ago, they had been enjoying a peaceful tea time. It was so calm, even paperwork had been progressing smoothly. The traffic cones only react to humans. Since I'm a demon, and you two are a beast man and a lizard man, there's no effect. There's no need to be so scared. But, Ert-sama, the traffic cones really are terrifying. The two from the unbreakable lance trembled, hunching over. They had apparently gotten lost inside the cone formation a few days ago, and it had really scared them. It's okay. To the two, Ert offered a reassuring smile. That's exactly why the alchemist gave us the health-boosting pendant. Ert touched the pendant she wore at her chest. It was a metal pendant engraved with the figures of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise, and Sheelan. This pendant had the effect of converting the wearer's magical energy and enhancing it. And within the 5-element defense formation, it had one more special function. While wearing this, your sense of direction won't become distorted. That's what the alchemist told me. Why yes. He made it specifically for us, who fear the 5-element defense formation. The alchemist is a good person, but I didn't really understand his explanation. With this pendant, it's like you're always carrying the true cardinal directions, so you don't get lost, or something. Yeah, I still don't get it. I don't fully understand the theory either, but I trust the alchemist's creations. Saying that, smiled. When he gave her the pendant, Thor had explained it clearly. The pendant bore the images of the divine beasts, representing the 4 directions. In other words, the person wearing the pendant would always carry the true east, west, south, north, and the center. No matter how much the surroundings spin, the center point remains fixed. That's why the wearer wouldn't lose their sense of direction even inside the 5-element defense formation. That was the explanation. Just to be sure, she had consulted her uncle, Chancellor Kelv. She sent a letter, and a response came back immediately. Thordano can be trusted, but trying to understand his theories will give you a headache. Literally, I understand why Uncle trusts him. Of course, trusted Thor too. She even used the volume-enhancing hairpiece that Thor had made. Thanks to that, her horns appeared smaller. From a distance, people said she looked human. With this, she might even be able to become friends with humans. However, ever since Thor had arrived, Uncle Kelv constantly had a headache. Even the walls and pillars of the Chancellor's office were starting to suffer damage. That was her only concern. There they are. The intruders. Pointed toward the fence surrounding the trading post. Just before it, people dressed like travelers were collapsed on the ground. They just look like travelers. What do you mean, Sama? Look beyond the fence. You'll see people tied up and gagged. That level of restraint can't be managed by ordinary travelers. Looked out beyond the fence as she spoke. These people are likely Imperial soldiers disguised as travelers. They silenced their panicking comrades who freaked out at the killing intent of the traffic cones and snuck in themselves. Then let's tie them up and escort them away. Sama, please stay somewhere safe. The 2 from the unbreakable lance began to restrain the intruders. There was no resistance. All of the intruders had lost consciousness. There were no visible injuries. Only one had been hit directly by the jump-out kid. He would need medical treatment. So this is the power of the 5-element defense formation, intimidation, jumping type. Murmured in amazement. Right before her eyes, the jump-out kid who had been running around the perimeter of the trading post stopped. They automatically collapsed, became flatboards, and were pulled into the tent. If intruders appeared again, they would activate once more. The 5-element defense formation, intimidation, jumping type, used the power of the 5 elements to confuse intruders, the traffic cones to intimidate them, and the jump-out kid to attack. It was truly a formation combining both offense and defense. Alchemist, Thor had said, within the traffic cone formation that incorporates the power of the 5 elements, magical power circulates at high speed, right? So, if we place the jump-out kid into that flow, it will begin to move rapidly along with the magic, right? In that case, wouldn't the jump-out kid be able to prevent intruders? Or so he said, with a really cheerful smile. Didn't understand even half of what he was saying. There are only a few people who can understand his explanations. Is not one of them. Lately, for some reason, she finds that a bit disappointing. The only ones who can even partially understand his theories are probably the Demon Lord, the Elf Mabel, and Princess Sophia from the town of Nosa. Of course, the jump-out kid has a safety mechanism, so it only attacks humans. When the demon approaches, it just casually avoids her. But for human intruders, it must be a nightmare. In any case, the safety of the trading post had been secured. It might be a bit excessive, but it served as a warning to intruders. For now, that was enough, so thought nodding to herself. The intruders will be interrogated in the Demon Lord's domain, and afterward handed over to Princess Sophia. Why did they break into the trading post? Do they have any accomplices? I hope they'll speak honestly. Sama, I'd like you to take a look at something. Suddenly, one of the beast folk from the unbreakable assault lance called out to There was a strange piece of parchment among the intruders' belongings. I'd like you to look at it. Understood. Please let me see it. Took the parchment and began to read through it. What was written on the parchment was a list of names. There were around 20 individuals. At the top was written, Commander Geralt Zanger. Below that, it listed the vice commander, then regular soldiers, and names of temporary hired soldiers. Could it be a list of the soldiers from the fortress where the magic beast appeared? Murmured in a daze. If that's the case, These intruders might have come to investigate the mystery box. They probably thought there was some clue at this trading post and attempted to infiltrate. Recalled what the Demon Lord had told her. As the one entrusted with managing the trading post, had also received an explanation about the mystery box. That Commander Gerald Zenger had summoned the mysterious box. That during the chaos caused by the giant scorpion magic beast, the box had been taken away. That the one who took it was most likely a temporary hired soldier. Which means, one of the temporary hired soldiers on this list is the person who took the mystery box. Of course, there was a possibility they used fake names. Even so, this was an important clue. She would need to report to General Rizinga immediately and have a letter sent to the Demon Lord. Everyone, please restrain the intruders and lock them in the branch office's room. I'll write letters to Her Majesty and the General right away. As soon as I'm done, deliver them along with this list to General Rizinga. Understood. Dashed toward the central building. With this list, the Demon Lord's domain might be able to recover the mystery box. If that happened, it would become an advantage against the Empire. The matter of the intruders could also serve as a bargaining chip. And then, if we obtain the mystery box, the alchemist will surely be overjoyed and try to open it. Without a doubt, that's exactly what he would do. That's just the kind of person he is. And no matter how long it takes, in the end, he will open it. He will absolutely make it happen. The mystery box is an unknown. No one knows what's inside. But he'll open it. Because that's the kind of man Thorkanen, the alchemist, is. Is it really okay to hand this list over to Her Majesty and the General? If the Demon Lord's domain gets its hands on the mystery box, won't that cause serious trouble? With the valuable list in her hands, couldn't stop her body from trembling. Chapter 151. Thor's Point of View. This is my workshop in the Rizinga territory. We were in the living room, reading a letter from Princess Sophia. It was an apology letter from her, who had gone out to investigate that box. I accidentally used up the max silky smooth lotion premium you gave me. Moreover, I couldn't even follow the correct usage or dosage. I sincerely apologize. That's how the letter began. As we read on, we understood the details. While Princess Sophia was investigating that box, an Imperial investigation unit apparently broke into her inn. She used the max silky smooth lotion premium to capture them. It briefly mentions that she also confiscated some documents from the investigation team at that time. Most of the letter was filled with her apologies, so the information about the documents was only a small part. I would like to apologize to you in person, Thorkanen. At that time, I would also like to show you the materials I confiscated from the investigation unit. That was Princess Sophia's wish. Sophia really does the most unexpected things sometimes. To think she'd capture intruders with max silky smooth lotion premium. Yes, it seems Soleil assisted her. Next to me, Mabel and the winged fairy pixie, Loon, nodded. It was Loon who flew to the town of Nosa to bring us the letter. At that time, she also got the details from Soleil. Princess Sophia stopped the intruder's movement using a security buzzer, then threw a bottle containing the max silky smooth lotion premium. Soleil, the winged fairy, hit that bottle with a light attack spell, making a hole in it. As a result, the intruders were doused in the lotion concentrate. This lotion's concentrate reduces friction to nearly zero. Those soaked in it couldn't stand up or even lift themselves off the ground. Furthermore, those who came to help also touched the lotion, and in the end, all of them were caught in one fell swoop. So this lotion is also a powerful combat item. In that case, should it be used for Her Majesty's self-defense? Mabel asked while looking at a bottle containing her own lotion. It can be used, but it's better to save it for emergencies. I shook my head. It's very effective if it hits the target, but if the concentrate gets on your own hands, it'd be a disaster. It's better to reserve it for when there's absolutely no other choice. Why, you're right. The Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium concentrate is dangerous. I should think about making a lotion that nullifies the lotion later. Yeah, anyway, I'm just glad Princess Sophia is safe. Indeed, I was surprised too. I can't believe an Imperial investigation unit broke into Her Highness's inn. Normally, I don't think anyone would dare rummage through the room of the Emperor's child. Princess Sophia doesn't have Imperial succession rights and holds a low position among the Imperial family. But she's still the Emperor's child. For Imperial subordinates to break into her quarters without permission, something's off. Which means, maybe a different prince or princess is leading the investigation unit. A different prince or princess? If that's the case, then breaking into Sophia's quarters would still fall under the Imperial family's responsibility, right? Plus, if the order came from a sibling, the subordinates might be less resistant to following it. That's quite possible. Mabel nodded. But the captured investigators haven't said a word, have they? Same as the ones who broke into the trading post. Same clothes too, so they're probably part of the same group. The Imperial investigators had also broken into the trading post while it was closed. Over there, and the members of the Unbreakable Lance unit captured them. Apparently, most of the intruders were unconscious when caught. The 5 elements defense formation, intimidation, jump-out type that we'd set up seemed to have worked. The leader of the intruders was knocked out by a body slam from Jump-Out Kid, apparently. Even Imperial investigators couldn't avoid it. That's impressive. Jump-Out Kid is an item meant to stop vehicles in the hero world, like carriages or chariots. Imperial soldiers are no match for it. The 5 elements defense formation, intimidation, jump-out type, uses the same theory as the health enhancement pendant. The divine beast type, traffic cone, amplifies and circulates magic, which is used to intimidate enemies. Its intimidation power is several times that of the standard version. If they got hit by that kind of intimidation, no wonder the Imperial soldiers fainted. This time, the formation also included Jump-Out Kid. It rides the circulating magic and moves around the perimeter of the formation at high speed. It's excellent for preventing enemy escapes. It apparently worked well and eliminated the invading unit. Well, anyway, I'm glad it was useful. San managed to obtain a list of the soldiers who were at the fortress, right? Yeah. We now know the names of those suspected of taking that box. I received a copy of the list too. There are 5 names. They're not regular soldiers. They were temporarily hired for their skills as beast tamers. A copy is also going to be given to Princess Sophia, but finding them by name alone will be quite difficult. We'll probably have to ask around in towns and villages. Isaac and the Omawarison unit will have a tough time too. I recognize one of the names on the list. It was sudden. Loon, who was perched on my shoulder, said that. You know them, Loon? Yes. I remember hearing it from fellow winged fairies. One of the suspicious people who came to the trading post had that name. Wait a minute. Why would the winged fairies know something like that? They said it was under the alchemist's orders. Loon tilted her head in puzzlement. Was it because I gave the order? I don't remember. Did I tell the winged fairies to do that? Do you remember when you were speaking with their highnesses at the trading post? Yeah. I was in the bathhouse, learning how to use the holy sword from Princess Liana. Yes. Just before that, the alchemist had been walking around the trading post. Yeah, I was checking out the tents. During that time, you found a suspicious merchant and ordered a winged fairy disguised as a cat to investigate him. That did happen. I had found a strange merchant at that time. Despite wearing luxurious clothes, he was selling only cheap goods, which seemed suspicious. So I asked the winged fairy nearby to tail him. But in the end, the merchant just headed back toward the capital. Whether he was truly just a merchant or something else, I never found out. Well, since nothing happened, it was fine. Later, when the winged fairy came back to report, I tried to thank her. Then she said, "Please drink tea and feed me sweets." Passionately. So I did exactly that. Wait, that merchant back then, was he one of the fortress soldiers? Unfortunately, he wasn't. I figured. That investigation was a dead end. But the other winged fairies learned that if they tailed suspicious people in the trading post, the alchemist would reward them with sweets, fed to them directly from his hand. That's very important, Loon. You understand, Mabel-sama? I do. I understand very well. Loon and Mabel exchanged glances and nodded with serious expressions. So, the reason why all the winged fairies come to the workshop during tea time is to receive sweets from the alchemist-sama. True, though I did hear things that sounded like reports from time to time. Like a quarrel at the trading post, or someone trying to steal goods, only to be caught by Minotaur-san. But most of it was just small talk. The reports were only a small part. Many of the winged fairies are not very good at explaining, after all. Come to think of it, that's true. The wind-winged fairy once said. Today there was a gooey person going all gloomy at the trading post. So that was a report. In other words, in order to be fed sweets by me, the winged fairies started patrolling the trading post. And during that time, they overheard this name. Loon stretched out her slender arm and pointed at a name near the bottom of the list. That person's name was Daryl Zano. He was one of the beast tamers temporarily hired at the fortress. According to the report, he was called Daryl-sama or Zano-sama. A wind-winged fairy found it suspicious that he was hiding his face with a hood and decided to tail him based on intuition. Did those people come to the trading post before the fortress collapsed? Or after? It was afterward. After leaving the trading post, they headed northeast along the highway. Mabel. The map. Yes, Thor-sama. Mabel spread a map out on the table. The road leading northeast from the trading post ran along the border forest. There was one town beyond that road. I wonder if this Daryl Zano person is in that town. Or did he already move on? I don't know. There's too little information. But if they came to the trading post after the collapse of the fortress, maybe they have a reason for staying near the border. If that's the case, there's a chance they're still in the town. And if I talk to the townspeople, I might be able to get some information. Thank you, Loon. You've been a big help. I'm honored to be of service. I'll write the letters right away. Could you call all the winged fairies? I want them to deliver messages to the Demon Lord, General Rizenga, and Princess Sophia. Understood. But before that, it's been a while since lunch. I'm thirsty and a bit hungry. So, Mabel, shall we have tea time? Understood. I'll prepare some sweets as well. As expected of Mabel, she seems to know exactly what I'm thinking. Now that the discussion is over, let's relax and have some tea. I said that while looking toward Loon. Behind her, Mabel was also smiling gently. Well then, would you prefer to eat the sweets yourself, or have me feed them to you? Please feed them to me. Yes. I would be honored, Thor-sama. Wait, what? Why is Mabel bowing along with Loon? I mean, I feed the winged fairy sweets because it's hard for them to lift the treats with their tiny bodies. Come to think of it, Mabel was sitting across from me earlier, right? When did she move to Loon's side? Well, whatever. It's super embarrassing, but I'll feed Mabel too. And so, as preparations for tea began, while writing the letters, I ended up feeding baked sweets to both Mabel and Loon. Several days later, in the Demon Lord's castle, we should form a joint search team between the Demon Lord's territory and the town of Nosa. In the throne room, Demon Lord-style Rookie spoke. Standing before her were Chancellor Kelvy and General Rizenga. Rizenga had received a letter from Thor and decided it was best to speak with Demon Lord Rookie directly on this matter. So he rode swiftly to the Demon Lord's castle. In contrast to the red-faced and heavy-breathing Rizenga, Kelvy looked pale. He was looking down, seeming shaken. After coordinating with Princess Sophia, we will form a search team between the Demon Lord's territory and the town of Noxa. The number of members should be small. If we send too many, the townspeople may grow suspicious. A few people will enter the town disguised as travelers to search for the one carrying that box. For safety, a backup guard unit will follow at a distance. That should suffice. A wise decision, Your Majesty. Rizenga voiced his agreement. To prevent interference from the Empire, I believe we must resolve this matter swiftly. Therefore, we should integrate the information from the town of Nosa and the Demon Lord's territory and use it to locate the owner of that box. If the one carrying that box has already gone far away, that would be a relief. In that case, it would no longer concern the Demon Lord's territory. In any case, it must be verified. If possible, I'd like to retrieve that box as well, though we don't know what might come out of it. It's a troublesome thing to handle. The master of the fortress summoned something problematic, Rookie thought. If the contents of the box turn out to be, say, a weapon, Rookie intends to seal it within the Demon Lord's territory. At the very least, she doesn't want to hand it over to the Empire. Who knows what they'd use it for? However, even if they seal the box in the Demon Lord's territory, the Empire might not believe them. The Demon Lord's territory is hiding a weapon from another world to use in an emergency. That's how the Empire might see it. So, a way to convince the Empire will also need to be considered. Still, it's the same both ways. We can't trust the Empire either. For example, if the Empire obtained the box and said, there was no danger, we sealed it domestically, the Demon Lord's side would have no way to confirm that. The fear that the Empire might use a magical item from another world against the Demon Lord's territory would always remain. The handling of that box required utmost caution. Not knowing the contents makes it all the more troublesome. That's why Rookie is considering forming a joint search team between the Demon Lord's territory and the town of Nosa. If that box is found, representatives from both sides will manage it for a while. If the box opens, both Rookie and Princess Sophia will confirm the contents together. Rookie believes that's the safest method. If the contents are dangerous, they'll have to pretend it never opened. They'll seal the box within the Demon Lord's territory and have Princess Sophia confirm the seal at regular intervals. There's also the option of using Mabel's fake meteor to blow the box and its contents to smithereens, but that's a last resort. What do you think about forming a joint search team between the Demon Lord's territory and the town of Nosa, Kelvy? Rookie turned to ask Chancellor Kelvy. Since entering the throne room, Kelvy had remained silent. Perhaps he was troubled or deep in thought. Why, yes, I believe forming a search team is an excellent idea. A few seconds later, Kelvy responded quietly. Noticing his stiff expression, Rookie asked, "What troubles you, Kelvy? Do you have some concern?" "Why, yes, Your Majesty. I'm terribly sorry. I just can't get Thordano's 5-element defensive formation, intimidation, and jump-out type out of my head." Rookie and Rizinga let out sighs. Both of them were aware of the mysterious formation involving the traffic cones. They had thought the strengthened security at the trading post was a good thing. But, Kelv, do you believe there's a problem with that formation? There is no problem. I merely thought of a different way it could be used. A different way, you say? Yes. For example, let's say there is a forest full of magical beasts, making it difficult for people to enter. Let's assume such a forest exists. It's a rich forest with fruits, timber, mushrooms, and wild animals. If the magical beasts were gone, it could be used for timber harvesting as well. But if there are magical beasts, no one can go harvesting. And it's difficult to deploy many soldiers in the forest to exterminate them. There are many places for beasts to hide. It would be hard to completely drive them out. I agree with that assessment. Chancellor Kelv bowed politely. But what would happen if we installed the 5 elements defense formation, intimidation and sudden appearance type, specifically set up to repel magical beasts in that forest? You mean placing the magical beast's fur inside the traffic cones? Assuming the interior of the forest becomes the effect area of the defense formation, Rookie and Rizinga tilted their heads. Place a Kirin-type traffic cone in the center of the forest. Surround the forest with other divine beast-type traffic cones. Then, the entire forest would fall within the effect range of the 5 elements defense formation. The regular traffic cones placed within the formation would continuously intimidate the magical beasts living there. Frightened, the beasts would try to flee, but the defense formation would disrupt their senses. With their sense of direction lost, the magical beasts would wander aimlessly in the forest. With their directional sense distorted, the beasts would be unable to catch prey. They'd be completely unable to feed. And if they did somehow attempt to run outside, they'd be driven back by the cheerful smile of the jump-out kid. In other words, the magical beasts of the forest would ultimately be left with no choice but to starve to death. In about a month, there wouldn't be a single magical beast left in the forest. Exactly. The defense formation Thorsama devised can be used not only to protect the trading post, but also to exterminate magical beasts. But Chancellor, didn't the traffic cones and jump-out kid previously help with magical beasts in the mine too? It's not exactly a new surprise, is it? Yes, General, but that was in a confined space like a mine. The current 5 elements defense formation doesn't depend on location. It can be used wherever magical beasts are. Chancellor Kelv spoke with a trembling voice. Thorsama seems to have created that formation to protect important places, but it can also be used to keep dangerous magical beasts contained. Not just for defense, it can be used to cleanse the land of magical beasts. It's truly a battlefield formation that embodies both offense and defense. But Kelv, isn't that a good thing? Rookie said. Thor's 5 elements defense formation can be used not only for defense, but to conquer magical beast territories. In short, it's a very handy formation. And yet Chancellor Kelv looked stiff and tense. The reason why was because it means more work for the Chancellor's office. That was it. The Chancellor's office is responsible for the development of the Demon Lord's domain, arranging the necessary funds and materials. After development, it also manages personnel. Moreover, thanks to the water summoner, land development and mining are progressing rapidly. Even though they've increased manpower, the Chancellor's office is always extremely busy. If they start developing forests too using the 5 elements defense formation. If that happens, the Chancellor's office will be at its limit, Your Majesty. No. There's no need to start developing with the 5 elements defense formation right away, is there? It's just a possibility. You can put it off, can't you? I understand that. I do. Chancellor Kelv muttered, voice trembling. But to delay the Demon Lord's domain's development for the sake of the Chancellor's office, my pride as Chancellor won't allow it. Really, Thorsama is such a problem. Why does he keep creating one revolutionary item after another? Now, Kelv. Stop banging your head against the pillar. You'll damage it. If you must hit something, use Rizinga's back instead. Understood. This firmness is just right. Thud. Thud. There's a strange sound coming from my back. Bear with it for a while, Rizinga. More importantly, about the joint investigation team. Considering disguising as travelers, 5 or 6 members seems best, don't you think? I believe 6 would be good. That way, we can evenly split numbers between the Demon Lord's domain and Nosa town. If one side has more, it might raise suspicion. As for the Demon Lord's side members, I suppose we can't leave Thor out. Indeed not. He's someone Princess Sophia trusts, and he's familiar with magical items like that box. The fairy is always nearby, so communication will be easy. And if anything happens, Thor-sama can handle it on the spot. He'll probably insist on going too. Yes, I spoke with him before coming here. He already seems to be thinking of how to open that box. Make sure to warn him when we return. Thinking is fine, but tell him not to use it just yet. Understood. As for other members, I think it's best to include as a representative from the Demon Lord's side. Kelv's niece, correct? I've heard she's capable. Apparently, she can disguise herself as a human with that mysterious hairpiece. Yes. Moreover, manages the trading post, and will have deep ties with Nosa town in the future. She's a suitable companion. And being Kelv's niece, there's no reason to doubt her ability. Right? She's the niece of Kelv, whose strength is enough to shake even a general like you. I must say, I never expected a civil official like Chancellor Kelv to possess such power. Thud. Thud. That said, I would really like you to stop headbutting me soon. Does it hurt? It doesn't, but it's rather unsettling. Sorry, but bear with it a little longer. Understood. As for the third member, you were going to recommend Agnes, weren't you? No. This time, I think Mabel would be better. That's unexpected. Mabel can also use the hairpiece to disguise herself as a human. There should be no problem with her joining. I intend to have Agnes support from the rear with the troops. Also, Rizinga trailed off. Agnes is a bit too reserved. The Imperial princess is very sharp. To match wits with her, surprisingly, the cunning Mabel might be better. What did you just say? Nothing at all, Your Majesty. I see. In any case, this investigation is of great importance. I intend to give it my all. Rizinga knelt to the floor. Kelv, having lost his target, came to his senses and knelt as well, as if nothing had happened. I, Rizinga, pledge to do all in my power to bring back valuable information to Your Majesty. As Chancellor, I will also do my best to support the general. Very well said. Demon Lord Rookie nodded. I'll send a letter to Princess Sophia. Once we get her consent, the joint team may begin operations. In the meantime, continue patrolling the border region. The Empire may attempt something. Yes, I'll send a letter to Thor as well. With a fearless smile, Rookie murmured. Even if you find that box, don't open it on your own. Don't approach dangerous targets. And, when meeting with Princess Sophia, make sure Mabel is with you. Rizinga, inform Thor of all this as well. That is all. And so, the meeting between Demon Lord Rookie, Chancellor Kelv, and General Rizinga concluded. An immediate positive reply came from Princess Sophia regarding the proposal for a joint search team. And so, the Demon Lord's domain and Nosa town formed a joint team to search for that box. Chapter 152. Thor's point of view. A few days after I informed Rook about the person who had taken the box, a letter arrived at my workshop from Rook. The contents were as follows. A search team is being formed to locate the one who took the box. There will be 6 members, 3 from the Demon Lord's domain, and 3 from the town of Nosa. Civil Officer Alchemist Thor, and the elf Mabel shall participate as members from the Demon Lord's side. From the town of Nosa, we have received word that Princess Sophia and members of the Ladiomawarison Corps will be joining. As this is a critical matter, the princess herself wishes to assess the situation directly. The team has been kept small to allow for a covert operation. Members will disguise themselves as travelers, infiltrate the northeastern town of Zagan, and carry out the investigation. Additionally, a security unit will follow at a distance, ready to assist as backup. Communication with the security unit will be conducted via pixie messengers. Thor and Agnes should handle this coordination. And please, do not overexert yourselves. The box itself may be destroyed with a pseudo-meteor spell if necessary. What matters is not the object, but the people. Do not forget that. That was it. As expected of Rook-sama. A sound decision. I had spread the letter out on the table, and was reading it together with Mabel and Agnes. It really is true that what's important isn't the object, but the people. Yes, Her Majesty's policy is to enrich the nation by making use of talent, after all. Which means I need to create items that protect lives. Yeah, now what should I make? Something with broad utility would be good, right? I haven't pulled any all-nighters recently, so maybe it's okay to spend a few days working full-time on this. There's still time before departure. If I push myself, I should be able to make about 5 magic items. Thor-sama, I believe the items you've made so far are already more than enough to protect lives. Suddenly, Mabel spoke. She was touching the pendant on her chest, wearing a troubled expression. Agnes will also be there to protect you at any time. Next to her, Agnes clenched her fist. Besides, no one in the search team is going to neglect human life. Her Majesty the Demon Lord herself said it's fine to destroy the box if necessary. We don't want you pushing yourself too hard, Thor-sama. Mabel and Agnes spoke with concern, staring intently at me. You too. Yes. Are you assuming I'll be pulling all-nighters to make items? Aren't you? Setting that aside, our opponent this time is a bit of an unknown. I decided to change the subject. First off, there's the Empire's investigation unit. Those guys are seriously skilled. I mean, they even infiltrated Princess Sophia's lodging and the trade post. Why yes, that's true. They specialize in covert ops. We managed to counter them with Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium and the 5-element defense formation, threat mode, jump out type, but we can't assume those tricks will work again. The Empire's investigation unit probably has a separate division. Why do I think so? Because the people who snuck into Princess Sophia's lodging called her the unneeded princess. Unneeded princess is a derogatory term for Princess Sophia, who has no claim to the throne. However, people of the Empire would never use that term. It would be considered disrespectful. But if someone close to them normally referred to her as unneeded princess, they might slip and say it unconsciously. Like a member of the Imperial family, maybe a sibling of Princess Sophia. That's why there's a possibility the Empire's investigation unit includes a separate team led by a prince or princess. Princess Sophia and Demon Lord Rook reached the same conclusion. Besides, there's also the issue of the people who took the box. We know next to nothing about them. Personally, I think they're the bigger threat. They outmaneuvered the Empire's soldiers and took the box. If it was a planned operation, then someone among them is a strategist. It's best to stay on high alert. Anyway, I was thinking of going all out, not 24/7, but trying hard to make 5 items. But I can't make Mabel and Agnes worry. And Rook did issue a no all-nighters order. When I tried to explain in a letter that night is dark, if you fill a room with lights and make it bright like day, it's not technically night anymore. So working in that condition doesn't count as an all-nighter. I nearly got hauled off to the Demon Lord's castle. That was dangerous. I felt the seriousness of Demon Lord Rook. I'll reduce the working hours. I'll just make 1 or 2 safety items. Yes, I will fully support you, Thor-sama. The escort unit will be equipped with laser pointers. If anyone tries to harm you, I'll snipe them from extreme range. I'm counting on both of you. The best outcome would be not running into any enemies at all. That's what I want to make an item for. The Empire's unit has strong stealth skills, which means they likely also have presence detection skills to keep track of their teammates. So I want to prepare something to make sure we don't get spotted by them. I spread out a mail-order catalog in front of Mabel and Agnes. That's why I've been looking for items that would let us move stealthily too. Do such things exist? They do, though it needs a little adapting. That's the hero's world for you. The kind of thing I imagine already exists here. If I apply the theory, I think I can make something really useful. And that is these noise-canceling headphones. Enjoy a comfortable life with our exclusive noise-canceling technology. No more stress from background noise starting today. Do you ever miss important sounds because of annoying background noise? Of course you do. Absolutely, no question about it. At times like that, use our noise-canceling headphones. Our proprietary noise-canceling mechanism earns a 5-star rating based on our internal criteria. From passing cars to footsteps, it'll cut out the noise that bothers you. Perfect for sleeping while on the move. Enjoy a better life with our newly developed headphones. Technology that erases noise. To think the hero's world even developed something like this. Even I'm surprised. These headphones apparently cancel out external noise using a system inside the headphones. And they do it within an item far smaller than a helmet. Truly terrifying. The technology of the hero world. Thor-sama, what kind of use are these intended for? Since they cut out what you consider to be noise, maybe they were used during group battles? During group battles? Yes, I understand now. Agnes raised her hand. In group battles, the commander's orders are important. But footsteps, surrounding voices, and monster roars can drown out those orders. Don't tell me. That's what the noise canceling is for? Mabel looked startled. Noise. In other words, to clearly hear the commander's orders, all unnecessary sounds are cut off. I think Mabel is right. The description says, it cuts out the noise that interferes with you. The battlefield is full of noise. Footsteps, clashing armor, clashing swords, enemy screams, so many sounds. It's common for the commander's voice to be drowned out by the noise. That's why commanders beat drums or ring bells to give orders. But if you could cancel out all the noise, the way battles are fought would change drastically. Soldiers would be able to clearly hear only the commander's voice. The commander could give precise instructions to the troops. Team coordination would become much easier. There would be no need for drums or bells to signal, advance, or retreat. The commander could issue orders to each unit, or even to individual soldiers, according to the rapidly changing battlefield. They could also accurately relay the battlefield situation and calm the troops. That would be a huge advantage. In the hero world, whether or not you could use noise canceling might have determined the tide of battle. It's certainly plausible. The combat-centric heroes even modified their hearing, after all. If we could give noise-canceling headphones to all the soldiers of the Demon Lord's domain, it would probably change the very nature of warfare in this world. I'd like to try making them, but reproducing them exactly might be difficult. Even for you, Thor-sama, because these noise-canceling headphones cancel only some sounds. Packing that functionality into such a small item is quite a feat. At the very least, they won't be ready in time for this investigation. Besides, what we need this time is an item for stealth operations. Oh, that's right. What we need is an item for safety, right? So what I plan to make this time is not something that cancels outside noise, but something that cancels inside noise. If that's the case, there's no need to make it compact. I think I can complete it on time without overreaching. So, Mabel, Agnes, I'd like to ask, do either of you know Princess Sophia's clothing size? Ah, yes. Agnes-sama knows that. I do. I asked when she stayed over before. Please tell me in detail. Also, can you introduce me to a clothing tailor in the Risenga domain? And I spoke to Mabel and Agnes about the stealth-use magic item. A few days later, in a forest near the town of Nosa, Princess Sophia's point of view. It's about time to meet up with the people from the Demon Lord's domain. Yes, they should also be wearing traveler's clothing to remain inconspicuous. I see. It's my first time wearing such clothing, but it's surprisingly easy to move in. Princess Sophia playfully swayed the hem of her coat, smiling. She was wearing a very typical traveler's outfit, complete with a hood. The color was a light grassy green, and it included a cloak to protect against dust. It was Sophia's first time wearing such attire. I wonder what Thor Kanan-sama will think when he sees me like this. This time, Thor might be wearing similar clothing. If so, they'd be wearing matching clothes. Proof of their closeness. Mabel and the Demon Lord's official, should also be wearing similar outfits. If Sophia wears something similar, maybe Thor will feel the same closeness with her as he does with the girls from the Demon Lord's domain. That would be a very good thing. Princess Sophia, I have a suggestion regarding our formation. Yes, Dorothy-sama? As per our prior arrangement, is it all right for me to take the lead? No problem. The story is that you are the leader of villagers traveling together. But that would mean your highness walks behind me. It would be harder to keep you in sight and not ideal for your protection. Wouldn't it be better if I took the rear? That might make the people from the Demon Lord's domain uncomfortable, wouldn't it? Princess Sophia replied in a gentle voice. Dorothy-sama, you are a skilled swordswoman taught by Archduke Karen. The people from the Demon Lord's domain know of your strength. If you're in the rear, they might think, is she watching us, or do they not trust us? And it might offend them. I understand that. But considering your highness's safety, I trust the people of the Demon Lord's domain. Besides, if I feared danger, I wouldn't have volunteered for this mission. Princess Sophia gently admonished her. The matter of that box is also a disgrace to the Empire. As an Imperial princess, it is only natural that I take responsibility. I will not fear danger. Understood, Princess Sophia. Dorothy straightened her posture and replied, if that is your highness's resolve, I have nothing more to say. Then, let the formation be, Dorothy-sama and Miss from the Demon Lord's domain at the front. Then myself and Thor Kanan-sama. At the rear, Misena-sama from the Lady Omawarison unit, and Mabel. Please suggest that to the people of the Demon Lord's domain. That way, I'll be between Dorothy-sama and Misena-sama. That would be reassuring. Very well, Your Highness. Dorothy and the soldier woman named Ms. Anna nodded. Sophia clenched her fist tightly behind her back, because the formation had turned out just the way she wanted. Now all that remained was to wait for Thor and the others. She imagined how wonderful Thor would look, wearing matching clothes with her. As she waited with such thoughts, Princess Sophia, Loon's magical presence, is approaching. From the bag hanging at her waist, the winged fairy Soleil whispered. Soleil was accompanying this investigation team to protect Sophia, but not wanting to be seen, she hid in the bag. If the pixie Loon is here, then Thor Kanan-sama must be as well. Sophia instinctively looked around. She found them. Beyond the trees stood several people in traveler's clothes. The distance was a dozen or so meters in Hero World units. Very close. Huh? Hey. When did they? Dorothy also noticed Thor and the others, eyes wide in shock. She was skilled in the presence detection skill. When the Empire's investigation team infiltrated Sophia's quarters, she was the first to notice. And yet, she hadn't sensed Thor and his party at all. Thor Kanan-sama has surprised me again. Sophia wore a blissful smile. Every time she met Thor, she felt as if her world expanded. Surprised, thrilled, excited. She was truly happy to feel herself changing like that. Excuse me, are you from the town of Nosa? A hooded woman directed her question to Dorothy. Sharp eyes, a noble forehead. She must be Ert, the Demon Lord's civil officer in charge of the trading post. I am Ert, assigned to manage the trading post. We've been expecting you. I am Dorothy Lee Stan, captain of the Lady Omawarison unit. Thank you for your courtesy. You seem to possess quite the stealth skills, Ert-san. Dorothy asked the question. She stood in a position shielding Sophia and her subordinate, Ms. Anna, likely because she was wary of their stealth skills. I failed to notice your presence or footsteps. A grave oversight. For me, who is responsible for guarding Her Highness the Princess, not to notice your approach until you were so near. I deeply apologize for the discourtesy. The Demon Lord's civil officer, Ert, removed her hood and bowed her head apologetically. The reason you couldn't sense us was due to the alchemist's stealth item. Officer Ert said. The alchemist wishes for the people of Noah to also use the stealth item. He thought it best for you to experience its effects firsthand. Hence, this little demonstration. So, you waited outside the forest until we noticed you? Yes. We thought it would be impolite to approach while hidden. If that's the case, then it can't be helped. Dorothy sighed. It is, after all, the work of the Demon Lord's alchemist. It's inevitable. It is something the alchemist would do, after all. Dorothy and Officer Ert shrugged their shoulders in unison. Watching them, Sophia couldn't help but smile. Thor had already been informed of the intruder at Sophia's quarters through the winged fairy. At the same time, the same unit had apparently infiltrated the trading post. It was quite likely that Imperial soldiers would interfere in this investigation as well. To counter those skilled in stealth, Thor had likely created this stealth item. May I ask you about this item? Sophia stepped forward. She stood beside Dorothy, facing Thor directly. Thor wore the expression of a child caught pulling a prank. Even the winged fairy, Loon, hidden under the hood, had a similar look. Finding their expressions endearing, Princess Sophia posed her question. Alchemist Thor Kanan-sama, you created this item specifically for this investigation, correct? And you demonstrated it like this so that we could experience its effects firsthand. As Your Highness says, the item's effect is to erase one's presence. Is that correct? Yes. I've heard that the Imperial investigation team is also looking for the box in question. Thor spoke in a serious tone. To outmaneuver them, I thought we needed stronger stealth abilities. That's quite logical. I'm glad you understand. Then, this stealth item you created, Thor Kanan-sama, what exactly is it? A long coat. So saying, Thor pulled his hood down low. Then he appeared to begin speaking. I can't hear his voice. At this distance, even if he was whispering, they should be able to catch some of it. But Sophia couldn't hear Thor's voice. Not even his breathing. He patted his clothes inside the coat. That sound didn't reach her either. No way this coat's ability is. Yes. This coat is enchanted with a function to cancel out noise in the hero's world. Thor removed his hood and replied. This is the stealth use item, the noise-canceling coat. Noise-canceling coat, attributes, water/wind/wind/dark, rarity. Powered by strong wind attributes, it offers a light, airy feel and noise-canceling capabilities. Its strong water attributes allow it to morph smoothly, absorbing all sound. With dark attributes, it turns black when infused with magic, allowing the wearer to melt into the shadows. A coat modeled after the otherworldly, noise-canceling headphones. Lowering the hood and infusing it with magic activates the noise-canceling effect. Noise-canceling effect. Cloth infused with wind magic stones cancels internal air vibrations within the coat. It generates a special field in front of the face to prevent the wearer's voice from leaking out. Additionally, it includes a feature to seal scents, countering those with sharp olfactory senses. Cloth infused with water magic stones freely morphs to absorb internal vibrations. The surface of the fabric is smooth, so it doesn't make noise when brushing against grass or trees. With these combined effects, this coat cancels out breathing, voices, and movement sounds while active. Very convenient for sneaking around. Recommended for nighttime use. Optional item, noise-canceling soles. Soft cloth soles that attach to the bottom of shoes to absorb impact. When used, they completely silence footsteps. One size fits all. If it doesn't fit, please cut to size with scissors. The noise-canceling coat is also reversible. Physical damage resistance. Strong shock absorption can even stop arrows. Durability, 2 years. Enough noise-canceling coats were prepared for everyone. Upon receiving theirs, Sophia and the others went to change under the shade of a tree. Dorothy had said, "I'll try it first," but before she noticed, Sophia had already begun changing. She simply removed her jacket and put on the coat. It was easy. In truth, there wasn't even a need to hide in the shade. And so, after changing clothes, Sophia, "This is wonderfully comfortable. I don't feel any weight at all. How amazing." Moved by emotion, she murmured those words. "Princess Sophia, you look really happy." Soleil, perched on Sophia's shoulder, laughed cheerfully. "Let's do a little experiment." Understood. Sophia infused the coat with magic. After confirming that the air around her had shifted, she quietly murmured the name of someone dear to her. Softly at first, then in a clearer voice. "But, amazing. Even though you're so close, I can't hear your voice at all." Soleil's eyes were wide with surprise. Seeing that she wasn't blushing, it must truly be that she hadn't heard anything. When he gave her the coat, Thor had said, "It still hasn't caught up with the hero world." True, noise-canceling blocks external noise. This just inverts that concept. He seemed a little frustrated about it. Thor Kanan-sama truly aims to surpass even the heroes. She couldn't help but admire him. To have created something this amazing, and yet still not be satisfied. If only I could be of help to him. Sophia placed her hand over her chest, thinking so. "Are you really talking, Ms. Anna? Really?" Looking to the side, she saw Dorothy and Ms. Anna testing the coat's effects. Ms. Anna was desperately speaking, while Dorothy tried to listen. With a look like she was witnessing something unbelievable, Dorothy said, "Could it be my presence detection skill is malfunctioning? To not hear a voice at this distance." Dorothy strained her ears, but it seemed she still couldn't hear her subordinate's voice. "This coat is fearsome. With this, one might even be able to infiltrate the Imperial court." The noise-canceling coat erases internal sounds, but lets external sounds through as normal. It blocks your presence while allowing you to sense others. For Dorothy, who excelled at presence detection, it was the perfect item. "I'm just happy to be wearing the same outfit as Thor Kanan-sama." Inside her noise-canceling hood, Sophia let her honest feelings slip. Ahead of her, Thor nodded in satisfaction. Of course, he shouldn't be able to hear Sophia's voice. Probably. Thor was wearing the same withered grass-colored coat as Sophia. When she subtly waved, Thor waved back. Wearing matching outfits and exchanging waves made her feel closer to him, and that made her happy. But, I can't afford to get carried away. The real objective this time was to track down the person who took that box. That's why Demon Lord Rookie had proposed. "Let's form a joint search team." Truthfully, the demon territory could have conducted the investigation alone. Even so, the Demon Lord had reached out to Sophia, probably for the sake of friendship with the town of Nosa. Demon Lord Rookie Everguard was known for using people to their fullest potential. And that people might not just mean those within her own borders, but also those she was allied with. Using people to enrich the nation. Demon Lord Rookie Everguard truly governs her country with excellence. I wonder if any of my siblings can match her. Sophia thought of the siblings she had rarely met face to face. Among those suited to be the next emperor, Perhaps only her eldest brother, Diaz, came close to matching the Demon Lord, and only if supported by capable ministers and advisors. In terms of governance and leadership, Diaz fell far short of the Demon Lord. Among her siblings, the one with the greatest potential was likely her younger sister, Liana. Liana had a natural openness that let her accept anything. If she studied thoroughly under Archduke Karen, then maybe, in a decade or so, she'd have the ability to govern a nation. As her elder sister, Sophia could only pray for Liana's growth. For Liana's sake as well, Sophia wished for peace in the borderlands, so that even if she someday left this place, it would be all right. To that end, I'll give it my all. That was precisely why Sophia had volunteered to join the search team. For peace in the borderlands. To fulfill her duty as the lord of the town of Nosa. She was ready to accept some hardship and discomfort. I'm ready to, or at least, I think I am. She happened to glance over, and saw Thor and Mabel talking. With their hoods touching, they were so close their breaths seemed to mingle. She understood immediately. While the noise-canceling coat was activated, they couldn't talk normally. But if their hoods touched, the sound could likely travel through. The two of them were very close. Just watching made her heart race. Their noses, or even their lips, looked like they might touch. Were they always like that? In that case, I should ask Thurkanen-sama to teach me how to use this coat too. For example, how to talk while the coat was active. In the process, her body might accidentally lean forward. Sophia had been frail since childhood. Though she was much better now, she still occasionally stumbled. If their faces just happened to get close at such a time, well, such things happen. Princess Sophia, what are you thinking about? From within the hood, Soleil murmured suddenly. Sophia gave a gentle smile and said, I was thinking about the success of our investigation. Princess Sophia, you're so serious. Yes, I'm committed to ensuring that this investigation brings success both to the town of Nosa and the Demon Lord's territory, and to myself. Is that why you're smiling? Yes. The joy of taking on something new is simply irresistible. Eventually, everyone finished testing the noise-canceling coats and understood their functions. After that came a simple briefing. As previously arranged by Sophia, she stood next to Thor in the formation. She confirmed the position of the escort units stationed farther away. On the other side of the road, within the forest, were two groups. One led by Isaac, Officer Muira, and the Omawarison unit from Nosa, the other by Agnes from the Demon Lord's domain. They would follow at a distance, protecting Sophia's team. Let us depart then. Dorothy raised her voice. If I may be so bold, I, Dorothy, shall serve as leader of this unit. Please take good care of us, Dorothy-sama. Civil official nodded beside her. Our destination is the town of Zagan, northeast of the trading post. We'll visit that town and search for leads on whoever took that box. We're counting on Dorothy-sama's presence detection and Princess Sophia's wisdom. Indeed. And as for our trump card, yes, that would be. Both Dorothy and turned to look at Thor. Thor was touching the ultra-compact portable storage at his waist. Sophia knew that tiny box could hold a huge number of items. Dorothy and too, must have been wondering what he might pull out. Sophia felt the same. Whatever it was that Thor would bring forth, she would accept it. And all that came from it, too. That resolve was already firm in her heart. Let's do our best, Thor-sama. Looking behind her, she saw the elf Mabel nodding. Seeing the full trust on her face, Sophia felt a sense of kinship. It was strange. Sophia had grown fond of the people around Thor. Agnes, who had become her friend, and Soleil, the fairy who still stayed by her side. I'll do my best too. Please watch me, Thurkanen-sama. As close as possible, she whispered those words in her heart. For now, that was enough. Just having Thor nod was more than sufficient. Now, let the investigation begin. To uncover the truth of that box, the one that drew the attention of both the Empire and unknown forces. Then, let the operation commence. With Dorothy's signal, Sophia and the others began their mission. Chapter 153. A few days ago, in a forest near the border. Why hasn't anyone returned? Prince Ricardo shouted. Several days had passed since the operation began. During that time, the prince had dispatched the first and second units, one to Princess Sophia and the other to the trading post in the border region, to obtain information about that box. However, this is strange. Not a single person has returned. What's going on? Please calm down, Ricardo-sama. Aren't you the investigative unit that serves the Imperial family? And this is the result, such a blunder. Successive emperors have always remained composed in unforeseen circumstances. At the unit captain's words, Prince Ricardo fell silent. It was as if he had suddenly remembered that he had come on the emperor's orders. Ricardo had taken on this mission to demonstrate his strength as a prince. The empire places the highest value on strength. Therefore, princes and princesses alike must prove they are worthy of their positions. If one's ability is recognized, their status rises. However, if deemed lacking the power to bear the nation, disinheritance is entirely possible. In fact, Princess Sophia, once the second princess, had lost her right to the throne and was now the unnecessary princess. Such things are commonplace in the empire. But those with power are given favor. I was born into a not-so-bad country. Ricardo. You seem to have calmed down, Your Highness. But that doesn't mean your incompetence will be forgiven. We will accept punishment once we return to the capital. The captain of the investigative unit knelt on the ground and answered. Perhaps satisfied with that sight, Ricardo said, "Give me your judgment. Do you believe the ones who haven't returned were captured?" "Indeed. However, none of my subordinates will speak." "What about the possibility that what they carried was stolen?" "All they had were name lists. With just those, I doubt anyone could understand who we're looking for. If we don't know the appearance of those who stole that box, then we have no way of finding them." In the Imperial capital, the soldiers from the fortress where the monster summoning took place had been interrogated for long hours, repeatedly. As a result, they learned the names and appearances of the missing soldiers. Those soldiers were the ones who fled after stealing that box when a giant scorpion monster appeared. They could have released the information publicly to track them down, but the Emperor desired a top-secret investigation. That is why Ricardo had come here leading the investigation unit. The contents of that box are unknown. If we provoke the owner and they act rashly, it will be a problem. That would fall on me, Ricardo, as my responsibility. Still, it was probably time to act himself. Prince Ricardo made his decision. Gather the remaining men. I, Ricardo, will conduct the investigation personally. Prince Ricardo declared, "We will not divide our forces. All troops will head to that fortress. We'll avoid contact with the Demon Lord's territory and the unnecessary princess. Let's say we are soldiers heading to secure the Eastern Front. That will do." Before leaving the capital, Ricardo had read up on the border region. Among the documents was a military construction plan for a new facility. The location was east of the fortress, near the Empire's border. It was where the capital of the former kingdom of Tillich once stood. Farther east lay a small nation. It seemed the Empire planned to expand its front lines beyond the southern front. Ricardo decided to use that place as his base for further investigation. To avoid being seen, we'll travel through the forest. After investigating the fortress, we'll also search the surrounding towns. There's a chance they may contact us first. Prince Ricardo immediately gave orders. They already knew the names and appearances of those who had taken that box. If they were near the border, they could be found. That is the plan going forward. Any objections? None. The members of the investigative unit all bowed in unison. Only about a dozen soldiers remained, but they were skilled fighters, a sufficient force. And so, they moved out, avoiding the main roads, traveling only at night. Heading for the fortress, they stopped when they sensed a group of monsters in the forest. Thor's perspective. So this is Zagan town, huh? We had arrived in the town northeast of the fortress, a town surrounded by walls, about the same size as Nosa town. Located along the main road, it serves as a distribution hub in the Empire's northern region. Heading east from here, you'll find grasslands and desert. That area used to be the territory of Marquis Tillich. Now, it's a remote region dotted with small towns. This is my first time around here, but it's a pretty big town. There are a lot of different kinds of people. Mabel looked around the town with curiosity. She kept her hand on her ears through her hood. Her usual elf ears were hidden under a partial concealment hairpiece. In their place were ears shaped like a human's. The hairpiece had transformed and now allowed Mabel to blend naturally into a human town. It was evening, the perfect time to move around unnoticed. The ground was dim, and our coats helped us stay hidden. Even without noise cancellation, no one paid attention to our plain traveler outfits. The coat was the color of dried grass, looking cheap and inconspicuous to others. But if we activated the noise-canceling coat, it would erase our presence and sound. It could even use dark magic to become pitch black. During the day, it worked as normal clothing. At night, it could enter stealth mode. Two forms in one, an extremely handy coat. Seriously, the technology of the hero world is amazing. With Dorothy's guidance, we were heading for an inn. From there, we'd gather information and decide our investigation strategy. Is that box really in this town? Next to me, Princess Sophia whispered. It might be something dangerous. Hopefully, it's stored somewhere outside the town, somewhere safe. I agree. If it's a dangerous item, it should be kept where there are no people. I also test my attack-type magic items in safe areas. So I understood Princess Sophia's concern. But that box couldn't be opened no matter what, right? Yes, but we can't be sure its contents are inanimate. It could contain a dormant magical beast that might suddenly jump out. That's true. If that happens, then I must take responsibility and deal with it. After all, that was something the Empire originally summoned. Princess Sophia said seriously. Thanks to you, Thurkanen-sama, I can now use light attack magic. I am prepared to fight monsters. For the peace of the borderlands, I will do what must be done. That's amazing, Your Highness. Do you think so? I was only thinking about how to open that box. Like having Rookie use dark magic to erase just the door. And if that failed, I thought of hitting it with a pseudo-meteor spell. I hadn't really considered the dangers of what was inside. Compared to Your Highness, who's thinking of the townspeople's safety, I feel a little ashamed. Thurkanen-sama, that's quite all right. Princess Sophia smiled as she said it. Your abilities bring happiness to others. That is why I hope you'll continue to wield your alchemical powers as you see fit. Thank you, Your Highness. Thurkanen-sama. Yes. Here, you might want to refrain from calling me Your Highness. Princess Sophia placed a finger to her lips and looked intently at me. There's no telling who might be listening. You should avoid using real names as well. Please, call me Sophie. She has a point. We're in the middle of town. Even if we speak quietly, someone could overhear us. I get that, but why now of all times? If it's Princess Sophia, it wouldn't have been strange for her to warn everyone before entering town. Now then, please call me so. Princess Sophia leaned closer, bringing her hood into contact with mine. Calling her by just her name feels too familiar. So, Sophie-sama. Yes, Kanen-sama. So you're using my surname, huh? I thought that might help keep your identity hidden. As for me, I cannot be called by my surname. Well, that makes sense. Dalgaria indicates both the country and the Imperial family. The moment someone hears it, people around us would react. Then Mabel, you should call me by my surname too. Why yes. When I turned and spoke to her, Mabel looked surprised. She was actually a lot closer than I thought. I could have sworn she was walking a bit further behind earlier. Mabel, you can just call me by my first name. We're pretending to be fellow villagers on a journey, after all. Why yes. Is just Kanen okay? Yeah, that's fine. Kanen-sama, would you call me without an honorific? Sophie-sama is a no-go. Miss Sana-san from the Lady Omawarisan unit has been watching us for a while now. She probably doesn't like how familiar we are with the princess. If I started calling Sophie without an honorific on top of that, she'd think those people from the Demon Lord's domain sure are rude. To avoid causing trouble for Rookie, I'll stick with Sophie-sama here. With that in mind, we continued walking through town. Dorothy had already scouted out our lodging in advance. All we had to do was follow her lead, but this town is quite lively, isn't it? It is. I thought this was supposed to be a remote region of the Empire, but Mabel nodded in agreement to my words. It makes sense as a distribution hub, but there's quite a crowd. It's comparable to the town of Nosa. Maybe people are coming here since the trading post on the border is closed? But there are a lot of soldier-looking types too. Maybe a magic beast showed up nearby? Kanen-sama. Mabel-sama. Suddenly, Sophie lowered her voice and murmured, I have something to tell you. This comes from Isaac-sama, so I ask that you keep it secret. Her voice gradually faded. Her lips were moving, but I couldn't hear her. Did she activate noise canceling? It must be something serious. I leaned in closer to Sophie. This coat is designed so that when our hoods are touching, we can still talk even under noise canceling. I activated mine too, and once our hoods were connected. Oh my, I seem to have tripped. Sophie suddenly lost her balance. She tumbled straight toward me. Are you all right, Sophie-sama? Only for Mabel to step forward swiftly and catch her. Thank you, Mabel-sama. It's crowded, after all. Please watch your footing. My apologies. I suppose I got a bit excited. Sophie held her cheek, looking a little embarrassed. Come to think of it, this is probably the first time she's walked around a town like this. She used to be quite frail, so it's no wonder she almost tripped. So, what was that secret you mentioned? Yes, actually, a new military base is being constructed further east of this town. Princess Sophia whispered as she maintained noise canceling. There are several small nations to the east. Perhaps the Empire is wary of them, or maybe they're preparing for a new military campaign. Yes, a new military base, huh? Well, as long as it's not aimed at the Demon Lord's domain, I guess it's fine. Still, the Empire has been locked in a long war in the south for years now. Why add another front? So this town, Zagan, is so bustling because of that base? Many people are involved in its construction. Naturally, there are also those doing business with them. Understandable. But with crowds like this, it's going to be hard to search for someone. The person we're looking for is named Daryl Zano, along with his companions. All we know is his name, hair color, and height. The only other info is what the winged fairy who saw him said. His magical energy gave me a bad feeling. If it's magical energy, runes can detect it. Soleil will do her best too. From inside the hood shared by me and Sophie, the winged fairies Loon and Soleil laughed. Sophie joined in with a soft smile. Seeing her like that reminded me of something important. Sophie-sama, before I forget, this is for you. I took a small bottle out of my ultra-compact portable storage. Of course, I hid my hands beneath the coat hem as I did. I don't think any passers-by are watching us, but still, better safe than sorry. The lotion you requested. It's the undiluted version, as you asked, but just this once, all right? Thank you so much, Kanan-sama. Please be careful when using it. I understand. I won't waste it. Good. I even added a little trick to the lid to help with that. Now that you mention it, there's something odd attached to the cap. It's like a tiny tube. It's a mechanism adapted from a faraway land. I'll explain it once we reach the inn. Very well. I'll be counting on your guidance. Sophie smiled as she said that. It felt kind of surreal. She's the Emperor's daughter, someone I had absolutely no connection to back in the capital. But walking beside her like this, it felt completely natural. She really is a mysterious person. We're almost at the inn. Dorothy called out from the front of the group. Afterward, Ert-san and I will visit a tavern to gather information. Once we have the results, we'll formulate our strategy. Understood. Sophie, Mabel, and I all nodded. Your Highness, no, Sophie-sama, Kanan-sama, Mabel-sama, please rest in your room. Ms. Anna will stand guard. And Kanan-sama, I understand. I'll ask the winged fairy to contact the escort squad. Please do. I nodded and patted Loon's head. The escort squad led by Agnes is waiting in the forest near the town. We need to inform them that we've safely arrived in the town. Then, I will go arrange the rooms. I shall accompany you. Upon arriving at the inn, Dorothy-san and Ert-san walked toward the reception. After a short while, the two of them returned. Our apologies. It seems there's only a 4-person room available at the moment. They said 2 single rooms will become available tonight, though. With apologetic expressions, they said this. This is troubling. According to the scouts who came beforehand, this was said to be the safest area. To pose as ordinary travelers, an inn of this level is most suitable. That's why we thought this place would be best as a base. Dorothy-san continued in a low voice. However, we also have second and third candidate inns. If you give us a little time, we can check if they have vacancies. What shall we do? Dorothy-san looked toward Sophie. A 4-person room means that I, Mabel, Sophie, and the escort Ms. Anna will be in the same room. I don't mind. Mabel probably won't care either. But what about Sophie and the members of the Lady Omawarison unit? Surely, sharing a room with me would make them uncomfortable. I have no problem sharing a room with Kanan-sama and Mabel-sama. Or so I thought. But Sophie declared it. Without hesitation, clearly and firmly. We have come here to fulfill an important mission. This is not the time to worry about trivial matters like room assignments. But, Sophie-sama, time is limited. To accomplish our mission, we must set priorities. In that case, we should address the most important issues first. Right now, gathering information is the top priority. The rest is trivial. Why, yes. However, moreover, we are supposed to be travelers from the same village. If we are close villagers, then sharing a room regardless of gender in such situations is plausible. Arguing over room arrangements might cast suspicion on our story. You understood. As you wish, Sophie-sama. Faced with Sophie's relentless argument, Dorothy-san nodded. Both Dorothy-san, her subordinate Ms. Anna, and Ert-san looked deeply moved. Priorities. The backstory that we're travelers from the same village. It was an impressive, well-thought-out opinion that took everything into account. Sophie possesses such wisdom and judgment. So why did the Empire strip her of her right to the throne? Their eye for talent must be completely clouded. Honestly, what do you think, Kanan-sama? Suddenly, Ert-san asked. After thinking for a moment, I replied, if Sophie-sama is okay with it, I have no problem. Besides, the single rooms become available tonight, right? Yes. Kane and Sama will be moved to one of those. I thought so. If I could use this simple storage, I could just rest in there. But still, while Sophie might not mind, I'm not sure it's a good idea to keep using simple storage in front of people like Dorothy or Ms. Anna from the Lady Omawarison unit. I want to have a meeting too, so sharing the large room for a bit should be fine. I whispered this to Ert-san. Understood. Now then, Mabel-sama. Yes, Elt-san. Please guard Kanan-sama. Understood. Mabel clenched her fist tightly and gave a determined nod. Thus, the check-in at the inn was completed, and I, Mabel, Sophie, and Ms. Anna from the Lady Omawarison unit headed to the room. Dorothy-san and Elt-san left the inn to begin gathering information. Chapter 154. After that, we entered the inn room. It was a large room located in the corner of the second floor. For beds were lined up, and through the window, we could see the town. The inn faced the main street of the town, and there was a lot of foot traffic around. But because of that, the area was safe. That was probably why the inn had many guests. And if there were many people coming and going, we wouldn't stand out. Ert-san and Dorothy-san must have considered all that when they chose this inn. As expected from the niece of Kelv-san and the captain of the Lady Omawarison unit. Their judgment was not wrong, but the next room is noisy, isn't it? They said there were no other rooms available, so it can't be helped. Maybe they're having a drinking party or something. Sophia, Mabel, and I exchanged glances. From the room next door, loud voices rang out constantly. It was pretty noisy. Normally, we'd complain about it, but we were here on a secret investigation. We couldn't afford to cause trouble and draw attention to ourselves. Besides, while it was noisy, it wasn't unbearable. All right, Sophia, Mabel, and I moved to the beds near the window to put some distance between us and the next room. But, ugh, Miss Anna-san from the Lady Omawarison unit was on her bed, looking distressed and trembling. Miss Anna-sama is Dorothy-sama's close aide and is highly skilled in presence detection. Sophia began explaining. Because of that, Miss Anna-sama has heightened hearing, so the loud voices from the next room are echoing in her head. Yes, also, since this is an unfamiliar place, she's likely feeling tense and on alert. That makes her more aware of the noise from the next room. I see. In that case, let me take care of it. I had a solution in mind. It should only take about 10 seconds to resolve. Miss Anna-san, could I ask you to try something? Why, yes. When I called out to her, Miss Anna-san looked up. She was a small person. Her chestnut-colored hair was braided and hung down her back. Apparently, during combat, she ties weapons to the tips of her hair to use them as hidden weapons for surprise attacks. She was an elite of the Lady Omawarison unit, specializing in covert operations. But she probably never imagined she'd be troubled by noise from the room next door. Miss Anna-san, could you try wearing the noise-canceling coat inside out? Inside out. Yes. And once you do, try channeling your magic into it to activate it. Just trust me. Is that all right, Sophia-sama? Miss Anna-san looked toward Sophia. After confirming Sophia's nod, Miss Anna-san turned the coat inside out. She put it on, pulled the hood over her head, and channeled magic into it. The sound disappeared. Miss Anna-san's eyes widened. The noise that was so loud, I can't hear it at all. It's so comfortable. I'm glad. But how is this happening? Huh? Well, it's a noise-canceling coat, isn't it? Why, yes, I was told that. When worn, it cancels out sound on the inside, right? That's right. I nodded. So, when you wear it inside out, it cancels out external noise. If it cancels the inside sound normally, then reversing it would naturally cancel sound from the outside. What? This is the second ability of the noise-canceling coat. In its normal state, the coat cancels the sound inside it. When worn inside out, it cancels external noise. It's designed to cancel sound that touches the fabric, so whether it's sound inside or outside, it's just a matter of which side the sound hits. I originally wanted to implement this feature using headphones. But with my current tech, I couldn't make it that small. Covering the whole body with a coat and canceling the sound touching the fabric was the best I could do. I still have a long way to go to catch up with the hero's world. But if I can't hear outside sounds, I can't fulfill my duty as a bodyguard. Right now, you should focus on resting and preparing for the investigation, Miss Anna-sama. Sophia responded to Miss Anna-san's concern. Sophia also wore the coat inside out and approached Miss Anna-san. Miss Anna-san hurriedly stood from the bed, and Sophia connected her hood to Miss Anna's. With that, their voices should now reach each other. Besides, if your attention is constantly drawn to the noise, you can't perform your duties properly either, right? First, calm yourself. Knowing you can always block the noise will help you feel secure even after taking off the coat. That's true, but it's all right. You can still fulfill your duty even while wearing the coat. How about placing both your hands and feet against the door? That way, you can sense who's approaching through the vibrations. Why, you're right. I've been trained for that. Your Highness, did you know? I never overlooked the profiles of those protecting me. Then we carried our chairs to the door. Miss Sanderson sat there, removed her shoes, and placed her palms and soles against the door. With that, she'd be able to sense anyone approaching through the vibrations. But in this position, I can't see the inside of the room. We'll keep watch inside. Myself, Kanan-sama, and Mabel-sama will handle it. Don't worry. Is that all right? Right now, I am Sophia, a fellow member of the investigation team, just like you. If that still doesn't convince you, then consider it an order from me. Why, yes. Understood. With that, Misana-san seemed to accept it. Her expression also calmed down. She seemed relieved that the noise was gone. I'm glad the noise-canceling coat was useful. By nighttime, the room next door would probably quiet down. And if it didn't, then we could hang the coats inside out along the wall. If we lined up all 6 coats to make a noise-canceling curtain, it would block the noise just fine. Well then, let's talk. May I come over to your side as well? Suddenly, Sophia said that. When Mabel and I nodded, Sophia stepped down onto the floor and moved over to our bed. Then, she sat down beside me, on the hard bed in a faraway town. The 3 of us sat side by side, leaning our backs against the wall. Kanan-sama. Kanan. Sophia and Mabel called out to me at the same time. I instinctively took Mabel's hand, just like I always do. Sophia saw that and looked puzzled. Kanan-sama and Mabel-sama seem very close, don't they? I'm always with Mabel. You live in the same house, correct? Because we're engaged. Suddenly, Mabel spoke up. Kanan and I are engaged with the permission of Her Majesty the Demon Lord. That's right, just like me. Sophia took Mabel's hand. She leaned on me to reach Mabel, putting her weight on me. I, too, aim to be engaged to Kanan-sama. Eventually, I plan to have Archduke Karen act as an intermediary so we can formally proceed with the process. I'm the same as Mabel-sama. No. Even if we're both engaged. Sophia-sama, your status and mine are. That doesn't matter. Besides, I'm here now on a mission, in the same position as Mabel-sama. And Ms. Anna isn't watching. Sophia glanced at the door. Ms. Anna was wearing the noise-canceling coat, inside out, stuck to the door with both her hands and feet. Her back was facing us. Thanks to the coat, she shouldn't be able to hear what's happening in the room. Seeing that, Sophia nodded in satisfaction. Therefore, Mabel-sama and I are equals right now. Are really? Yes. So, Kanan-sama, please treat both Mabel-sama and me equally. Sophia looked at me with sparkling eyes. Come to think of it, Mabel and Sophia had somehow ended up holding hands with me between them. They both seemed to have decided that they were now on equal footing. But, to begin with, Sophia-sama is just as important to me as Mabel is. Swish. Suddenly, Sophia turned her face away. It's nothing. I was just surprised by the sudden comment. Really? Yes. Please continue. I think of you as a companion, Sophia-sama. Is it because, like you, I was cast out by the Empire? Yes. It might be rude to say it like this, but that's not rude at all. Sophia grabbed my hand and raised her voice. I can imagine what you went through in the Empire, Kanan-sama. Alchemists are treated unfairly in the Empire, and even though you're the son of a duke, you were sent off as a hostage. Sophia-sama. Compared to that, my hardships were nothing. Sophia murmured, staring into my eyes. I was just confined in a detached palace, and my younger sister, Liana, was with me. But you had no one, right? There were a few people at the government office I got along with, though. If only I had known about you back then. Sophia-sama, if I had, I wouldn't have let you feel so alone. I would have had you serve as my personal alchemist in the detached palace, and you could have used your abilities to the fullest. A personal alchemist for Sophia? That might have been fun in its own way. But then I wouldn't have met Rookie or Mabel, wouldn't have awakened the creative alchemy skill, or discovered the mail order catalog of the hero world. Thank you, Sophia-sama. I said, I'm really glad I met you. Thanks to you, I learned that people from the Empire, like your sister, Isaac, and Dorothy, can also be good. That's not because of me. Sophia tightly gripped my hand. It was because you healed me, Kanan-sama, that my world expanded. That's why I've been able to do many things. People started listening to me more. The current me exists because of you. Then let's just say we helped each other. Geez. Huh. Why are you turning away again, Sophia? Your neck looks kind of red. Anyway, thanks to you, Sophia, I don't hate the time I spent in the Empire as much anymore. That time before I came to the Demon Lord's territory was valuable too, and I learned that even in that country, there are good people like you. Ugh. Kanan-sama is always like this, Sophia. Mabel whispered into Sophia's ear. Her Majesty, and even Agni-sama have heard such words from him. Their effect rivals that of high-level offensive magic, and sometimes I wonder if my heart might stop. He's terrifying. To think natural sincerity could surpass all of my strategies. Wasn't that kind of harsh? Well, it's fine, I guess. By the way, Sophia-sama, what will you do if you get the box? This was something I'd been wondering about. There was no real need for a princess to come on this search personally. Dorothy and Isaac are both capable. She could have left it to them. But Sophia chose to join the search team herself. I figured she must have her own reasons. I want to use that box to help stabilize the border regions. Sophia said it without hesitation. The contents of the box are likely items from another world. I want Kanan-sama to manage those. As for me, I only asked to have the empty box. Just the empty box. If possible, I'd like an unopenable empty box. I want to use that as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Empire. That box has yet to be opened by anyone. No one knows what's inside. To someone who doesn't know what's inside, whether it's an empty box or filled with stones, its value doesn't change. The Empire has no choice but to estimate that value as being the highest possible. So, it can be used for negotiations. If the Empire ever opens the box and complains about what's inside, we can just say, it's been like that from the beginning. Until then, we extract as much profit as we can. That's what Sophia seems to believe. I hope that through these negotiations, peace can be maintained in the borderlands. After all, we don't know how long Archduke Karen's authority will last. At an official meeting, I want to negotiate with His Majesty the Emperor, or with the Crown Prince, Dia-sama, and have them clearly state that the town of Nosa will always remain a part of the duchy. Is that the negotiation Sophia-sama desires? It's one of the strategies. By piling up small measures, I want to protect what's important to me. So that's what it was. Amazing. Sophia had thought that far ahead. Indeed, since the contents of the box are unknown, even just the outer box is sufficient as a bargaining chip. All I have to do is somehow open it and reseal it afterward. Maybe I should stuff it with monster bones or something. I can use creative alchemy to make it look like bones from a monster from another world. Then I can insist, these are the bones of an interdimensional monster, like the beast Gargarasa. Sophia-sama is truly an amazing person. I think it's a brilliant strategy. Please, let me help. Negotiating with the Empire by handing over the box. As long as it's just the outer box, it's not a lie. It's a clever plan that uses the other side's greed against them. I think it's fantastic. Kanan-sama. Sophia's plan benefits the Demon Lord's domain as well, doesn't it? Even if Archduke Karen's power wanes, as long as either the Emperor or Crown Prince gives their word that the borderlands belong to the duchy. With you, Sophia-sama, governing them, the Empire won't be able to interfere. That would make the Demon Lord's realm have the best possible neighbor. And I'm also happy to have Sophia nearby. That may be true, but this strategy of mine is also for Leah. I mean, for my little sister. Sophia waved her hands in a fluster. So cute. With her face bright red, she said, if peace is maintained in the borderlands, my sister will have fewer chances to fight. I want her to use that time to learn and grow. If she ever gets caught up in political turmoil, I'll be able to protect her in the borderlands. So, in a way, this is also a selfish wish of an older sister. You're a wonderful sister. I wish I had someone like Sophia in my family. Thump. Suddenly, Sophia turned her back. On the small bed in the inn, she curled up like a child. What's wrong, Sophia? It's nothing. Please allow me a moment to compose myself. All right. I just thought of something. What is it? Once this whole box situation is resolved, I'd like to invite you to my workshop. In disguise as an ordinary traveler, Sophia looks so lively. She's able to share things she normally wouldn't. I want to see more of that side of her. That's why I want her to visit my workshop and have a relaxed conversation. I also want to talk about the hero world and consult her about items we'll need going forward. And I want her to meet Rookie, too. A demon lord and a princess. I'd like to see what happens when they talk beyond their official roles. Of course, I'll need Dorothy's help. While she's gone, we'll use the improved body pillow stand-in model to act as her double. But I think we can manage for a day or two. If Sophia is okay with it, that is. I'll go, she answered immediately. Sitting up with a bam, Sophia looked me straight in the eye and replied, I'll make up an excuse. I'll convince Dorothy-sama. Please, let me visit your workshop. Understood. Then, after this investigation is over. So, I just have to convince Dorothy-sama, right? I'll say, I need to go to Kanan-sama. As compensation, please negotiate for a steady supply of facial toner for Dorothy-sama. And that'll persuade her easily. Please don't make me the villain here. To go to your home, I won't hesitate to use any means necessary. Please hesitate a little. At that, Mabel burst into laughter. She quickly covered her mouth and said, Excuse me. But Sophia didn't seem to mind. Mabel had been listening to Sophia's story beside me the whole time. She seemed surprised to see a new side of her. Kanan-sama, Mabel-sama, please forgive my shameful display. No, don't worry about it. Please don't tell Liana. Otherwise, my dignity as an older sister will be. Sophia's face turned bright red as she covered it with both hands. After waiting for her to calm down, we returned to the topic of the box investigation. When it comes to work, we can stay calm. I explained the items we'd be using for the search, and Sophia gave input on more efficient methods that Mabel's role was to provide sensible commentary. As we talked like that, time passed. I hear footsteps. Dorothy-sama and the official from the Demon Lord's domain seemed to have returned. Ms. Anna looked toward us and said, Thank you for waiting. The inquiries around town have been completed. We've gathered some intel. We'll be moving after sunset. Everyone, please get ready. And with that, Dorothy-san and Ert-san returned to the room, sharing the news. Chapter 155. Several days earlier, in a forest near the border. Form a tight formation. Protect the person in the center. Sensing the presence of magical beasts, the unit responded immediately. They rearranged their formation with Prince Ricardo at the center, preparing for attacks from all sides. The front line was equipped with daggers, and the rear line with short bows. They assumed a defensive formation suitable for an area filled with obstacles. A faint growl reached the ears of the soldiers in the scouting unit. It came from downwind, and it was quite far away. A soldier with excellent eyesight strained his eyes. He saw red eyes in the shadows of the trees. Looking more closely, he could make out a black coat glistening under the moonlight. What stood there was a magical beast with jet black fur, a dark wolf. They were not yet within range of engagement. Detecting it from this distance was only possible because they were the Empire's top scouting unit. The dark wolf is known as the assassin of the forest. Territorial and solitary by nature, it normally doesn't form packs. Yet here they were, moving in coordinated formation and tailing the scouting unit. The number was roughly around 10, as expected of the scouting unit's detection abilities. Only we could have sensed a magical beast at this distance. Prince Ricardo exchanged words with the unit commander. The Dark Wolf pack was still far away. They could drive them off with arrows or magic. But the scouting unit didn't take action because they had spotted a human figure behind the pack. Even in hiding, it was clear. With Prince Ricardo's permission, the unit commander shouted, "Who's there?" No response. "Are you the one controlling these beasts? What do you want from us? If you have no business with us, call them off immediately. Are you from the Imperial capital?" The figure spoke. "I've sent magical beasts after several groups of travelers before, but you're the first to notice them from this distance. With such detection ability, you must be from a high-ranking unit dispatched from the capital." He spoke as if he had been using magical beasts to search for Imperial soldiers. Prince Ricardo gritted his teeth. If what the other said was true, it meant Ricardo and his men had been outwitted using their own detection prowess. In other words, the enemy may have anticipated that a scouting unit from the capital would be sent. "I want an answer. Are you soldiers from the capital?" "There's no need to answer that," the scouting unit's commander replied. The box in question. Moments later, a voice echoed from deep within the forest, belonging to a faceless figure. "I want to negotiate about the box in question we've obtained. I don't know of it. Weren't you here to find it? Otherwise, there's no reason for soldiers with such detection ability to come to this remote place." I said I don't know. "Are you sure? There are others I could negotiate with." "How could we negotiate with someone who won't even show their face?" The commander gave responses as prearranged. Meanwhile, those with sharp eyesight began studying the figure's appearance. The person had cloth wrapped around their face, but from their hair color and build, They could make an educated guess. He was one of the temporary soldiers stationed at the fort where the magical beast summoning occurred, one of those who stole the box. With that conclusion, Prince Ricardo gave an immediate order. I've heard rumors about what happened at the fort. Seems there was a strange box involved. The commander responded according to the prince's signal. But that item was taken from the Empire. We have no intention of negotiating over it. As he spoke, the commander signaled with hand signs. The swiftest scouts rushed forward. They darted toward the dark wolves, and before the enemy could react, they threw their daggers. A cry of pain erupted from the beasts. The dark wolves let out enraged howls and lunged at the soldiers. The soldiers evaded and sprinted toward the figure deeper in the forest. Gwa! The enraged dark wolves gave chase, blinded by fury. But in doing so, they turned their backs on the Imperial unit in formation. Fire! The scouts seized the opportunity. Bowstrings sang, and short bow arrows pierced the dark wolves. Several beasts were struck down and collapsed to the ground. Prince Ricardo had no intention of negotiating. The box in question originally belonged to the Empire. The rightful owner was clear. All they had to do was take it back. To think negotiation is impossible. Typical of brute force Imperial soldiers. The hidden figure spoke with a tone of exasperation. More dark wolves emerged from the forest depths. But several soldiers had already closed in on the figure. They would likely be able to restrain him before the reinforcements arrived. He shouldn't have revealed himself. But now we can produce results. Capture him and make him reveal the location of the box. Just as Prince Ricardo was sure of success. Come any closer, and I'll burn this document summoned along with the box in question. The hidden man stepped forward. He held a bundle of old papers in his hand. The scouts focused their eyes on it, trying to read what was written. But they couldn't decipher it. What language is that? These elite soldiers serving the Imperial family had mastered many languages. Yet the letters on the document in the masked man's hand were incomprehensible. Are you just scribbling meaningless symbols? Is that what you think? When asked back, they fell silent. The script on the papers was strangely uniform. The spacing between letters and between lines was perfectly consistent. No human could write with such precision. This bundle of papers was stuck to the bottom of the box in question. Most likely, these two are from another world. Those panicking over the giant scorpion must have failed to notice it. The masked man spoke mockingly. There's a possibility this bundle contains instructions on how to open the box. Lose this, and the Empire may never have another chance. Are you willing to risk that? So you propose negotiation? We can't open the box either. That's why we're offering to trade it for something else. And why should we agree to that? Ricardo's words were echoed by the commander of the scouting unit. Where's the proof that stack of papers is genuine? Isn't it something you people fabricated? You're free to think that if you like. The masked man replied. But we're prepared. Burning this stack of papers with fire magic would be easy. Don't be ridiculous. If we can get information out of you. There's no guarantee I know where the box is there? Maybe one of my companions knows. If I'm captured, they might start negotiating with other factions. Since the Empire refuses to negotiate, we have no other options. GGH. Prince Ricardo exchanged glances with the captain. With the investigation unit skills, they could likely seize the papers from the masked man. The problem was, would they be faster than him burning the stack? If I can get my hands on that, I can return to the capital and report. Ricardo's reputation would rise. Some strange box can be left to the other princes and princesses. My job here will be done. Prince Ricardo waved his hand, signaling the investigation unit. The soldiers dashed forward silently. Their target, the stack of papers in the masked man's hand. That alone. However, just so you know, this stack is only the latter half. The first half is stored along with the box. If I don't return as scheduled, the first half will also be burned. The masked man held up a portion of the stack. There was a drawing of what appeared to be the box. However, it was only the right half. The left half was missing. See how it opens across 2 pages? When combined, the 2 pages form the full picture of the box. This is just the second half. Even if you forcibly obtain it, you'll only have half the information. Are you fine with that, soldiers of the Empire? Upon hearing the masked man's words, the investigation unit halted. Getting nowhere. Thinking that, Prince Ricardo stepped forward. He stared directly at the masked man and said, "You've thought this through. For a mere thief. And you must be the commander." "I am. But I have no intention of giving my name to a thief. Not at all. No problem. All we want is to exchange this paper and the box for money." The masked man stated clearly. Then he named the price for the box and the papers. It was a considerable amount, enough to support 100 soldiers for an entire year. He demanded the payment in gold coins or precious metals. If you refuse, then we'll hand it to another country, or maybe sink it into the sea. What's the deadline for negotiations? 10 days. After that, we'll be moving. Who are you people? It was obvious that the opponents were experienced in negotiation. Their intelligence-gathering skills to locate Ricardo's group. Their skill at using the box's related items as leverage. These were seasoned thieves and professional negotiators. We're just a band of thieves, the masked man said. With the funds we get in exchange for the box, we'll obtain a new kind of strength. That's all there is to it. The next negotiation is in 10 days. We'll wait here again. If you don't show up, the negotiations are over. If you try to capture us, same result. The talks end. Boo! A pack of dark wolves charged toward Ricardo's group. The investigation unit reflexively moved to guard Ricardo. Ricardo himself attacked the dark wolves with magic. Several of the beasts fell, and in just a few minutes, the pack had passed through. And in that short time, the masked figure had vanished. From Thor's perspective, there were eyewitness accounts. Daryl Zano and his companions were apparently in this town until a few days ago. Dorothy said after returning. She and Ertsan had been gathering information in town. As a result, it seemed they found clues about people listed in the registry. They apparently lived in a hut on the outskirts of town. It was in a kind of warehouse district. They used the cheapest place available. Ertsan picked up where Dorothy left off, but we couldn't find out what they were doing there. However, during their stay, people constantly heard animals howling. Because of that, everyone was too afraid to go near. We went to check, just in case, but there was no one there. It was like an abandoned building. There were traces of something having scattered food, and tufts of animal hair were left behind. I brought some of the fur back just in case. It might be a clue. Saying that, Dorothy took out a bundle of black fur wrapped in cloth. It looked like animal fur. This is likely from a large dog or a wolf-type magical beast. If it's the latter, they must have been keeping a magical beast within the town. That would mean there's a beast tamer involved. Thank you for your hard work, Dorothy-sama, Ert-sama. Sophia offered her appreciation. Dorothy and Ertsan sat down on the bed, visibly exhausted. Investigating in an unfamiliar town must have been tough. Especially for Ertsan. This was probably her first time even visiting a human town. No wonder she was worn out. Well then, I'll take over the rest of the investigation. I said. I had rested during the day, so I was feeling refreshed. From here on, it was my turn to act. Would it be alright if I borrowed this magical beast's fur? Why yes, of course, Alchemist-sama. Ertsan handed me the dog-like fur. I do what I could with this today. Next. Excuse me, Dorothy-san. May I borrow Misana-san as an escort? I'd like to go check that warehouse with Mabel. I don't mind, but what exactly are you planning to do? I want to find out where this magical beast went during the night. If they were still in town, we could pinpoint their location. If they'd left, we could figure out the direction. Knowing that would make tomorrow's investigation much easier. If that's your aim. Mizana. Why yes, Captain. You'll escort Kanan-sama and Mabel-sama. Understood. Mizana of the Lady Omawarisan unit bowed toward me. Then Sophia raised her head and said, Then Kanan-sama, I too. Sophia-sama, please remain here and discuss the investigation plans with Dorothy-san and Ert-san. I said that to Sophia as she started to rise. There was no way I could bring a princess into the night streets. Even Dorothy was reaching out to stop her. I won't be barging into enemy territory. I'll return right away, so please wait for me. Yes, Kanan-sama. Sophia nodded. She was obedient. Then I prepared for the investigation together with Mabel. Lastly, I checked in with Loon, who was inside my hood. Well then, I'll be relying on you, Misana-san. Please take care of us. Why yes, I will now escort Alchemist-sama and Mabel-sama. And so, with Mabel and Mizana in tow, I headed to the town's warehouse district. Then let's use the spider-type cleaning robot. For magical beast investigations, it has to be the cleaning robot, after all. Hey. I arrived at the warehouse and took out the spider-type cleaning robot from the ultra-compact simple warehouse. When I placed the magical beast, tentative, fur inside, and activated it. Rustle, 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 rustle. The spider-type cleaning robot faced south and began moving its legs energetically. But before that, there was something I needed to do. For just this kind of situation, I had made a noise-canceling cloak, pixie-sized. I'll drape this over the cleaning robot, and then have Loon sit on top of it. All right, launching again. Rustle. Nyan it is. This time for sure, the spider-type cleaning robot took off running, wearing a black cloak, moving its legs very quietly. Yeah. Misana-san, you can't just stand there with your mouth open, you know? I spoke to Mizana, whose mouth was agape in astonishment. I've dressed the cleaning robot in a black cloak to keep it out of sight. I've also minimized the noise it makes. So we're relying on your ears, Misana-san. We'll run in the direction where we hear loons. I mean, the black cat's voice. Alchemist-sama. What is it, Misana-san? That rustling thing, what exactly is it? It's a cleaning robot for magical beast investigations. A cleaning robot, you say? It's a golem that exterminates magical beasts and cleans the house. That black cloth covering the cleaning robot. It's a small noise-canceling cloak. It blends the cleaning robot into the darkness and muffles its footsteps. And the cat sitting on top of the cloak. That's in case someone sees it. No one bats an eye at a fast-moving cat. The investigation procedure is as follows. 1. Go to the warehouse district. 2. Insert the beast fur picked up by Dorothy-san and the others into the spider-type cleaning robot. 4. Drape a small noise-canceling cloak over the cleaning robot. 5. Have Loon, wearing a cat transformation pajama, sit on top of it. 6. The cleaning robot will track the beast's magic and identify its movement route. 7. We'll follow the cleaning robot by listening for the transformed cat Loon's voice. And so, nya. Loon, already transformed into a black cat using the cat transformation pajama, cried out while riding the cleaning robot. She was calling for us. Let's follow her. Mabel, Misana-san. Yes. Kanan. Why yes. I have no idea what's going on anymore. The cleaning robot can trace the tracks of living beings or magical beasts. It should tell us which direction the creature in the warehouse district went. Nyanya. In the night town, the cries of black cat Loon echoed. Even at this hour, there were still a few people walking around. But no one was paying attention. I guess a cat isn't that unusual. In reality, black cat Loon was floating slightly off the ground, riding the cleaning robot and gliding smoothly. We followed the cleaning robot, guided by Loon's voice. The noise-canceling cloak on the spider-type cleaning robot blended perfectly into the darkness. Yet Miss Sana-san's ears didn't miss a single meow from Loon. We kept running through the town, and after about 10 minutes, we arrived at the southern gate. Indeed. Why yes. Which means the creature that had been in the warehouse district must have exited the town through here. The gate was closed. We could get it open with permission, but that would require an explanation and attract attention. Not ideal. That concludes today's investigation. All right, let's go home, have a snack, and get some sleep. Please make sure you actually sleep, Kanan-sama. Is this really how investigation work is done in the Demon Lord's domain? Nyan, you'll get used to it in time. And with that, we decided to take a break at the inn. The next day, we waited until evening, then exited the town through the southern gate to continue tracking the magical beast. Today we decided to use both the spider-type and sphere-type cleaning robots. Using 2 units improves accuracy. If possible, we'd like to identify the target's location today. And so, rustle, 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 rustle. Rumble, 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 rumble. We activated the cleaning robot and began the pursuit. Sophia-sama, Alchemist-sama. The cleaning robot is heading toward the southeastern hilly area. What's over that way? There should be a large forest. That seems like a perfect place to hide. Then let's go after it. We continued our pursuit. Sophia-sama, Alchemist-sama. The cleaning robot has split into 2 groups. Which direction is each heading? The spider type is heading toward the forest, and the sphere type is heading toward Nosa town. I see. Hearing Dorothy-san's report, Sophia and I looked at each other. Then, sorry, Soleil, can you run a message to Agnes and the others? I called out to Soleil, who was inside Sophia's hood. Soleil gave a firm thumbs up and said, Understood, indeed. What shall I tell them? Just tell them to pursue the sphere-type cleaning robot. They'll understand. Agnes is standing by with the escort unit some distance from us. We'll leave the investigation of the Nosa town direction to them. We head toward the southeastern hilly area. There's a forest that way. It seems like a good place for people to hide. If that's the destination, we'll reach it soon enough. If it turns out to be wrong, we can just turn around and head toward Nosa town. Let's head to the hills for investigation. Yes, and it's possible that the beast tamers have split into 2 groups. Sophia said, if that's the case, then even with a small group, we should be able to handle it. In fact, A smaller group would draw less attention. Agreed. I nodded, and Dorothy-san and Ert-san agreed. We once again began to move. Under the moonlight, we approached the forest in the hilly region. From here on, we slowed the cleaning robot's speed and moved carefully. Looking from the outside, there's a small path within the forest. We decided to let the cleaning robot go ahead. If there are any traps, the cleaning robot should be the one to trigger them first. But there didn't seem to be any traps in the forest. We made it deep into the woods without trouble. This place, I've heard it used to be a hunting ground. Suddenly, Sophia spoke. Mabel and I tilted our heads in confusion. But there's no noble territory around here, is there? The Gallia Marquiate is pretty far. No, it wasn't a hunting ground for Imperial nobles. Then, maybe it belonged to the Old Kingdom? Yes, this was said to be the hunting ground of the Marquis Tillich family. The Tillich Marquiate was one of the noble houses destroyed by the Empire. They were said to have cooperated in the founding of the Empire and apparently possessed the beast tamer skill. If the ones who stole the box are their remnants, then it makes sense they have magic beasts with them. Though, that's still just a theory. There's a cabin up ahead. Suddenly, Dorothy muttered. We stopped and hid behind the trees. Squinting our eyes, we saw a small cabin in the woods. Light spilled from the windows. Someone seemed to be inside. There are black beasts around the cabin. Are those dark wolves? I hear footsteps, too. Maybe 5 of them. Dorothy-san and Miss Sana-san from the Lady Omawarison unit shared this info using their presence detection. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In my hands, the spider-type cleaning robot moved its legs. The cleaning robot was reacting. The magical beasts we'd been pursuing were those dark wolves. Which means, is the person who took the box in that cabin. We need to investigate that cabin. What should we do? We used noise canceling and huddled our hoods together to discuss. We are Her Highness subordinates. First, we should hear Her Highness' opinion. Dorothy looked to Sophia for guidance. Sophia placed a hand on her chin, as if in thought, and then said, Understood. However, I would also like to hear the opinions of those from the Demon Lord's domain. She looked at me, Mabel, and Ert-san as she spoke. How about having both the town of Nosa and the Demon Lord's domain each present one opinion? That way, we can cover each other's weaknesses. An unexpected solution might come up. I have no objections. What about you, Ert-san and Alchemist Sama? I think it's a good idea. I don't object either. And so, Mabel, Ert-san, and I began discussing. The goal was to investigate whether the box in question was inside that cabin. Also, to capture the person who stole the box and determine their objective. Let's think of the best means to achieve that. 5 minutes later. Then, I will present my proposal. We brought our hoods together again and resumed the meeting. Sophia, with a serious expression, was the first to speak. First, I'll use my light attack magic to eliminate the magic beasts surrounding the cabin. With Kanan-sama's noise-canceling code, we should be able to approach without being noticed. Then, concealing our presence, Dorothy-sama and Messina-sama will storm inside and restrain the enemies. The responsibility for losing the box in question lies with the Empire. It is only natural that the Lady Omawarison unit takes on the risk. Dorothy-san and Miss Sana-san picked up where Sophia left off. I see. It's a well-reasoned plan. As expected of Sophia, it's a flawless strategy. Now, may we hear the opinions from the Demon Lord's side? Yes. I raised my hand. As for the Demon Lord's side of the plan, in short, we'll seal everything off. Seal them off? Yes. Specifically, I explained the strategy and the magical items that would be used. As a result, let's go with the Alchemist Sama's plan. After hearing the effects of your magical items, there's no other choice. Holding her head in her hands, Dorothy-san made the declaration. Sophia clapped lightly, while Masana-san pressed her forehead. Looks like they understood. All right then, let me explain the procedure again. The magic beasts haven't noticed us thanks to the noise-canceling coat we're wearing. We'll take advantage of that. I said, we'll seal them off, and in that opening, we'll restrain the people inside the cabin. I'll hand out the necessary items, so come and get them in order. Make sure to move them while hidden under the noise-canceling coat to avoid making any noise. Understood, Thor-sama. Affirmative, Kanan-sama. Is this kind of strategy common in the Demon Lord's territory, Ert-san? No, the Demon Lord's territory has only recently become like this. What even is common sense anymore? As everyone murmured, I handed out the necessary items. The surroundings were dark, and the pitch-black coats concealed us. The noise-canceling code also eliminated sound and scent. We should be able to execute the plan without being noticed by the magic beasts. All right, everyone has a traffic cone, right? Yes. Yes. Then, let's begin the operation. And thus, we began our mission to raid the cabin in the forest. Chapter 156. A few minutes after Thor and his group discovered the cabin, inside, Vu, Guao, Kainkien, the door to the cabin burst open, and the dark wolves leapt into the room. What the hell? Why are the dark wolves inside the cabin? The men inside grabbed their weapons. The dark wolves were supposed to be tied up outside as guard dogs. It should have been impossible for them to get inside the cabin. Get outside. The employer leader will be back any minute. You're supposed to be on perimeter guard duty. The men tried to intimidate the dark wolves, but the magic beasts didn't even look at the swords and spears thrust toward them. Instead, the beasts turned their faces toward the doorway, trembling in fear. Then, Vu, Kyan, the 5 dark wolves began to panic. They approached the wall opposite the door, then suddenly stopped as if sensing something. Trembling, they darted off in a different direction. Some of them lost their bearings and rammed into furniture. Others, not knowing what to do, curled up in the middle of the room and kept howling. The men couldn't believe what they were seeing. Dark wolves are called assassins of the forest. They're violent magical beasts that even attack creatures larger than themselves. That's why the employer leader used the beast tamer skill to command them, as the ultimate guard dogs. Yet those same dark wolves were now trembling in fear. Hey, calm down. The employer leader should have set us as their superiors, right? Why won't they listen? Stop running around. There are valuable things in here. Besides, the dark wolves were supposed to be tied up outside. They had collars on, and their ropes were tied to trees. But the ropes had been cut. That's why they were able to burst into the cabin, which meant someone outside had cut those ropes. But then, why didn't the dark wolves attack whoever did it? Bao Bao, Jiao Jiao, Kyan, Ga. One of the men was knocked to the floor by a charging dark wolf, crying out in pain. Another man, seeing this, grabbed a net hanging on the wall. It was designed to restrain the dark wolves. Made of thin metal, it had weights on all sides. Their employer leader had prepared it just in case. The employer leader had left to prepare for negotiations. They had to stop the rampaging dark wolves themselves. Thinking that, the men spread the net, as they timed their movement to throw it over the wolves. By the name of wind and darkness, rage forth. Dark wind. Whoosh. A violent gust of wind blasted through the doorway, blowing the men away. Guh. A magic attack, from an intruder. It's a non-lethal spell. No problem. We'll counterattack at once. The men tried to get back on their feet, but another gust of wind struck and sent them flying again. So fast. How can they cast spells this quickly? Could it be the legendary instant caster? Dark Wind is a spell that subdues enemies with a violent gust. It's usually used for surprise attacks. There's no way it could be used in such quick succession. By the name of Wind Rage Forth. By the name of Wind Rage Forth. By the name of Wind Rage Forth. Yet the chanting and gusts didn't stop. Cold wind howled through the cabin, pinning the men in place. Fush. Yuewa. Voa. Kyan. The cold wind sapped the magical beast's body heat, dulling their movements. The room was filled with swirling gales, making it impossible to stand. And then, a different spell was cast. Bless this place where no light reaches lighting. What flew in through the window was a glowing sphere just alight. The men, being experienced fighters, weren't surprised by a simple light spell. If it had only been 1 or 2. Light bless. 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 Uwea. A swarm of over 20 lights bleached the men's vision. The dark wolves, too, were panicking from the storming winds and mass of glowing orbs. Some were completely disoriented, repeatedly ramming into the walls. A few were frozen stiff, foaming at the mouth. The men turned their gazes toward the cabin's entrance, and beyond the open door they saw something red and triangular. It hadn't been there before. The enemy is attacking from beyond the door. Don't rush out. It's an ambush, the men shouted. The enemy was probably after that box. They weren't coming inside because they were afraid of a counterattack. The men thought, if the employer leader returned, victory would be theirs. They just had to buy some time. No problem. The enemy wouldn't use destructive magic because they didn't want to damage the box. Thinking that, they kept their eyes fixed on the cabin entrance. And that's why they didn't notice the intruder coming in through the window. Excuse me. I ask that you prepare yourself. A figure crept up from behind and twisted the man's arm. Just like that, the men were brought down to the floor, their arms bound and eyes blindfolded. It all happened in a matter of seconds. What the hell? Please be quiet. I will ease your pain now. One of the intruders draped a pitch-black coat over one of the men. Then, immediately after making a motion as if pouring magical power, the sound disappeared. The man strained his ears desperately, but heard nothing. All he could hear was his own voice, his breathing, and the beating of his heart. Even the footsteps or scent of the dark wolves had vanished. Am I dead? His vision was blocked by the blindfold. His hands and feet were tied. He couldn't move. He could see nothing, hear nothing, do nothing. Even if a sword was about to be plunged into him right now, he wouldn't know. He could do nothing but die. What rose up within him was fear. Their warrior bodies, supposed to be used to battle, trembled in this abnormal situation. Eventually, a scream welled up from deep in his throat. I don't want this. Stop. Please help me. The men could only writhe on the floor. Thor's point of view. Thank you for your hard work. Urt-san, Dorothy-san, Misana-san. Are you hurt? I'm glad it ended without incident. Huh. Why do Urt-san, Dorothy-san, and Misana-san all look like they're not satisfied? We're inside a cabin located southeast of the town of Zagan. In the corner of the room, the men Dorothy-san and Misana-san tied up are lying on the floor. They're blindfolded and have been covered with the reverse side of the noise-canceling coat. In this state, they can't hear any surrounding sounds at all. No matter what we say, there's no risk of them overhearing. So we can talk calmly. By the way, the dark wolves are restrained with nets. The frightened beasts had stopped moving, so it was easy to throw the net over them. On top of that, we applied a chain lock and fixed them in earth lock mode. Of course, we also lined up traffic cones next to them. Apparently, the threat display effect of tightly packed traffic cones is quite powerful. The dark wolves fainted with foam at their mouths. The neutralization was a success. Thor-sama's containment strategy was a great success. This is the power of Kanan-sama. Mabel and Sophia seemed deeply moved. They both did their best, after all. Especially Sophia, who, despite using the noise-canceling coat to erase her presence, properly set up the traffic cones around the cabin. This kind of thing isn't something a princess should be doing, though. Mabel Sama and the Imperial princess seem quite moved. Is this normal in the Demon Lord's domain? Being able to subdue the enemy safely was a good thing. But Urt-san, Dorothy-san, and Misana-san were tilting their heads. I explained the plan properly before the operation, though, that we would subdue the beasts using the traffic cones and the noise-canceling coat. First, we used the noise-canceling coat to hide our presence, then set up traffic cones in positions surrounding the cabin. After that, we cut the ropes that were tying the wolves. The traffic cones had dark wolf fur inserted into them, activating the intimidation effect. Surrounded like that, the frightened dark wolves ran into the cabin. If the beasts rushed inside, the cabin would be thrown into chaos. Then we blasted a bunch of magic via the IC recorder to distract the enemy, and while their attention was diverted, Urt, Dorothy, and Mizana restrained the humans inside. That was the plan this time. I'm glad it worked. And this is what they were storing? I looked around the cabin. In the center of the room was a black, shiny box. Its height was just under a meter. It was a rectangular prism with a large door attached. The door had a handle to open it, and something like a dial. The door was sealed tightly, with almost no gaps. It was of a design I'd never seen in this world. No doubt it was from another world. This is the box, right? Yes, most likely, without a doubt. So this is a magic item from another world. Sophia, Mabel, and I gazed at the box, murmuring. It was something summoned from another world along with the magical beasts, taken away during the confusion of the chaos, and something the Empire has been searching for ever since. We had finally found the mysterious, unknown item known only as the box. Chapter 157. I don't feel any magic power. Using appraisal insight, I can at least tell the materials. Iron and concrete? A material unique to another world, perhaps. How fascinating. I touched the box in question. There was no magic power. It didn't seem to be a magic item. Even with the appraisal insight skill, I could only determine the materials. Your Highness and Alchemist-sama, please investigate the box. Dorothy-san spoke. Misana-san and I will deal with the magical beasts. Urt-sama, please keep an eye on the men. We'll interrogate them later. Understood. However, San shook her head. It's unfortunate that the man with blue hair isn't among the captured. The man with blue hair, the presumed mastermind, Daryl Zano. It seemed he wasn't in this cabin. Let's finish investigating the box before he returns. I'll take a closer look at the box. Sophia-sama. Mabel, please help. Understood, Kanan-sama. I'll help too. We turned toward the box at the center of the room. So this is the box in question. Mabel stared at the box in awe. I understood the feeling. It was an item from another world. Even I was moved. I planned to give this to Sophia to use in negotiations with the Empire. Of course, we would examine it thoroughly first. Kanan-sama. Yes, Sophia-sama? What are your thoughts on this box? My opinion? If you'd share it with us. Well then, if you're okay with just my assessment. I took a deep breath. And then, there's no doubt this comes from another world. A box of this shape doesn't exist in our world. What stands out is the material. This uses something called concrete. Whether it's possible to create it in this world, or if an equivalent material is already in use, will need to be investigated. I heard that even attack magic couldn't open it, so it likely has fire resistance, shock resistance, and cold resistance. As for how to open it, I suspect that turning the side dials in a certain pattern will unlock it. The absence of a key likely means it's designed so that anyone who knows how can open it. Huh. There's a bundle of papers next to the box. They're charred, but some of the text is readable. It says, User Manual. Fireproof Safe. I see this is a fireproof safe. However, the manual is in poor condition. And it's incomplete. It looks like the latter half is missing. The structure of this item is. Kanan-sama. Kanan-sama. Thor-sama. Are you alright? Thor-sama. When I came to, Mabel was shaking me. Whoops. I got so caught up in the excitement of encountering an item from another world that I started rambling. Can you blame me? The letters in this manual are the same as in the mail order catalog. In other words, this is an item from the hero's world. It's incredibly fascinating. I want to copy the manual immediately and make versions for storage, analysis, and distribution. This seems to be an item from another world called a fireproof safe. I explained. It's a box made to protect its contents from fire and impacts. It's quite sturdy. A fireproof safe. So it has resistance to fire. Exactly, Sophia-sama. However, since it has no magic power, its protection is purely physical. Thor-sama. I have a question. Suddenly, Mabel raised her hand. Is this something from the hero's world? I don't know, but it's possible. But the hero could use an item box or storage skill, right? You even made a portable warehouse. So why would they need something like a fireproof safe that has no magical power? Indeed, Mabel-sama makes a good point. Sophia nodded at Mabel's words. If it were an important item, they could just store it in an item box or portable warehouse. So why would someone from another world make something like a fireproof safe? Mabel and Sophia's doubts were completely valid. I had wondered the same thing when I first saw it. And the answer is, probably because this safe was made with a completely different concept than an item box or portable warehouse. I said, first of all, this fireproof safe was likely made for people who don't have storage skills. When I was in the Empire, I read in a history book that even some heroes didn't possess the storage skill. It was a rare ability. So there must have been people in the hero's world without that skill. I understand. I also read many history books in the detached palace. So for people in the hero's world who didn't have the storage skill, they needed a safe place to store their items. Exactly. I think that's one of the intended uses of this fireproof safe. I continued. A second possible use, judging from the fact that the box was summoned alongside magical beasts, is that it was used to store items in dangerous locations. The fireproof safe was summoned into this world around the same time as the giant scorpion magical beast, which means it had been placed near that scorpion. It was placed in a magical beast's habitat. In that case, you wouldn't be able to place a valuable magical item like a portable warehouse there. And retrieving items would be difficult, not to mention it might get destroyed over time. But a fireproof safe could physically withstand a magical beast's attack. So its purpose was to endure such attacks and store a small number of important items. In other words, it's a difference in purpose. The purpose of an item box or a portable storage is to store a large number of items and to make them easily accessible at any time. The purpose of a fireproof safe is to withstand attacks from magical beasts and to store a small number of items. That's why it probably has fire resistance imbued. After all, there are plenty of magical beasts that breathe fire. In other words, this fireproof safe is a storage container designed to protect items from magical beasts. It was probably installed at military outposts to store weapons, documents, maps of the area, and so on. That makes sense. A box this sturdy wouldn't be breakable by any magical beast. So if the fortress was on the verge of being overrun by magical beasts, they would store items in here that couldn't be taken away. That would prevent the loss of documents and the leakage of items. And then, once they retook the fortress, they could open the safe and retrieve the items safely. Or they could sneak in, retrieve weapons, and attack the fortress from within. Maybe that's why the fireproof safe was created. That makes sense. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. But considering that the heroes from the other world were always battle-hardened warriors aiming to be the strongest, it wouldn't be surprising if they prepared for defeat against magical beasts and came up with countermeasures. Looking through the mail order catalog, it's clear that the world of heroes had an abundance of incredibly powerful items. Preparing a storage unit that was simply tough and secure to prevent the loss of such items is entirely plausible. That's why this fireproof safe was created, or so goes my theory. So, what shall we do with this box, Sophia-sama? It seems to be quite heavy. We need to arrange for a carriage to move it. Yeah, the people who stole the box probably used a carriage too. They were beast tamers, after all. Maybe they had magical beasts pull the cart. That's quite likely. We'll probably find out those details by interrogating the men. I hope at least one of them is a beast tamer. If none of them are, things will get complicated. But if we're moving the box, I could use my ultra-compact portable storage. I understand that. But if we go back to the town of Nosa empty-handed and then suddenly pull out that box, everyone's going to be shocked. Then how about this? We store it in the ultra-compact portable storage for now, and once the carriage arrives, we load it onto that. Would that be okay? Yes, that sounds like the safest option. Got it. In that case, can I open it first? Of course. Huh. Sophia's eyes went wide. Kanan-sama, can you actually open this box? With your and everyone's cooperation, Sophia-sama. I turned toward Dorothy-san and the others. Dorothy-san and Misana-san had finished subjugating the Dark Wolf and were now standing guard with Ert-san, watching the men. But the men, tied up and with noise-canceling coats draped over them, were completely motionless. They should be fine even if we take our eyes off them for a short while. Would you lend me your help, Ert-san? Dorothy-san, Misana-san. Oh, of course. But can we really open that box right here? I can hardly believe it. This is shocking. Dorothy-san and Misana-san both looked wide-eyed. Fortunately, we have an instruction manual here. It explains how the door is locked. However, we'll need Sophia-sama's magic to open it. Understood. You mean to destroy the door using light attribute attack magic, right? Exactly. I nodded. This fireproof safe was made to withstand magical beasts, so it resists fire. But no magical beast uses light attribute or dark attribute attack magic, meaning we can pierce the door using light attribute magic. Exactly right. But light attribute attack magic is very powerful. There's a chance it could accidentally destroy the contents. It's fine. I've made preparations. Then there's nothing to worry about. Sophia nodded in satisfaction. But Dorothy-san said, No, Your Highness. Perhaps we should hear the explanation first. If Kanan-sama says so, then it will be fine. Yes, when it comes to handling magic items, there's no one more knowledgeable than Thor-sama. Sophia and Mabel exchanged glances and nodded. Thanks, you too. But let me explain first. According to the manual, the door is secured by a metal plate. I opened the manual and pointed to the diagram of the safe. The right half of the diagram was torn off, but it didn't affect the explanation of the internal mechanism. Though, I wonder why the second half is missing. Did those guys in the hut rip it? If so, I'll need to have a word with them later. Destroying valuable documents in another world, as an alchemist, I can't overlook that. While putting that aside, the mechanism is simple. A metal rod holds the door in place. If we just destroy that part, we can open the safe without affecting the contents. As for how we'll do that, I continued explaining. By combining the information from the manual with my magic items, we should be able to open the safe without damaging what's inside. Yes, that position should be perfect. Dorothy-san and Misana-san, please keep holding the parasols like that. I called out to the two of them. Dorothy-san and Misana-san. Misana. Yes, Captain? Why are we holding open parasols indoors? These are sun umbrellas. But it's nighttime right now. I can't help but feel like we're doing something weird. They glanced at each other. Still, They held the parasol steady and guarded the fireproof safe. As expected of them. Kanan-sama. Yes, Sophia-sama. Those umbrellas that Dorothy-sama and Ms. Anna are holding. They're UV-cut parasols. They block light, attribute magic. UV? Does that stand for ultimate vivid light? Correct. As expected of Sophia-sama. Excellent insight. Do those oddly wrinkled umbrellas really have that much power? They've already been tested. Soliel can vouch for their effectiveness. I absolutely can. The fairy pixie Soliel, who had somehow returned unnoticed, raised her voice from within her. The UV-cut parasol nullified Soleil's vivid strike. It's truly incredibly effective. That's why, even if the magic veers off target, the fireproof safe won't be damaged. Even if you fail, you can try again. So don't hesitate to fire away. The power of a light attribute offensive spell is enough to destroy the locking mechanism of the fireproof safe. But that might also damage what's inside. In that case, we can just protect the other parts with the UV-cut parasol. Simple enough. But I'm not confident I can aim precisely at just the lock. It's difficult to be that accurate. I see. In that case, let's use this. I took out a laser pointer. I activated it and shone the light into the gap in the fireproof safe's door. Please cast your spell along this line of light. No need to overthink it. Just cast it casually. It'll hit the target. The laser pointer creates a flow of magic power toward the target. As long as you aim it properly, it should only destroy the locking mechanism of the fireproof safe. Okay, I'll try. Sophia said that and began her chant. Oh great light, strike strongly those who block your path. A glowing sphere of light formed at Sophia's fingertip. It was about the size of a pebble. Quite small. Looks like she's adjusted the power. Firing. Vivid strike. Whoosh. Sophia swung her arm. The glowing sphere of light rode the laser pointer's beam and shot forward. 2 UV-cut parasols awaited ahead. The vivid strike tried to pass through the gap between the parasols, but it was slightly too large. The light sphere touched the parasol's surface and was shaved down. The now appropriately sized light flew into the gap of the fireproof safe's door. It scraped the door slightly, then vivid strike vanished. According to the manual, there should be 2 metal bars, so I asked her to fire at the other one too. Carefully, aimed precisely with the laser pointer. Then, when I grabbed the handle of the safe and pulled the door, yes, it moved. Sophia's spell had destroyed the locking mechanism of the fireproof safe. Well done, Sophia-sama. She's amazing, really. Vivid strike didn't pierce through the safe. That's because Sophia adjusted its power. That's why the light attribute offensive spell only destroyed part of the safe's door and the components fixing it in place. It wasn't my doing. It was all thanks to you, Kanan-sama. Sophia shyly looked down and said, because Kanan-sama translated the manual, I understood the internal structure. Because you aimed using that mysterious parasol and, laser pointer, I was able to focus solely on adjusting the power. It was all thanks to your support, Kanan-sama. Even so, I appreciate it. Sophia-sama, you're very dependable. Say that one more time, please. You really are amazing, Sophia-sama. Very reliable. Please say it like you would to Mabel-sama when she brings you tea after an all-nighter. You're incredible, Sophia. Thanks. Sophia clutched her chest and trembled. Oops. I got carried away. Sophia does things like this sometimes. I need to be careful. Nearby, Dorothy-san and Misana-san were watching me intently next to the safe. Acting like this in front of the Lady Omawara-san unit isn't a good look. Alchemist-sama. I'm sorry, Dorothy-san. Even if there was no other way, it's a pity the safe had to be broken. But what Dorothy-san said next was unexpected. Her Highness was also considering how to use this box, but now the lock won't close. That alone is quite unfortunate. No, I plan to repair it properly later. Dorothy-san looked completely dumbfounded. This time, we only broke the metal rods that held the door in place. Something like that should be fixable with my skill, material transmutation. Also, according to the manual, there's a reset switch on the inside of the door. Reset switch. This safe can be opened by rotating the dial in a specific sequence. But secrets can't always be kept forever. So it's designed so the procedure can be changed periodically. If we restore the metal parts, press the reset switch, and set a new sequence, we can make it so it was never opened. In that state, it opens up a lot of possibilities, right? As I said that, Mabel nodded and Sophia gave a bold smile. Looks like both of them understood what I meant. We're the only ones here now. The Dark Wolves have been defeated. The men guarding the box are wrapped up in an inverted noise-canceling coat. They can't hear a word we're saying. Only we know the box has been opened. Well, in any case, let's check what's inside the box first. I placed my hand on the fireproof safe. Before opening it, I activated appraisal awareness again. No suspicious traps. No magical defenses either. It should be safe to open. All right, I'm opening it now. And thus, I slowly began opening that box. Chapter 158. Is this paper from another world? Folded sheets and a bundled stack. A letter, and what could this be? Some sort of document. Inside the fireproof safe was something like a letter and a bundle of paper. There was also a broken metal rod, but that had been locking the door. Inside the safe, there was a groove meant to secure the rod in place. That rod had apparently been severed and dropped by a light element attack spell. In other words, the only things inside the fireproof safe were the letter and the bundle of papers. Both the letter and the bundle were made of the same kind of paper. Unlike the mail-order catalog, this paper was rough. It seemed this other world had various kinds of paper. How interesting. It seems this is all there was inside. Alchemist-sama. Dorothy-san let out a sigh. I had hoped it would contain some kind of magic item from another world. What a disappointment. Aren't you disappointed too, Alchemist-sama? No, this is more than enough. In fact, it's quite the opposite. What I really wanted was information. This fireproof safe appeared immediately after the giant scorpion beast showed up. In other words, it was likely placed near the beast, or was somehow related to it. The same goes for the letter and the paper bundle. There might be information written here about the new type of magical beast. To me, that's more than valuable enough. Could you give me a little time? I'd like to check the contents of the letter. Understood. Then, you may do so until we're ready to escort the men. Dorothy-san thought for a moment, then nodded. We contacted Ugnies and the others. We needed help to escort the men back to town. We had the winged pixie loon carry the message, but it would still take a while for her to return. In the meantime, I'll examine the letter's contents. Well then, I'll read the letter aloud. I spoke to Mabel and Sophia. Please listen as I read. We'll be sharing this information. Yes, Thor-sama. I'll be listening, Kanan-sama. I huddled close with Mabel and Sophia and began to read the letter. At the top of the letter, it said, "To the one reading this letter." There was no sender's name. No recipient, either. It was as though the letter had been addressed to an unknown stranger. I wonder, who could have written this? To the one reading this letter. By the time you read this facility will likely have become a ruin. This facility was dedicated to the study of hardened aberrant creatures, hard creatures. Hard creatures are giant monsters that suddenly began appearing over a decade ago. They look like insects and possess terrifyingly hard skin. Spider types and centipede types are the most well-known. They build nests wherever they please and attack anything nearby. They're extremely dangerous in combat. Their bodies are so tough that small arms cannot bring them down. You must already know how many towns have been lost because of them. To fight the hard creatures, we've relied on returnees from other worlds, heroes and their descendants, as well as modern weaponry. Some towns have even been reclaimed. It could be said that we've made progress. However, there are just too many hard creatures. They sometimes emerge from underground without warning. We need ways to fight back. That's why this laboratory was developing new weapons. But, sadly, this place is to be abandoned. A new type of hard creature has appeared nearby. If only we'd had more funding, we might have created powerful weapons that anyone could use. I proposed all sorts of weapons to drive innovation. And yet, not a single one was accepted. Why are the higher-ups so stubborn? They have no sense of romance. Honestly, there's no time. Before the hard creatures attack here, I must take the documents and escape. I have the digital data, but it could be lost during the escape. That's why I'm leaving printed copies here. This is an old safe, but it should be enough for physical protection. As for the combination, if you're reading this, you must have noticed the passcode on the first page of the manual. To you who are reading this, I entrust you with my research. Please, complete a weapon that can destroy the hard creatures. I pray that you are someone who understands romance. From a nameless researcher. Hard creatures, such things exist in another world? Returnees from other worlds, huh? So the heroes wielded power even in their own world. Mabel and Sophia stared wide-eyed in astonishment. I understood how they felt. I was just so tough that even Rookie's dark magic or Princess Liana's holy sword could barely deal a fatal blow. In another world, those fighting the hard creatures are the returnees from another world. Most likely, the heroes once summoned to that world and their descendants. But it should have been over 200 years since the hero was summoned. Is the hero from back then still alive? Or maybe time flows differently between this world and the hero's world? Or perhaps this vault and the letter are from 100 years ago or so. In any case, in that other world, the hero and their descendants were fighting the hard creatures. They were gaining the upper hand in battle, but the letter's author was trying to create an even stronger weapon. However, it seems they couldn't get permission from their superior, so they weren't able to build it. After that, a hard creature arrived at the research facility, and the facility had to be abandoned. So, before escaping, the letter's author left the research data in a fireproof vault, hoping that one day, someone would come and continue the research. Apparently, there was a code written to open the vault, but unfortunately, it's been burnt to a crisp. Maybe a monster caused a fire or something. So that facility and this world were connected by summoning magic. That's probably how the scorpion-like magic beast Nozilius came to this world, and along with it, the nearby fireproof vault got dragged along too. Which is why we now have research documents from another world in front of us. Honestly, I'm extremely interested. I am interested, but please let Sophia-sama hold on to these documents. I held out the papers towards Sophia. We don't have time right now, so we have to prioritize repairing the fireproof vault. I can't allow myself to read these, because I know I'd get completely absorbed in them. Is that really okay, Kanan-sama? Thor-sama? They both seem more surprised than when they read the letter. That's fine, but please take it quickly, before I lose my self-control. If I give it to Mabel, I feel like I'd later say, actually, let me have that back. But with Sophia-sama, I know you can refuse me if I ask again. Until we return to town, please keep this for me. I'm counting on you. I understand. I'll take care of it. So, yes. Could you loosen your grip so I can receive it? Yes. I took a deep breath. I relaxed my fingers that were gripping the research papers. I will take custody of these documents. Sophia nodded. I'll return them to you as soon as we reach a safe place. I'm counting on you, Sophia-sama. All right then. We still have a bit of time. Let's see if the fireproof vault can be repaired. Upon inspecting the condition, Sophia's vivid light strike had neatly shaved off just the metal rod that locked the door. The cut is clean too. This should be reparable. The metal rod that had locked the door, half of it remains in the locking mechanism. The other half is lying on the floor of the vault. Let's try using my skill to join the two pieces. I picked up the piece lying on the floor of the vault and aligned it with the cut end of the remaining piece. I touched the connecting point with my fingers. Now, I'll pour in mana and repair it. The method is the same as when I fixed Mabel's water spirit stone pendant. With the material transmutation skill that creates material using mana, I can patch the missing part. If I connect the rod with the created material, it should return to its original form. Let's proceed carefully, as solidly and securely as possible, so it won't break from shock or flames, so that not even the seam is visible. Activate material transmutation. I poured in mana and began producing the metal. Even if this ends up going to the Empire, I won't cut corners. It should be as good as new. I closed my eyes and activated the skill, then, clink. Done. The metal rod that locked the fireproof vault door was seamlessly joined. Even to the touch, you can't tell where the seam is. Pushing or pulling doesn't make it wobble. The repair was a success. No matter how many times I see it. It's amazing, Thor-sama. You really did repair it, Kanan-sama. We can't just leave something from another world broken like that. So, Sophia-sama, I have a suggestion for you. I activated noise-canceling code and joined hoods with Sophia. Perhaps sensing my intent, she did the same. We're going to use the fireproof vault in negotiations with the Empire, right? Yes, that's the plan. Then, how about adding this element as part of the negotiation? I shared my idea with Sophia. Sophia's goal is to ensure that the territory near the border remains part of the Grand Duchy forever, to secure a verbal commitment toward that end. In that case, I'll cooperate. Sophia is someone I can trust. If she remains nearby as a good neighbor, even the Demon Lord's territory can rest easy. So, I made a proposal to Sophia. And then, that is a wonderful suggestion. Let's definitely do that. Sophia gave me a truly radiant smile. Chapter 159. After that, we left the hut and hid in the forest. Agni-sama said she would come immediately. The winged fairy pixie, Loon, who had returned as a messenger, told us this. It seems that Agnes had consulted with Isaac San and split the unit into two. Half were tracking the spherical cleaning robot, and the other half were following us from a distance. That's why Agnes was surprisingly close by. She was already on her way here. It seems part of the Omawarison unit is accompanying Agni-sama's unit. Let's leave the watch over the hut to them. If the mastermind returns, they will handle it. Sophia and Dorothy since said this. Both and I agreed with that opinion. This was human territory, after all. It would be better to leave the hut's surveillance to the human unit. All that's left is to bring back the fireproof safe, and this mission will be over. I'm glad everything ended safely, Thor-sama. Yeah. All that's left now is to go back and divide the spoils. By the way, the fireproof safe is inside my ultra-compact portable storage. This was something we all discussed and decided. With this arrangement, the Demon Lord's side would hold the fireproof safe, while the town of Nosa would have the letters and documents from another world. Sophia and the others wanted the fireproof safe. As for me, or rather, what I personally wanted, was the letters and documents from another world. Now, each side possesses what the other desires. Although we're on friendly terms, we are also, outwardly, representatives of different factions. That's why we apparently have to maintain this balance. It's a bit of a hassle. Now then, prisoners, you will be escorted to the town of Nosa, Dorothy since said. The captured men had their hands tied behind their backs and were roped together like beads. They were the ones who stole that box from the Empire's fortress, or their accomplices. And the Grand Duchy had been entrusted by the Empire to investigate that fortress. In connection with that, we were to interrogate the people who stole the box from the fortress. Once we return to town, we will interrogate you about how you obtained the box, what you intended to do with it, and what you know about the mastermind's identity. Ugh! The captured men slumped their shoulders in despair. They were no longer wearing the noise-canceling coats. We had removed them along with their blindfolds before coming outside. However, we'll tell you everything. Just don't throw us into that silent world again. That pitch-black world, with only a constant ringing in the ears. I hate it. I really hate it. To have such an ability, and to defeat the Dark Wolf so easily. Who the hell are you people? Tremble, tremble. The men were shaking at the knees. It seems being blindfolded and having all sound around them erased by the noise-canceling coat really scared them. Well, that's to be expected. After all, these are the people who kept magical beasts in human settlements. Thank you for your hard work, Kanan-sama. Leaning against a tree in the forest, Sophia stretched with a big sigh. Still wearing her hood, she looked at me and said, Thanks to Kanan-sama, the investigation was a success. Truly, thank you. No need to thank me. I got to handle some valuable items as well. I'm glad to hear you say that. And also, Sophia looked down shyly, embarrassed. I'd be honored if you would continue to call me Sophia, Kanan-sama. Is that okay? I wish for those close to me to call me by my nickname. Understood. And please call Liana Lia too. Better to get her permission for that one. Oh, that's a shame. Sophia gave a mischievous smile, then placed her hand on her chest. Inside her chest area were the letters and bundle of papers from another world. Traveler's clothes had a hidden pocket inside for valuables. Sophia had decided to hide the documents there. I absolutely will not lose this. Please don't worry. I'll make sure to get that box to the town safely too. We'll exchange them later, all right? Yes. Make sure we both reach out and receive what we need from each other, okay? Yes. I understand. I have your word now. Sophia nodded with satisfaction. The Demon Lord's side and the town of Nosa had agreed to share what they obtained fairly. So technically, there was no need to extract a promise. May I also attend the exchange, as a representative of the Demon Lord's domain? Behind me, Mabel was nodding seriously. Of course. Mabel, you need to witness it properly. Yes. My job isn't done until we return to the Demon Lord's land. We have to stay alert. Of course, I'll remain vigilant. Mabel and I looked at each other and nodded. Then, after a while, sorry to keep you waiting. From beyond the forest, Agnes appeared. Alongside her were the subordinate troops of the flame giant Ifrit and the Omawarison unit. Arriving, Agnes smiled at Mabel and me. Then she began coordinating with Ert-san and Dorothy-san. I'm just glad the search team is safe. Agnes gave a courteous bow to the entire team. Then she looked towards Sophia. There are many things I'd like to talk about, but first, someone from the Omawarison unit has an urgent message for Princess Sophia. An urgent message? Excuse me, Your Highness. A soldier from the escort unit stepped forward and knelt before Sophia. Captain Isaac Omawarison Mwira has a message for Your Highness. May I speak directly? Permission granted. Go ahead. Is it all right to say it here? It's fine, Sophia said. We put the noise-canceling coats back on the captured men. Inside out, of course. The men turned pale, but they'd have to endure it for a short while. Yep, Here is the message. Isaac Sama's unit encountered a unit from the Empire. They say they're on a top-secret mission from the Imperial capital. Also, the man who appears to be the commander wishes to speak with Princess Sophia. Imperial soldiers, huh? They're probably connected to the intruder who came to the trading post and Princess Sophia. Since their infiltration failed, maybe they decided to come out and speak openly. Seriously, bold, or perhaps shameless. And who is this commander? He says he is Prince Ricardo Dalgaria. Silence fell. Dorothy-san and Miss Sana-san both looked shocked. We did too. We never imagined the name of an Imperial prince would come up here. And what reason does Prince Ricardo give for wanting to meet? He says, for a top-secret mission, I am to negotiate with a certain person. I ask for the cooperation of the town of Nosa. Understood. Crystal clear. Sophia nodded several times. She looked at me with a wry smile. Somehow, I understood what she was thinking. The top-secret mission must be about that box. Are the negotiation partners the captured men? Or perhaps Daryl Zano? If it's Daryl Zano, then it explains why he wasn't in the cabin. He's probably outside preparing for negotiations with the Imperial Prince. Maybe he's out gathering magical beasts for escort. I'll ask the captured men about it later. Let's agree to the meeting. Sophia said. The location will be the town of Nosa, and the date and time. Since we also need to rest, let's make it noon the day after tomorrow. Each side may bring one escort. Additionally, we will have a record keeper present. Please present these conditions to the other party. A record keeper? The details of the negotiations must be recorded word for word. If this is related to that box, then it concerns everyone in the Demon Lord's domain as well. Sophia paused for a breath and sighed. That's why we need to leave a record that anyone can understand. We must avoid any, he said. She said disputes. Understood. Assign surveillance to Prince Ricardo's unit. Let's make sure their location doesn't overlap with our return route. Yes, Your Highness. With that, a soldier from the Omawarison unit took off running. I never imagined Prince Ricardo would be here. Dorothy-san muttered softly. Princess Sophia, do you understand what Prince Ricardo wants? I can imagine. And I also have a proposal in response. I didn't expect to use it this soon, though. Sophia said this while looking at me. This matter seems to be urgent. Would you be willing to transport the fireproof safe to the town of Nosa? Of course. I nodded. However, if we are to exchange spoils on the spot, we'll need the Demon Lord's permission. That's why I scheduled the negotiation for 2 days later. In the meantime, could you report to the Demon Lord? Understood. I'll send a messenger right away. Handing over the original box in Nosa, and letting the Demon Lord's domain obtain the documents inside. That part, I believe Rookie will approve. After all, we already have the manual for the box. I've also analyzed its materials using appraisal insight. If we continue researching, we may be able to replicate the box someday. I don't think there will be a problem giving away the original fireproof safe here. Of course, that's assuming Rookie gives her permission. As for the box itself, that's fine, but the issue is what to do with the documents from the other world. Only I can read the letters and paper bundle from another world, so I'll have to translate them and create copies. The information about hard creatures and the hero world should be widely shared. On top of that, we need to make the Empire clearly state a ban on hero summoning. It's already confirmed that new types of magical beasts are roaming the hero world. Even if they try to summon a hero, those creatures might be the ones that come through. Hero summoning must be banned at all costs. However, how much of this information we make public depends on Rookie's decision. The letters also mention the weapons of the hero world. If the Empire reads that and demands, give us the documents too, it'll get troublesome. Those documents are dangerous. As the letter said, it proposed various weapons, and the papers were divided into several bundles. Each probably describes a different weapon. I only glanced at the first cover, but there was something that looked like a sword. What in the world is an ultra-high-frequency blade? Sama, civil officer of the Demon Lord's domain. May I ask you something? As I was thinking about that, Sophia suddenly spoke. Regarding the current search team, Sama is the leader from the Demon Lord's side, correct? Why yes, that's right. Then, if possible, could we ask Kanan-sama to attend the negotiation as the record keeper? Me? At the negotiation with the prince? The incident involving that box was resolved together with everyone from the Demon Lord's domain, so we intend to share the content of the negotiation with you as well. In that case, it's better to have someone from your side present from the beginning. It made perfect sense. As expected of Sophia, I thought, but she looked worried. Right? The one we're about to meet is a prince, and he might be the one who sent investigators to spy on Sophia's group. It's only natural she'd be uneasy. Weary grateful for your highness's consideration. San gave a slight bow. As for the record keeper, personally, I have no objection. How about you, Alchemist-sama? Please allow me to serve as the record keeper and attend the meeting. I said, I'll obtain written permission from the Demon Lord. I'll use every word I can to explain that this matter is of great importance to the Demon Lord's domain. So please, let me be present. I was the one who advised Sophia on the negotiations, so I have a duty to see it through. Thank you, Kanan-sama. Then, let's return to the town. Sophia looked around at us and said, We'll prepare lodgings for everyone from the Demon Lord's domain as well. Please rest in Nosa. It will be a humble gesture of hospitality. And so, we headed for the town of Nosa, and I prepared a letter to Rookie, explaining the situation. Chapter 160. Demon Lord Rookie's point of view. I shall now head for the Rizinga territory. Prepare a carriage. After reading the letter from Thor, Demon Lord Rookie gave her orders immediately. There has been an important report regarding that box. From here on, I must be in a position where I can issue orders to the search team without delay. For that reason, I need to move to a location near the border. Make the preparations at once. And so, preparations for the Demon Lord's departure began. I never imagined the contents of that box would be documents from another world. Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv were discussing the matter of that box in the throne room. Rookie held the letter from Thor in his hands. It had been delivered just tens of minutes ago by the Pixie Fairies. The letter detailed the contents of that box and all the information obtained during the search. Before their departure, Rookie and Kelv decided to discuss its contents. On top of that, it seems a prince from the Empire has come from the Imperial capital. It appears he is seeking negotiations with Princess Sophia at this time. They are reportedly near the town of Nosa, along with his escort soldiers. Rookie gave a wry smile beneath his mask. A prince's unit from the Empire, the mysterious men who stole that box. The border area is becoming quite rowdy. Moreover, suspicious individuals have even infiltrated the trading post. Are they subordinates of the Imperial Prince? They've remained silent, but I believe there's little doubt about it. Chancellor Kelv nodded. The intruders at the trading post even resisted the intimidation effect of the traffic cone, albeit briefly. If they are indeed direct subordinates of the Imperial Prince, it wouldn't be surprising for them to possess such abilities. So, they aren't allies of the group who had possession of that box. According to the reports, they panicked when faced with the Dark Wolf. Compared to those who withstood the terrifying traffic cone to infiltrate the post, they're far weaker. In both strength and mental fortitude, the former far surpasses them. They paused for a moment, then both turned their gaze to Thor's letter. For now, let's put aside the matter of the Imperial Prince. Next is the matter of that box. Yes, Your Majesty. That box contained letters from a person of another world, as well as materials about weapons, didn't it? It was far beyond anything we could have expected. Chancellor Kelv, holding a copy of the report, spoke in a trembling voice. Leaving aside the letter from the Otherworlder, documents detailing weapons to fight a new species of magical beast, the hard creatures, were included. Honestly, I have no idea how we should handle this. It was fortunate that only Thor could read the writing. Demon Lord Rookie let out a sigh. Without Thor, the search team likely wouldn't have realized the value of the documents. It's possible we might have handed them over to the Empire without understanding what they were. And, if someone in the Empire could decipher them, they would have obtained weapon information capable of defeating the hard creatures. Weapons on par with the laser pointer or the meteoric iron arrow, yes. I don't even want to think about it. The Empire has alchemists too. While it's unlikely anyone surpasses Thor, it's possible they have someone familiar with the characters of the hero's world. Letting those documents fall into the Empire's hands would be far too dangerous. I feel bad for Thor-sama, but perhaps we shouldn't have informed Princess Sophia about the contents of the letter. Maybe we should have kept the existence of the weapon documents hidden. No, that would have been difficult. Rookie shook his head at Kelv's words. This search was a joint operation between the Demon Lord's domain and the town of Nosa. We needed their cooperation to conduct the search on human territory. Hiding what we found would not be acceptable. You may be right. We are humans and demi-humans, in other words, different races. Precisely because of that, trust is important. For now, we've maintained good relations with Princess Sophia and Archduke Karen. It would not be wise to lose that. Demon Lord Rookie continued. Besides, even Thor didn't expect the contents of that box to be weapon documents. It couldn't be helped that he read the discovered letter in front of the princess. Thor-sama is not the type to keep secrets, after all. Fufu indeed. That's probably why he's earned the trust of the Empire's princess. Indeed. And Princess Sophia wouldn't leak the weapon information to the Empire. Rookie regarded Princess Sophia as someone worthy of trust. This could be seen clearly from this situation. Truthfully, there was no need for Princess Sophia herself to join the search team. There was no reason for a princess to step into a location where unknown parties might be hiding. Even sending the team alone would have fulfilled her role as Lord. And yet, Princess Sophia chose to join the search team. That was likely out of a sense of responsibility as the ruling Lord. Rookie believed that such a person could be trusted. Well, it also seems Princess Sophia has taken a liking to Thor, so perhaps she simply wanted to be near him. Rookie nodded, participating in the investigation as a Lord and spending time with Thor on the side. Princess Sophia seems to have lived a restricted life up until now. It makes sense that she cherishes moments like these. So, spending time with Thor while fulfilling her duties as Lord, her role as Lord on the side? A sense of discomfort crept in. Rookie felt as if he was misunderstanding something and fell into thought. To Princess Sophia, what is the real priority? Her duty as Lord or Thor? Princess Sophia is a wise woman. She had assumed she was acting for the benefit of Nosa and to strengthen her own position. But what if it was the other way around? What if she joined the search team simply because she wanted to be with Thor? What if her desire to become Thor's fiancé is simply because she wants to marry him? Her duty as Lord is the side role. Thor is the main priority. Her role is secondary. If Princess Sophia is already in that state. Rookie clutched her chest. Behind her mask, her face grew hot. This might be bad. Sophia is Thor's fiancé candidate. Rookie has accepted that. So, it's not strange for Sophia to be with Thor. But, what is this feeling? I'm so frustrated. This isn't good. This really isn't good. What's the matter, Your Majesty? Before she realized it, Chancellor Kelv was looking at her with concern. Rookie cleared her throat, as if to cover her inner feelings. Then she straightened her back, looked at Kelv, and said, "It's nothing. More importantly, about the contents of that box. Yes, according to the letter, the beings we call new species of magical beasts originally appeared in the hero's world." Unaware of Rookie's inner turmoil, Kelv read aloud from the letter. So, the Empire's soldiers summoned them into this world. Is that correct? Why, yes. In the hero's world, the heroes and their descendants have been fighting those hard creatures. It's likely that only the heroes and their descendants can face such magical beasts. The real issue is why the hard creatures started appearing in the hero's world in the first place. What do you think, Your Majesty? There's too little information. I can't even begin to guess. I understand. I have no idea either. However, the winged fairy who brought the letter also relayed Thor's words. Rookie recalled what had happened just a few tens of minutes earlier. A winged fairy had come to the Demon Lord's castle and delivered a letter. They were the earth-winged fairies, the most serious and polite of them all. Several of them worked together to convey Thor's message. The message was, knowing heroes, maybe they summoned powerful magical beasts from another world in their pursuit of being the strongest? That's Thor's theory. I can believe that. A hero would totally do that. It's certainly possible if it's a hero. Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv nodded in agreement. Thor's theory was as follows. The heroes from another world constantly fought to become the strongest. Even after they returned to their original world, it's entirely possible they continued that pursuit. Perhaps they even fought among themselves to further hone their skills. That may be why they needed powerful items like those found in the mail order catalog. Thus, in their search for greater strength, the heroes likely summoned hard creatures from another world to serve as worthy rivals. Knowing the heroes, it's not surprising if they accidentally summoned a large number of hard creatures. It's quite common for heroes aiming to be the strongest to not think about the consequences. As a result, the non-heroes of the hero's world also began to suffer, and even ordinary people needed countermeasures against the hard creatures. I believe that's why the research facility mentioned in the letter was created. Makes sense. That explanation is very clear. Rookie and Kelv folded their arms in thought. But what I don't understand is why the researcher who wrote the letter was working on a weapon rejected by those who don't understand romance. Do we really need romance to counter the hard creatures? According to Thor, it's probably a weapon that lets ordinary people fight as stylishly as the heroes. Ordinary people, fighting like heroes. There were heroes who performed rituals before fighting, right? You mean the ones who declared lines or struck poses before battle? Yes, those. I've even heard there were some who caused explosions behind them. Colorful explosions. There are oral accounts in the Chancellor's family too. Perhaps those were rituals performed before unleashing great power. True. The heroes who did that often had the strongest techniques. That's probably what they meant by romance. Rookie had also heard about the heroes' fighting styles from her parents when she was small. At the time, she had foolishly thought it was cool. That very feeling must be the romance written about in the letter. But the hard creatures aren't beyond our ability to defeat. It's just their numbers that make them worthy rivals to the heroes. In that case, what's important is defeating the beasts efficiently and the rituals before fighting. In other words, the romance isn't necessary. But the letter's author had the heart of a hero. That's why he sought romance. That's probably why the researcher from another world left behind materials for weapons of romance. Believing that someday, someone would carry on their ideals. Thinking that way made the contents of the letter much easier to accept. Anyway, when it comes to handling the documents, we'll leave that to discussions with Princess Sophia. Let's get in touch as soon as we arrive in the Rizinga territory. Understood. What about the Imperial Prince? If he desires the box itself, I don't mind giving it to him. Rookie gave a smile with just the corners of her mouth. What's important is the contents of the box. That's why I also approved Thor's plan. The issue is how much information from the letter we should pass on to the Empire. We can't allow the hard creature to be summoned to this land again. We should explain the circumstances and strongly advocate for a complete ban on hero summonings. That is true, but is there something you're concerned about? By passing on the information, there's a chance we might actually provoke the Empire instead. Rookie spoke in a weary tone. If they hear this, the Empire might summon a hard creature just to train themselves. That's what I'm afraid of. Chancellor Kelv looked stunned. Rookie continued. Although the catalyst for summoning magic has already been lost, we can't let our guard down. The Empire still knows the summoning ritual. Then perhaps it's better not to inform the Empire about the hard creature. Even so, there's still a chance the Empire will attempt a hero summon. That is troubling. That's why Thor came up with the idea of placing a fake letter inside the box. A fake letter? To stop hero summonings and protect this world. He consulted with me on its content. How to warn of the dangers of hero summoning without giving the Empire more information than necessary. Rookie's eyes sparkled as she murmured, because she was happy that Thor had relied on her. Still, I don't think that's something Her Majesty should be handling. However, Chancellor Kelv declared firmly, certainly, the matter of that box is important. But Her Majesty is already quite busy. I believe it's best not to place any more burden on yourself. I don't mind just giving some ideas. As Chancellor and as one of the civil officials, I can't overlook any increase in Your Majesty's burden. Ideally, being a civil official, should have taken that into consideration before writing the letter, but it seems my niece is somewhat influenced by Thorsama. Chancellor Kelv kneeled before Rookie and bowed his head. I understand Thorsama's intentions, but this is a strategy against the Empire. It should be handled by a military or civil official. You may be right, Kelv. Your Majesty should focus on preparing for your departure and the meeting with Princess Sophia. Very well. I'm grateful for your understanding. Then, I shall relay this to and General Rizinga. I'll leave the rest to you, Kelv. The Demon Lord Rookie stood and declared, I command you, Chancellor Kelv, consider the contents of the letter to be placed inside that box. Thor will translate the written contents into the hero world's language. Then we'll transcribe it onto paper and place it inside that box, so it can be read when the Empire opens it. Me? Until then, we'll appeal for a ban on hero summonings through diplomatic channels. Princess Sophia and Archduke Karen will likely cooperate. That, too, is part of the plan. You understood. Chancellor Kelv kneeled down. I, Kelv, shall write a document to stop the hero summonings. Good. Write it as if you were a researcher from another world. Understood. Eventually, preparations for departure were complete. Rookie boarded the carriage designated for the Demon Lord. Kelv followed behind in a sturdy carriage. Minotaur soldiers guarded the front and rear of the procession. And so, the procession began its journey smoothly. The Chancellor's carriage is shaking quite a bit. There's a shock and sound, like something hitting the carriage pillars. Perhaps he is training himself. Incredible. As expected of Chancellor Kelv, indeed. For some reason, with the heavily shaking carriage in tow, the Demon Lord's army advanced southward. Chapter 161. Thor's point of view. This is the inn in the town of Nosa. After finishing our exploration and entering the town, we were provided lodging by Princess Sophia's arrangement. It was for the purpose of analyzing the box. San and the soldiers from the Ryzenga territory are staying at the town's dormitory. It seems this is the first time the soldiers have entered a human town, so the elder San was assigned to look after them. Because of that, the rest of us rented a house and got a good rest. The next morning, Mabel, Agnes, and I gathered in the living room. We were supposed to start analyzing that box, but the box analysis is already done, isn't it? I identified the materials using the material appraisal skill. The box was mainly made of iron and a foreign world material called concrete. I recognized concrete because it was listed in the mail order catalog. There were things like brushes to clean concrete surfaces. Apparently, that material is used in buildings in the hero's world. There might be something similar in this world too. I'll look into it later. I also figured out the box's locking mechanism. There were illustrated instructions. If I follow those, I should be able to recreate it. So, let's have breakfast for now. Yes, that sounds good. We should eat properly in the morning to maintain our health. Dorothy-san delivered the ingredients earlier. They included meat, eggs, and vegetables harvested in the northern part of the empire. However, the vegetables aren't very fresh. The ones from the Demon Lord's territory are much better. Mabel and Agnes tilted their heads and thought. This region is at the edge of the empire. Because of the abundance of monsters, development hasn't progressed much. To be honest, when it comes to crops, the Demon Lord's territory is more prosperous. There are various races living in the Demon Lord's lands. They've made it so many different kinds of ingredients can be grown. Yes, it seems that farming zones and gathering areas are designated by race. Even the chefs in the Demon Lord's castle change the menu based on the race they're serving. Food is important after all. Wait, huh? When I looked, Mabel and Agnes were staring intently at me. Oh no, this flow means. Yes, food is very important. That's why, Thor-sama, you must rest well and eat properly while staying in this town. We want you to live a regular, healthy life. Understood. When I nodded, Mabel and Agnes smiled. I've been causing them a lot of worry. Especially without Mabel. I might not have been able to live a normal life at all. I'll help with the cooking too. It'll help me appreciate the importance of meals more. Are you sure? Right now, we're waiting for a reply from Rookie-sama, so I've got free time. Understood. So, Thor-sama, what kind of cooking are you good at? Let's see. Back in the capital, I used to soak bread in soup and eat it. What kind of soup was it? I'd buy cheap vegetables at the market, boil them down. Let's make a nutritious meal today. Mabel nodded with an expression like she had come to a realization. Then, would you help with making the salad? Sure. What should I do? We have boiled potatoes. Please mash them. For potato salad, right? Yes. May I ask you to do that? Of course. When I responded, Mabel handed me a wooden bowl filled with potatoes. They were already peeled. All I had to do was mash them. Okay, I'll work at the table in the living room, so call me if you need anything. Please do. I'll be making the soup, said Agnes. Thanks, Agnes. I moved to the living room. In front of me was a wooden bowl filled with potatoes. In my hand was a stick for mashing them. Let's do this. By the way, Thor-sama. What is it, Mabel? The foreign world weapon data is still in Princess Sophia's possession, isn't it? Yeah. Once Rookie-sama approves, we'll exchange it for that box. I'm curious what kind of amazing weapon data it is. It's the ultra-high vibration blade, after all. Ultra-high vibration. So, a sword that shakes violently, right? That's what I think. I nodded. It's probably extremely powerful. The other world uses vibration in a lot of their items. You could say this is their crowning achievement. The foot bath also used vibration and hot water to heal the body, didn't it? I think the hero's world realized early on the effects that vibration can produce. What an amazing world. It's the hero's homeland, after all. By the way, Thor-sama. Yeah. The living room table has been shaking slightly for a while now. Ah, sorry. Was it noisy? No. But from here, I can only see your back. What exactly are you doing with your hands? I'm mashing the potatoes. Yes, of course. You're mashing the potatoes. Yep. With high vibration, they mash really well. I see. High vibration would mash them well. Indeed. Wait, yeah? The high vibration item is already finished? Thor Kanan-sama. That's amazing. I was just so surprised. Wah? Agnes-sama, please calm down. You've turned off your health-boosting pendant, and you're using your flame to cook. Wait, your clothes? Agni-sama. I am okay. My dress is made of earth magic woven fabric, so it turned into a huge commotion. I was really surprised. I just didn't expect that Thorkanen-sama would be making a high-vibrating item. Sorry for surprising you. On the table sits a small hammer. It's made of wood, and the head is smeared with mashed potatoes. By the way, the mound of potatoes in the bowl is all neatly mashed. There's not a single lump left. Everything is smoothly mashed into one cohesive mass. Since it was mashed so thoroughly, the texture should be quite pleasant. Probably. This hammer was something I made for experimentation. I handed the wooden hammer to the two of them. If I used a sword, I wouldn't know what kind of effect it might have. It could end up being insanely sharp. Like, say I accidentally made a sword that could cut through anything, and then dropped it. It might sink right into the floor. It could just keep sinking straight into the ground. Mabel, Agnes, and I all turned pale. If it really were a sword that could cut anything, that sort of thing could definitely happen. Once it slips from your hand and hits the ground, it might just keep burrowing down until it reaches the depths of the earth. That's a real possibility. That's why, for safety reasons, I tried it out with a wooden hammer first. You're using it as a reference for making the high vibration blade, right? Yeah, so that once I get the materials, I can start making it right away. I figured I'd start by making an item that vibrates. The result of that trial was the vibrating wood hammer. I wanted to see what kind of effects weapon vibration might produce. The vibrating wood hammer is embedded with a wind magic stone and a water magic stone. Wind causes swaying, and water creates waves. By compressing and powering them up, I managed to make it vibrate at high speed, but as a weapon, it wasn't very effective. It's noisy when it hits armor or shields, but that's about it. So far, its useful effects are, well, for now, it seems to work great as a cooking tool. It mashed the potatoes in no time. And if you attach a rod to the end, it might work for whisking eggs too. It could probably tenderize meat as well. I should make a note of this. Effects of the vibrating wood hammer. Thanks. That was helpful. Thor-sama? Yeah. Why did you decide to experiment with vibrating items now? Because I'm curious about the high vibration blade. But we're expecting a letter from the Demon Lord tomorrow, right? Once it arrives, you should be able to get documents on weapons from the other world. Wouldn't it have been better to wait and experiment after that? That would have felt kind of like losing. I said, I've been exposed to otherworldly items through the mail-order catalog. I think I've become fairly familiar with their magic items. So, I wanted to challenge the researchers from that world. My goal is to surpass the hero's world. Someday, I'll have to create an item that exceeds what's in the mail-order catalog. That's why I wanted to test how close I could get to the level of the researchers in the other world using just the hint of a high vibration blade. I'd create an item that incorporates high-frequency technology and try to trace the thought process of its researcher. And if the item I made ended up surpassing the high vibration blade, then I'd feel like I've taken one step closer to the hero's world. That's amazing, Thor-sama. Mabel looked at me with sparkling eyes. You're trying so many different ways to get closer to the hero's world. I truly respect that. Thanks. Well then, I'll give this vibrating wood hammer to you, Mabel. Are you sure? It seems useful for cooking. I'd be happy if you put it to good use. Why yes. I'll make your meals with it, Thor-sama. As she said that, Mabel gave me a warm, sunshine-like smile. Stare. When I glanced to the side, I saw Agnes staring intently this way. I respect Thorkanen-sama too. I'll help with your experiments as well. Why yeah. So please give me the vibrating wood hammer. But if it's me, I might accidentally burn it. Don't worry about that. I can just make another one. I handed Agnes a spare vibrating wood hammer. Also, just in case, I decided to give her something else as well. Agnes, I'll give you this too. Try using it when the time comes, okay? This is the cloth belt. It's a low-frequency belt. A low-frequency belt. There was a low-frequency therapy device in the mail-order catalog, so I made this as a reference for vibration. After all, waves are a kind of vibration too. What does it do? When you infuse it with magic power, it emits a very weak lightning spell. I poured magic power into the low-frequency belt. ZZT, a tiny spark of lightning was generated, or at least, it should have been. Since the output is so weak, it's not visible to the naked eye. What exactly is this? It seems to send out something called low-frequency waves to move the muscles. That way, it softens a body that has hardened like stone. Which means this is an item for canceling petrification, most likely. There are many magical beasts with petrification abilities, starting with the cockatrice. When struck by a petrifying breath or attack, the body turns to stone. According to those who've recovered through magic, it seems that even consciousness is lost during petrification. There are some who possess the power to undo petrification, but not many. The magic that cancels it is said to awaken the inside of the body. It works on the interior of the petrified body to revive its life force. Most likely, the low-frequency therapy device has a similar ability. By moving the muscles through low-frequency waves, it awakens the inside of the body. That's probably how it cancels petrification. Well, it hasn't been tested on living creatures yet, so we don't know if it works. I'll try experimenting on a magical beast when I have the time. Until then, it's just a weapon. But how do you fight a hard creature with this? This can activate an incredible lightning spell when the output is increased. If you wrap it around a magical beast's body, it should be pretty powerful. That's amazing. With that, we can defeat a hard creature. Yeah, but I don't think that's the same kind of fighting as with a high-vibration blade. If it were simply a lightning-based spell, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to write high vibration. So maybe low frequency really has nothing to do with high vibration. Items from the hero world are really deep. I think this is a defensive item. Suddenly, Agnes murmured. If you wrap this around your body, it makes your muscles twitch, right? Then if you wrap it around a magical beast and send in low-frequency waves, the magical beast's body will jolt, and it won't be able to attack. That's what Agnes thinks. She has a point. Even the magical beast Gargarasa had muscles beneath its skin. If you wrapped a low-frequency belt around its body and activated it, its body would start convulsing, jerking involuntarily. Since its body would move regardless of its will, there's no way it could launch an attack. If a magical beast is hit with low-frequency waves, its body would keep twitching. In other words, its body would continue to vibrate. So it's basically a weapon that induces high-frequency vibrations in magical beasts. Why yes, but I might be wrong. No, that's very helpful. If you want to capture your opponent, use low-frequency mode to paralyze their movement. If you want to defeat them, increase the output and pour in lightning magic for an extended period. Maybe the low-frequency belt works by making the magical beast's body vibrate like that. I'll write a report on the vibration wood hammer and the low-frequency belt. If I show it to Rookie and Kelfsan, I might get some good feedback. Well then, that's the end of today's research into the other world. I clapped my hands, Pawn. Sorry for the interruption. Let's get back to cooking. Why yes, Thor-sama. All right. The soup was halfway done. After that, we continued cooking side by side. The potatoes for the salad had been mashed extremely finely. That's the power of the vibration wood hammer for you. Come to think of it, we still have some potatoes left. Mabel murmured quietly. We also have milk. Since we have the chance, why not make potato soup? Normally you'd boil them until they fall apart. But if we mash them first and add them to the soup, simmering them until they're soft and creamy, it could be delicious. Mabel, you want to use the vibration wood hammer, don't you? You can tell, Thor-sama. Of course I can. It's you after all. I see. Mabel looked slightly embarrassed. Agnes quickly started a fire and began boiling more potatoes. Once they were nicely cooked, she took them out. Wait, huh? Am I not supposed to help? Is it because it's dangerous and I might get burned? I see. After transferring the potatoes to a bowl, it was time for the vibration wood hammer to shine. Clatter, 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 clatter. The vibration wood hammer shook the kitchen table. In sync with that, Mabel's body trembled slightly as well. So amazing. The potatoes are getting mashed right before my ears. Because of the vibration, Mabel's voice came out strangely. Agnes moved behind Mabel and placed her hands on Mabel's shoulders. She seemed curious about what the vibration felt like. Why yes. The 6 Bratayan is ma making my voice sound weird. It's SSO fuan YYY. If you loosen your grip a little on the hammer's handle, it'll help. If you squeeze it tightly, the vibrations go straight through. And no, this is FINE like Thias, it's FUUN. ISSE. Each time their bodies shook, so did their chests, in tiny little bounces. I was trying not to pay attention to it, but sometimes my eyes wandered before I knew it. For now, I'll focus on finishing the salad. Yep. And so, the meal preparations continued. Let's eat. After a while, the food was ready. We enjoyed a late breakfast. The potato salad and soup made with the vibration wood hammer were incredibly delicious. Once we're back at the Demon King's castle, I should give this hammer to the chefs. I'm sure they'll be happy. Meow. Huh? Good morning, Soleil. Good morning to you too, Naya. Before I knew it, White cat mode Soleil was at my feet. When I greeted her, she pulled back her hood and returned to her fairy form. It looked like she was using the pretend pajamas as actual pajamas. Would you like to eat with us, Soleil? I'd love to, Naya. Soleil floated in the air and flew toward the water area. As she washed her hands and feet, she asked, "By the way, what will you all be doing after this?" "I'm waiting to hear back from Rookie-sama. Until then, I thought I'd explore the town of Nosa a bit. If you'd like, I can guide you around, Naya." Saying that, Soleil plopped herself down on my lap. "I've been to this town many times, Naya. I'd be the perfect guide." "I see. Then, I'll take you up on that." "Understood, Naya. Mabel and Ugnies, want to come too?" "I'm sorry. Ugnies has to check in at the garrison." Ugnies murmured with a hint of regret. She's also the captain of the Flame Giant's subordinate unit, so she needs to go check on how the squad is doing. "Oh, but I'll catch up with you after I finish my work." "Okay, sounds good. What about you, Mabel?" "Why, yes. I will devote my life to guarding Thor-sama." "No need to be that serious, okay? Personally, I'd like Mabel to enjoy walking through town. She's hardly ever left the Demon Lord's domain. This is a good opportunity for her. With the partial concealment hairpiece, she can even pass as a human. And, honestly, I want to walk through the town with her too. Then let's walk through the town together. I'll show you what the human world is like." Please do, Thor-sama." "Yeah." I took Mabel's hand. And like that, Mabel, Soleil, in white cat mode, and I set out to explore the town of Nosa. Chapter 162. After that, Mabel and I went into town. It's my first time taking a walk in a human town. Mabel's eyes were sparkling. This was the main street of Nosa town. Around us, many street stalls were lined up. What they were selling were mostly food items like vegetables and meat. Occasionally, there were also miscellaneous goods and accessories. Compared to the trading post on the border, things here seemed to be cheaper. As expected, it's quite different from the Demon Lord's territory. Yeah, looks like the Rizinga domain has more variety though. When I said that, Mabel tilted her head. That's true, but I feel like the human world's market is very uniform somehow. Uniform? Yes. Like everything feels coordinated, or like everyone is the same. Sorry, I can't explain it very well. No, I kind of get what you mean. The trading post on the border had all sorts of races. Humans, elves, minotaurs, lizardmen, dwarves. That place was truly a melting pot of races. But in this town's market, there are only humans. I guess that's what you meant by uniform, huh? Amazing, Thor-sama. You understood exactly what I was trying to say. Mabel nodded over and over again, looking deeply moved. When I look at this market, I kind of understand why humans are afraid of demi-humans and demons. If someone of another race were here, they'd really stand out. Even I feel a bit uneasy being here hiding my true identity. I know how you feel. I felt something similar in the Imperial capital. You too, Thor-sama? Back in the capital, I was always surrounded by noblemen with strong combat abilities. To someone like me with no combat ability, the Imperial nobles were like a different species altogether. They probably saw me as an anomaly too. My father and the Imperial nobles couldn't tolerate such an anomaly. That's probably why they chose to exile me. Anyway, that's why I feel more at ease in the Demon Lord's territory. Just like you, Mabel. Thor-sama and I are the same. But if you're feeling anxious, we can go back to the inn. No, I want to go. Mabel clenched her fist tightly. Since we came all this way, I want to walk through a human town with you, Thor-sama. Got it. Then, to make sure we don't get separated. Before I knew it, I had taken Mabel's hand. Mabel looked at me with her big eyes. Then, she placed her hand over mine and gently squeezed back. Her white, slender fingers were trembling slightly. So, we interlaced our fingers, so that trembling would stop. Well then, let's go. Why yes, Thor-sama. We began walking toward the market. Thanks to the partial concealment hairpiece, Mabel's elf ears were hidden. She was wearing a hood too, probably because she still felt uneasy. To match her, I wore a hood as well. It was a common traveler's look, so we shouldn't stand out. At our feet was the white cat, Soleil. Soleil, who had been waiting at the entrance of the market, ran up my body and clung to my free arm. While holding Mabel's hand with my right hand, I cradled Soleil in my left. Both my hands were full, but I didn't have any combat ability anyway, so having Soleil nearby was actually safer. Also, in a nearby tree, there were red, blue, and yellow owls, pixie disguised fairies. It looked like they were guarding us. Look, Thor-sama, that candy looks delicious. Mabel pointed to one of the stalls. At the storefront, amber-colored baked sweets were lined up. That's a specialty sweet from Nosa town. Meow. Soleil the cat and I nodded together. That was the treat served when we visited Princess Sophia. I've had it before too. Mabel, have you never tried it? And no. I wonder what it tastes like. It's sweet and delicious. A bit tricky to eat though. The texture is crisp and crunchy. The dough is kneaded with honey, but I think it would be better if there were a bit more of it. The sweets from the demon lords. My homeland are more refined. Also, when you bite into it, the crumbs fall everywhere, which makes it hard to eat. Meow. Soleil whispered near our ears, not forgetting to add meow, so the lady at the stall wouldn't get suspicious. Classic Soleil. Let's buy some to take back as snacks for everyone. Good idea. Meow hoo hoo hoo. Mabel paid for the sweets and received them. She tightened her grip on our joined hands. She seemed nervous. It was her first time shopping in the human world, after all. To encourage her, I squeezed her hand back. And each time, she responded. Squeeze, squeeze. Both of our hands are full now. Yeah, when your hands are full, it's kind of dangerous. There might be pickpockets, after all. We both looked at our joined hands. Hey now, for a town in the frontier, this place is actually really safe. Suddenly, the lady at the stall spoke up. It wasn't always like this though. Ever since Sophia-sama arrived, it's become a much safer town. Really, just look. You'll see patrollers all around town, right? Now that she mentioned it, there really were soldiers standing at the street corners. They were the Omawarison unit, led by Captain Isaac. The Omawarison units are stationed all around the town. Recently, there are even Lady Omawarison. If something happens, they'll respond right away. Now that you mention it, I remember seeing a child being kidnapped once. That was back when I came with Ugnies. I happened to witness a child being taken away, so I stopped it using the security buzzer. Back then, I thought this was a town with pretty bad public safety. That's right. After that incident, Sir Isaac Omawarison established something called a Hashitsujo. A Hashitsujo, like in the hero's world? We commoners don't really know, but apparently so. A Hashitsujo is a place in the hero's world where the Omawarison reside. So Isaac-san decided to establish one in the town of Nosa too. Huh? Upon closer inspection, there's a sign behind the Omawarison unit that reads 12th Hashitsujo. According to the lady at the shop, there are similar signs all over the town. If you're in trouble, just go to a place with that sign. That's what she told us. We thanked her and started walking. We temporarily put the baked sweets into the ultra-compact portable storage, and then, after rejoining hands, Omawarison, a voice rang out. For a moment, I thought I had accidentally triggered the security buzzer when opening the ultra-compact portable storage, but that wasn't it. Looking across the street, I saw children waving at the Omawarison unit. The soldiers gave a wry smile and waved back at the kids. That made them happy, and children started gathering around the Hashitsujo sign. I see. So the Omawarison are popular in this town. This town is amazing. Yes, it really is a safe place. That too. But, in the human world, it's rare to see soldiers who aren't arrogant. Is that so? In the Empire, strength is the highest priority. A lot of people look down on commoners who don't have much combat power. Even the guards in the Imperial capital were arrogant. Even if there was a fight or robbery, you'd hesitate to call them. It was like, you dare bother us with something so trivial? But in this town, the Omawarison have blended naturally with the townspeople. The children aren't afraid of the soldiers either. A town like this is rare in the human world. I guess this is proof of Princess Sophia's leadership abilities. Yes, she's truly an outstanding person. Mabel, as if suddenly realizing something, said. But in this town, it's kind of hard to use the security buzzer. If we use it, the Omawarison unit will come right away. I think Princess Sophia and Isaac-san probably took that into account too. Huh. If someone shouts, Omawarison, the soldiers react immediately. In other words, they can respond right away if a crime occurs. And if the voice comes from a security buzzer, they'll know there's someone from the Demon Lord's territory. They can even pinpoint our location. That's true. That makes sense. I think that's part of why the soldiers are trained to respond to the call of Omawarison. Princess Sophia is really amazing. I wish she could become the leader of the empire. Princess Sophia is well-liked. She has the abilities needed to lead people. She understands weakness. She can empathize with the weak, and she doesn't cling to strength. I believe that if Princess Sophia ruled the empire, she would turn it into a kind nation. Not one that blindly seeks strength or aims to expand its territory, but one where everyone can live peacefully and safely. But for now, it's enough that she's the lord of the town of Nosa. Yes, it is. Thanks to that, I can walk through the town like this with you, Mabel. Yes. Nyan. Sorry, you too, Soleil. Naya N. It was a little before noon. We were strolling slowly down the main street of the town. Our hands remained joined the whole time. The reason we weren't talking much was because we felt a bit shy, but just being able to walk like this together felt like enough. That's what it felt like. After that, we continued looking around the market. We stopped at stalls to check out food for lunch. We looked at accessories, and I almost accidentally used appraisal identification on some materials. We bought 3 ribbons, for Mabel, Rookie, and Ugnies. We bought some slightly withered fruit, sat under a tree, and munched on it. As we spent time like that, hoo-hoo, it is I, Loon. The black owl Loon came flying toward us. I have come to deliver letters. Thanks, Loon. Want some fruit? I would be delighted. Ah, Soleil, your mouth is covered in juice, you know. Nyan. Pretending to be a cat won't work. There's a water source over there. I'll wash you up. Nyan. As I listened to their voices growing distant, I picked up the letters. There were 3 of them. One of them was from Rookie. Rookie gave me an official order. Agree to the exchange of the mysterious box and the information on weapons from another world. It was an official document stating that the Demon Lord had agreed to the exchange. The remaining 2 letters were from Kelfsan. They were about the idea of sending fake letters to prevent the Empire from performing a hero summoning. I thought I had asked Rookie to handle it, but I guess Kelfsan ended up taking charge. Kelfsan's conclusion was simple. We should use a fake letter to warn about the dangers of hard creatures. In other words, just honestly write that there are magical beasts in the hero's world that we can't defeat. Yeah, that really is the only option. The Empire already understands the threat of spider-type magical beasts like magical beast Gargarasa and scorpion types like magical beast Nozelius. The best approach is to emphasize the danger, as expected of Kelfsan. A precise point. But why is the handwriting all messed up? It looks like he wrote this while being jolted around in a carriage. The letters are completely distorted, and the sentence cuts off halfway. So what does the other letter say, huh? What is this? This is a really weird letter. What does it say? Mabel, you read it too. Ah, yes. It says things like feels like I'm about to explode. My head is a mess. And what even is common sense? What could that mean? I don't know. But since it's from Chancellor Kelv, I'm sure it has some deep meaning. Could it be? He wants us to combine the 2 letters? Chancellor Kelv gave us an amazing idea back during the cleaning robot competition too. Back then, he gave us a sketch that was the epitome of simplicity, just a round shape. That hint led to the creation of the spherical cleaning robot. If this time has a similar kind of meaning behind it. When we get back, I'll try making a fake letter based on Kelfsan's idea. Will you help me check it, Mabel? Yes, I'll help. Thanks. Then, let's go home. We held hands and headed for the inn. It feels like I've been with Mabel like this all day today. The incident isn't over yet, and we still have to negotiate with Princess Sophia and Prince Ricardo. But for now, this is enough. Just being able to walk around town like this with her is more than enough. Since we bought so many things, let's make lunch when we get back. Mabel smiled while still holding my hand. Also, please teach me more about how to walk in a human town. Ah, but you have work, right, Thorsama? So, after you're done with that, could you teach me? Of course. I'd be happy to. And I want Thorsama to take a nap too. I'm sure you stayed up last night making the vibration wood hammer and the low-frequency belt, didn't you? So please rest. In the evening, Agni-sama will come back, so we can make dinner together, and then, you don't have to rush, Mabel. Before I knew it, Mabel's cheeks had turned bright red. We're going to be together all the time, so there's no need to hurry. Why, yes. Mabel nodded. Then suddenly, as if she realized the meaning of the words, she held her cheeks and said, Thorsama, does that mean? Well, okay then, let's head back. Soleil, Loon, all you little winged fairies, let's go home. Meow, hoo-hoo it is. And just like that, Mabel and I finished our walk around the town safely. I sipped the tea Mabel had made for me while finishing up the fake letter. And we spent a peaceful afternoon together. Chapter 163. From Prince Ricardo's point of view. Prince Ricardo and his soldiers were camping in the forest. Today was the day before the scheduled meeting with Princess Sophia. So they were holding a final strategy meeting at a location close to the town of Nosa. Your Highness, may I be permitted to speak? During the meeting, the captain of the reconnaissance unit spoke up hesitantly. I don't mind. Go ahead and speak. Prince Ricardo nodded firmly. Granted permission, the captain spoke in a somewhat hesitant tone. Tomorrow, Your Highness is to have a meeting with Sophia-sama. But is there truly no other way? And why do you say that? Though Sophia-sama is a member of the Imperial family, she is now the ruler of a duchy. If we ask for her assistance, wouldn't that mean we are indebting ourselves to the Grand Duchy? It will not. I, Ricardo, will be negotiating with her as her brother, as family. Ricardo spoke with a dismissive smile, brushing off the captain's concerns. Yes, this is the only option we have now. We must give up appearances in order to obtain results. By giving up appearances, you mean relying on the power of Princess Sophia, who is known as the useless princess? We don't have enough time to return to the Imperial capital and prepare the money. The one who had stolen the box in question had contacted Prince Ricardo for negotiations. If you want the box, pay for it, they said. As proof of possession, a mysterious bundle of papers had been shown. It was apparently summoned alongside the box in question and contained the method to open it. Just a glance at it had been enough to see. It didn't look like something from this world. Therefore, Ricardo decided to comply with the negotiation. To catch the culprit, he needed to make contact again. However, preparing the money would take time. He would also need some funds to present up front for the meeting, but what he had on hand was not enough. So he decided to seek the cooperation of his sister Sophia, the Lord of Nosa Town. When I meet with Sophia, I'll admit that I sent soldiers to her quarters. I'll also apologize for underestimating her, Ricardo declared. Then I'll borrow money and soldiers. If I, Ricardo, bow my head under orders from His Majesty the Emperor, Sophia won't take it badly. After that, I'll pay this Daryl Zano some earnest money and drag out the negotiations. If the negotiations drag on, we'll have more opportunities to make contact. Exactly. With the soldiers borrowed from Sophia, we can establish a surveillance net. We may even be able to capture this Daryl fellow. Prince Ricardo flashed a fearless smile. In return, I'll grant Sophia the honor of having cooperated in a top-secret mission under Imperial command. I'll also inform His Majesty that she governs Nosa well and is a fine lord. So that Sophia-sama can return to the capital. Is that your intent? That's right. If Sophia feels gratitude, she'll surely choose to cooperate with me. Having a sibling ally is no bad thing. And Sophia holds no claim to the throne, so she poses no threat. But what is it? No, I thought it might not be my place to question Your Highness's reasoning. Nonsense. I, Ricardo, am not so narrow-minded. Prince Ricardo gave the captain of the reconnaissance unit a friendly pat on the shoulder. A leader of men must listen to his subordinates. Isn't that right? Why, yes, Your Highness. The soldiers around them murmured in awe at Ricardo's casual, almost friendly gesture. Over the past few days, Prince Ricardo had camped with the soldiers, slept in the same tents, and eaten the same food, as though trying to share in their hardships. Though harsh on failure, Ricardo always gave fair recognition for good work. Moreover, he was now bowing to Princess Sophia in order to save the captured soldiers. That alone was enough for the soldiers to feel a strong sense of loyalty. Then, I'll ask this. What if Sophia-sama wishes to remain in Nosa Town? That won't happen. It's impossible. Prince Ricardo laughed off the captain's words. Even if she had lost her claim to the throne, Sophia was still the emperor's daughter. She must be seeking power, if not strength, then influence. That's how it should be. That was Ricardo's belief. Even if she has no combat ability herself, there are ways. For example, if she returns to the capital with soldiers and demonstrates leadership, she'll likely be treated with more respect. After all, she would also be my ally. Ricardo was intending to grant Sophia that right. To a sister once called the useless princess, it should be something to be grateful for. There's no way she would refuse. None at all. Right. Yes, just as you say, Your Highness. The soldiers were oddly moved. Hearing Prince Ricardo's confident words made it feel like everything was going to work out. They even began to forget about their captured comrades and the unresolved matter of the box in question. It might have been Ricardo's charisma at work. Of course, whether that would actually lead to any real progress was a different issue, but in this lively atmosphere, no one wanted to spoil the mood. If anyone else has something to say, speak freely. Don't hold back. Truly, don't hold back. Then may I speak? One of the soldiers stepped forward. If the Demon Lord's territory is involved in this matter, what will you do? The Demon Lord's territory, huh? The trading post on the border is also used by people from the Demon Lord's side. If the soldiers haven't returned, there's a chance the Demon Lord's people have noticed our presence. Brother Diaz said, do not meddle with the Demon Lord's territory. In that case then, if we intervene through Sophia, Brother Diaz will have no complaint. Prince Ricardo nodded. The real problem is if Daryl Zano is negotiating with others as well. That man was trying to sell the box in question. Then, he would sell it to the highest bidder. If he were negotiating with the Demon Lord's side, or with Sophia. If the opponent is Sophia, obtaining the box will be easy. I'll help you return to the Imperial capital. That should be enough. Just that alone, and Sophia will likely hand over that box. If the box has fallen into the hands of the Demon Lord's domain, negotiations will proceed through Sophia. If they fail to retrieve the box from the Demon Lord's domain, that failure would also be attributed to Sophia. A failure on the part of the Grand Duchy's ruler. If that wound is widened, it could weaken Archduke Karen's power. Prince Ricardo, did you go as far as to consider all that before involving Sophia Sama? I, Ricardo, am not like my brother Diaz. Even something the Empire has thrown away. If it has a use, I'll pick it up and use it. Oh yes, I'll make full use of it. In the mock battle, Crown Prince Diaz was defeated by Archduke Karen. If he could weaken the Archduke who defeated the Crown Prince, then Ricardo's name would rise by comparison. Involving Sophia has ample benefit for Ricardo. I can already see the happy look on Sophia's face. She'll finally have a chance to return to the Imperial capital. Besides her twin sister Liana, now there's also a prince concerned about her. That alone will surely make her feel honored. Yes, no doubt about it. Surrounded by soldiers, Prince Ricardo made that declaration. Thor's point of view. I know I've said it before, but my goal is to remain the lord of this town, Nosa, said Princess Sophia. My meeting with Prince Ricardo tomorrow is for that purpose. I ask for your support. I understand, Princess Sophia. I gave a slight bow, then nodded. We were in Princess Sophia's mansion, located in the town of Nosa. In the reception room at the back, we were holding a meeting. That's because tomorrow, in this very place, Princess Sophia and Prince Ricardo will have their meeting. So today, we decided to exchange the items we had retrieved during our search. Well then, since we've received permission from Her Majesty the Demon Lord, I will now hand over the fireproof safe. Thank you. In return, I will present you with the otherworldly documents. Sophia and I exchanged the formal phrases we had agreed upon in advance. In the room were me, Mabel, Princess Sophia, and Commander Isaac. What was taking place here was an official exchange between the Demon Lord's domain and the Grand Duchy. That's why both Mabel and I were in formal attire. We were representatives of the Demon Lord's domain. Even though it's Sophia, I'm still a bit nervous. Now then, please sign for the receipt, Princess Sophia. Yes, I would appreciate your signature as well. With that, we both signed the handover documents. This formally completed the exchange of the fireproof safe and the otherworldly documents. Now then, I shall hand over the documents. Princess Sophia took a bundle of papers from the wooden box. A thick stack of paper, the otherworldly documents. Written by an anonymous researcher from another world. It includes information about weapons like the ultra-high vibration blade. I was incredibly curious about it. Sophia took it in hand, and wait, what? Why is she just walking past me? Wasn't she supposed to hand it to me? Why is she just ignoring me and handing it to Mabel? While I was making a puzzled face. The truth is, I received a letter from Her Majesty the Demon Lord Rookie, and in it, it said, the documents are to be entrusted to Mabel Refrain. She added, Thorkanen is to serve as witness to the meeting, so that he can focus on that role. This is cruel, Your Majesty. How could you do this, Your Majesty? This is the very definition of torment. Demon Lord Rookie, the documents are right in front of me, and I can't even read them. Well, Mabel is flipping through them and showing me the contents. Huh? She's confirming whether they're genuine. Thanks. That makes me feel a bit better. Not enough time to see the details, though. Confirmed. They are undoubtedly genuine. Yes, we would never do something so dishonorable as to deceive the Demon Lord's representatives. Right? It really is the real thing, isn't it? The otherworldly documents. What is this feeling? There's an old tale of a summoned hero who once pointed at a magical weapon he couldn't use and said, I'm not interested in grapes I can't reach. That magic sword must be sour anyway. I think I finally understand how that hero felt. Yeah, that otherworldly document must be sour too. Oh, by the way, the letter had a postscript. After the meeting with Princess Sophia is concluded, the documents are to be handed over to Thorkanen, and he shall be free to conduct research. That was written there. In that case, it can't be helped. What the heck? Why didn't you just say so from the start? Rookie can be such a tease. Basically, she's saying, focus on work for now. I'll let you study all you want afterward. right? I wish she'd just told me that directly. If she had, I would have taken the documents, handed them to Mabel after about 2 hours of intense reading, and been done with it. No need to be considerate about that, really. Oh, I almost forgot. About that fireproof safe, the lock isn't currently set. I pointed at the fireproof safe. It's in a state where the lock code can be freely configured. I made a copy of the manual section on how to reset it. Please use that to set a code of your choice, Princess Sophia. A code? You see the symbols on the dial? Those are numbers from the other world. They represent 0 through 9. You can rotate them in any order, then flip an internal switch to set what's called a passcode. You understood. I'll do my best to figure it out. If anything's unclear, feel free to ask. We offer after-sales service. Thank you. And regarding the information on the passcode, Sophia lowered her voice so others couldn't hear. I believe you may have already guessed, Thurkanen, but I intend to use that passcode as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Empire. Yes, I understand. Sophia's objective in handing over the fireproof safe to the Empire is to secure a verbal commitment from Prince Ricardo. Prince Ricardo has likely come under orders from the upper echelons of the Empire to investigate that box. Words spoken by a prince at an official negotiation carry weight. Therefore, in exchange for handing over the fireproof safe, Sophia will obtain a verbal commitment that the town of Nosa and its surrounding areas are the Grand Duchy's territory, and Princess Sophia will be permitted to govern that land indefinitely. This should serve as a weapon for Sophia to remain in this region. Of course, the statement will be documented, and Prince Ricardo's signature will be obtained as well. It will also be recorded using a voice recorder. It's uncertain whether the other side will accept it as evidence, but the more records, the better. After that, the fireproof safe will be handed over to the Empire with the lock still engaged. The fact that we already opened the safe once will remain a secret. Inside the safe is a fake letter. A fake letter, intended to warn of the dangers of summoning magic. Thanks to Chancellor Kelv's advice, we made something quite convincing. It's written on paper from another world, cut from the margins of the instruction manual for the fireproof safe, and in a language from another world. If the Empire opens the safe and manages to translate the letter, they'll likely take it as a warning from another world. It should serve as a deterrent against hero summoning. Furthermore, the code for the fireproof safe will be set by Sophia. If we let the Empire know that Liana happened to discover that code somewhere, and that she knows it, I believe there are many ways we can use this. A fine idea, Princess Sophia. I'm still thinking about how much of a concession we can extract. Is there a possibility the Empire will try to destroy the safe with magic instead of unlocking it? I don't think so. The Imperial family places great value on items from the hero's world. Whisper, whisper, whisper. We lower our voices to talk. After all, the Empire has caused us some trouble this time. Soldiers invaded Princess Sophia's quarters and the Demon Lord's territory trading post. I think a little payback is more than justified. By the way, the hut where the fireproof safe was found is being watched by Dorothy and the Lady Omawarison unit, right? Any changes? No. I see. I thought Daryl Zano would return to his comrades. However, the soldiers say they occasionally heard wolves howling. Perhaps the enemy sensed our presence and abandoned the hut. They abandoned both their comrades and the fireproof safe? If so, we're dealing with quite a formidable opponent. Yeah, that makes sense. They managed to outwit the Empire and get that box, yet they're not even obsessed with keeping it. That means they prioritized not leaving us any trace over their own gain. This Daryl Zano seems like a very capable person. So, it's probably best to push the fireproof safe onto the Empire quickly, right? I personally hope the border region stabilizes soon. Once the meeting with Prince Ricardo is over, things will settle down. Just one more day to endure. Yes, and Thurkanen-sama is here with me, after all. Sophia said that with a gentle smile. But she still looked a little tired. She seems to be using the foot bath, but physical fatigue is unavoidable. After all, until yesterday, Sophia was working with us on the countermeasure team. I wonder if there's something I can say to cheer her up. Come to think of it, there was something I wanted to show you, Your Highness. I'd forgotten. I meant to show everyone that item and hear their thoughts. Would Your Highness, Mabel, and Isaac-san take a look? I rushed the creation, so it's nothing special. I looked around at everyone as I spoke. Isaac-san and Mabel nodded. Naturally, Sophia did as well. Yes, I'd be happy to. What kind of item is it? A sword, inspired by the fireproof safe. I said. Princess Sophia blinked in surprise. A sword inspired by the fireproof safe? But that's meant to safely store items, not serve as a weapon, isn't it? Even so, it's something from the hero's world. It can still give us ideas for item crafting. What sort of sword is it? I call it the sword-like sword. I was about to retrieve the sword from my ultra-compact portable storage, but this is an official meeting between the Demon Lord's territory and the town of Nosa. I can't just draw a sword in front of the princess. Isaac-san, I'm sorry to trouble you, but could you accept the sword for me? I can't exactly pull out a sword in front of Her Highness. Sure. I don't mind. Thank you very much. I then took out the sword from my ultra-compact portable storage. Still in its sheath, I held it with both hands and offered it to Isaac-san. It's quite heavy. Wait, this is the dial on the hilt. Isn't that from the box? Yes. It uses the same locking mechanism. I began my explanation. This is this sword-like sword, created with reference to the otherworldly fireproof safe. Sword-like sword, attribute, none. Magic stone, and used. A sword crafted with reference to the hero world's fireproof safe. It has a dial on the hilt. In its default state, it is locked and cannot be drawn. If the dial is set to the correct combination, the lock disengages and the sword can be drawn. It won't come out. The lock is quite strong. Try setting the dial to 361. It's the third digit, the sixth digit, and the first digit. After setting it, return the dial to its original position. Yes, like that. Click. Oh, it came out. It's unlocked. Please look, Your Highness. This is a sword from another world. Isaac-san held the unsheathed sword in both hands and raised it high. How strange. It's as if the blade itself is glowing. Thor Kanan-sama, what kind of ability does this sword possess? Yes. I think the sharpness is decent, at least. It was used by a soldier from the Rizinga territory, so I assume it was properly maintained. Does it have physical enhancements? Magic resistance? Are there any abilities imbued in it? No, it doesn't. I told you, didn't I? It's just a sword that looks the part. Isaac-san looked completely baffled. Behind him, Sophia tilted her head in confusion. Mabel, too, stood with her mouth agape. I did explain it, didn't I? That it was a sword that looks the part, inspired by a fireproof safe. I just attached the locking mechanism from a fireproof safe to a sword, you know? I didn't give it any special abilities. Thor Kanan-sama. Yes, Princess Sophia? What exactly is the significance of this sword? It's significant in that it looks like a sword from the hero's world. Why, yes, it does look like a hero's world sword. It looks ridiculously strong, right? It does. What do you think, Isaac-san? Even after hearing your explanation, it still appears to me to be a magic sword from the hero's world. Same here. However, thinking about it calmly, it's heavier and harder to use than a regular sword. The balance is off. The dial on the hilt makes it difficult to grip properly. I don't think it's suitable for combat. Was that too blunt of me? Not at all. I shook my head. I've heard that you're the captain of the Omamoris. I mean, the Royal Guard, and an excellent warrior. I really appreciate such honest feedback from someone like you. Honestly, I want to take notes right now. Well, if you put it that way, I'm honored. But it's not suited for combat, right? That's correct. Then, could you return it for now? Why are you gripping the sword scabbard so tightly, Isaac-san? You look like you're having a really hard time parting with it. Isaac-san, I understand. In the name of the Royal Guard, I shall return it. He slowly sheathed the sword, stared at it in its scabbard, then turned the dial on the hilt several times, and then, thank you for letting me see such a precious item. I am truly grateful. With trembling hands, Isaac-san handed the sword that looks the part back to me. Mabel, could you hold on to this? Why yes, Thor-sama. I handed the sword that looks the part to Mabel. The reason I didn't store it in the ultra-compact storage unit was because I wanted to see everyone's reactions. Yup, both Sophia and Isaac are staring at the sword. Especially Isaac, he's fidgeting a lot. Seems like he's really intrigued by the sword that looks the part. Seeing their reactions, I know the purpose of making this sword has been achieved. This item really does draw people's attention. Actually, what's important isn't the sword itself, but the locking mechanism attached to it. The locking mechanism? It was originally developed as a safety feature for a certain item. This locking mechanism was designed as a safety feature for the ultra-high vibration blade. That thing vibrates at ultra-high speeds, so if you accidentally unsheath it, it could be catastrophic. So I came up with a solid locking mechanism that prevents it from being drawn unless you align the dials. But since that's still a secret, putting that aside for now, let me explain the meaning behind attaching a dial-lock mechanism to the sword. I cleared my throat and changed my tone. Pardon me, but Princess Sophia, Captain Isaac, you both mistook this sword that looks the part for an item from another world, didn't you? Yes, that's true. Even now, I can't see it as anything but a sword from another world. That's because a dial-lock mechanism doesn't exist in this world. It's unfamiliar and cool-looking. That's why you both mistook it for something from another world. Yes, exactly. Princess Sophia and Isaac San both nodded at my words. Immediately after, Sophia's eyes widened in realization. She's sharp, as expected. Could it be, Thurkanen-sama, you're planning to commercialize this dial-lock mechanism? You're absolutely right, Your Highness. The lock mechanism on a fireproof safe is explained in the instruction manual. I've researched fireproof safes myself, so I understand how they work. Skilled craftsmen in the Demon Lord's territory could make them. They could even be mass-produced. That's why I decided to make products using the lock mechanism. For example, attach it to a door, and you've got a dial-lock door. Or a type that can be retrofitted onto treasure chests. Or even dial-lock handcuffs for restraining prisoners. I can think of endless uses. Since dial-lock mechanisms look cool, I think they could sell even to people who've never seen a fireproof safe. I see. If it were me, I'd definitely buy one. Wait a second, Isaac-san, you're checking your wallet, aren't you? This sword that looks the part isn't for sale, okay? I only made it for presentation purposes. It's ridiculously impractical as an actual sword. In fact, the lock mechanism lowers its value as a weapon. I'll bring this sword that looks the part again sometime. I'll lend it to you then. I'm grateful, Thurkanen-sama. Isaac-san nodded. At least the presentation was a success. Actually, there's something I didn't tell Sophia and Isaac-san. They didn't mistake the sword that looks the part for something from another world just because it looked cool and mysterious. It's because they had already seen the dial-type fireproof safe earlier. If there's a fireproof safe with a dial, and then a sword with a similar dial, it's natural to assume they come from the same world. And after negotiations with Prince Ricardo, the fireproof safe will be taken to the Imperial capital. The Imperial family and top officials will see it too. They'll probably get curious and start turning the dial. Then, when products with similar dial-lock mechanisms start appearing on the market, they'll take notice. Because to them, it'll look like a foreign world item, even if it's priced rather high. Even if it's made in the Demon Lord's territory specifically for Imperial officials. Well, for now, it's all just an idea. Before that, I need to perfect the dial-lock mechanism. If I want to commercialize it, I'll need to ensure it can't be easily copied. Also, the one installed in the sword that looks the part is just a prototype. The dial's stiff, and the lock is incomplete. Once I return to the Demon Lord's territory, I'll discuss it with the craftsman and figure out a better way to make it. So commercialization is still a long way off. And with that, we continued our planning meeting for tomorrow. How to handle the soldiers Prince Ricardo would bring. The method and conditions for transferring the captured prisoners. How much of Sophia's ties with the Demon Lord's territory should remain secret. As we discussed all this, time passed. Well then, I'll take my leave for today. Farewell, Princess Sophia. Mabel and I bowed to Sophia. At tomorrow's meeting, I'll be meeting a prince of the Empire for the first time. I need to make sure I understand what kind of person he is, so I can properly report it to Rookie. Your Highness, you should get to bed early today as well. Yes, tonight, I'll soak my feet in warm water, spend time with the cats and owls, and then sleep early. That sounds like a good idea. Sophia and I exchanged a nod of understanding. Tonight, I'll use the foot bath, chat with the fairy pixie, and then go to bed. That was a message only between Sophia and me. We bowed to the still confused Isaac-san and left the reception room. After that, we returned to the dormitory. Mabel, Agnes, and I wrote a letter summarizing the meeting with Princess Sophia. We had the fairy pixie deliver it to Rookie. Then I did a bit of fine-tuning on the sword that looks the part. Since I had told Sophia to get to bed early for tomorrow, I figured I should do the same. So, I went to bed a little earlier than usual. Chapter 164. That day, a prince of the Empire arrived in the town of Nosa. The prince's name was Ricardo Dalgaria. Unlike princesses Liana and Sophia, who had come with their military corps, he arrived in secret, accompanied by only a few soldiers. Upon arriving in the town, Prince Ricardo informed the soldiers guarding the gate about the scheduled meeting. Captain Isaac, who had been on standby near the gate, responded immediately. Afterward, Captain Isaac was tasked with guiding the prince to the meeting place. The location of the meeting was a hall in Princess Sophia's residence. The participants were Prince Ricardo and Princess Sophia. As witnesses, the captains of Ricardo's unit and Isaac's unit were present. And there was also a mysterious boy acting as a recorder who was to remain in the same room. Princess Sophia's point of view. It has been a while, Sophia. I've heard of your accomplishments. Oh yes, I've heard of them. As soon as he sat at the meeting table, Prince Ricardo spoke. First, I want to thank you for agreeing to this meeting. Have you been well? Yes. It seems the air in this border region suits me. Good to hear. Then, allow me, Ricardo, to say something first. Raising his hand with a theatrical gesture, Ricardo said, First, let me apologize. One of my men trespassed into your lodging. Even if it was unavoidable, it is proper to offer an apology. That's unexpected, brother. Ricardo gave a slight bow, while Sophia looked at him with a puzzled expression. I didn't think you would so easily admit to your subordinates' unlawful actions. A hero is someone who admits their mistakes and grows. Besides, there's no point in trying to cover up something that would be discovered anyway. It would just be a waste of time. So, that's the kind of person you are, brother. Sophia clenched the skirt of her dress as she responded. In front of her sat Prince Ricardo, a young man with blonde hair and an affable smile. Ricardo was 2 years older than Sophia and her brother. He held the right of succession to the throne and was also highly skilled in combat. From a young age, he had received training from swordsmen and magicians, and had studied the ways of imperial rule. Although the crown prince had already been named, the eldest brother, Diaz, there had been past instances where a crown prince died before ascending or had been deposed. Ricardo had likely received a proper education to prepare for such a possibility. That said, Sophia, who had been confined to the detached palace, never had the opportunity to meet him before. According to the rumors, he's said to be a friendly person, but Ricardo, sitting in front of her, looked completely at ease, as if he were in his own home. After having his subordinate taste the tea and baked sweets for poison, he ate them without issue. He smiled openly, treating both Sophia and their guide Isaac without discrimination. Indeed, he did seem friendly and approachable, but he sent his soldiers into my lodging and into the Demon Lord territory's trading post, and yet he acts like this? In the Imperial capital, opinions about Prince Ricardo were divided into two. A prince who understands his subordinates and is friendly. A prince who does not understand people and is unapproachable. These were the two main views. Sophia couldn't understand how the same person could inspire such opposite evaluations. To be honest, Sophia was afraid of meeting her brother. She couldn't understand the nerve of someone who would send troops here and then casually request a meeting. Facing such a brother was terrifying. That was only natural. But Thorkanen-sama is watching over me. In the corner of the room sat a boy at a desk, his pen gliding across parchment. It was Thor, attending as the official recorder. Just his presence nearby gave Sophia a mysterious strength. Even if her opponent were an older prince, or even the emperor himself, she felt no fear. At least, that's how it felt. I understand that you have admitted your mistake and offered an apology, brother. Sophia spoke directly to her brother, Ricardo. Then allow me to ask, why did you have your subordinates trespass into my lodging? That I cannot say. Regrettably, I cannot reveal that. You cannot. It was for an important mission. I, Ricardo, cannot be the one to speak of it. Was it not to investigate that box? Oh, so you knew. Ricardo, in a nonchalant tone, said, Well then, this saves time. I, Ricardo, was searching for a certain box that had been taken by evildoers. However, the matter had to be handled in utmost secrecy. That's why I had to investigate what information you might have. You admitted that quite readily. Because it was a secret mission, I couldn't ask for your permission beforehand. Again, I apologize. Isn't there someone else besides me whom you should be apologizing to, brother? Sophia straightened her back and stated clearly. You also sent soldiers to infiltrate the border trading post, didn't you? It was for an important mission. That trading post is jointly managed by the town of Nosa and the Demon Lord's territory. At the time, members of the Demon Lord side were stationed there. Your soldiers entered without permission, causing an uproar at the post. That last part was a lie. The people from the Demon Lord's territory had not been disturbed at all by Ricardo's soldiers. In fact, before they even noticed the intrusion, Thor's magic item had neutralized the soldiers. It was said to be an item resembling a traffic cone and a mysterious signboard. Therefore, the people from the Demon Lord's side suffered no harm whatsoever. But exaggerating the situation is a valid negotiation tactic. That was to draw as many concessions as possible from Ricardo. Keeping certain information hidden served the same purpose. A great prince of the empire has committed unjust actions against a neighboring land. Brother, you should pay compensation for the damage and send a formal letter of apology. Don't you agree? Very well. Then, Sophia, you handle the negotiations with the Demon Lord's territory. Ricardo said this with confidence, puffing out his chest. Sophia looked at him with a gaze as if she were witnessing something suspicious. Brother, what are you saying? You wished to become the Lord of the border region, didn't you? That means you intended to act as the point of contact in the event of any issues with the Demon Lord's territory, correct? Then in this case as well, shouldn't you act as that contact and offer the apology? You don't intend to apologize yourself? I'll apologize to you. I'll pay for the trouble I've caused. Isn't that enough? What I take issue with is your way of doing things. A prince of the empire who reveres heroes cannot be seen fraternizing with demons or demi-humans. Surely, even you understand that. Prince Ricardo tilted his head as if to say, I don't understand. With a face as if she had swallowed something bitter, Sophia shook her head. Prince Ricardo was her brother. And yet, it felt like they were speaking entirely different languages. Besides, this benefits you as well. Unaware of Sophia's inner thoughts, Prince Ricardo continued. If I, Ricardo, apologize to demi-humans or demons, my value as a prince would drop. That would also reduce the benefits I can give you. That wouldn't be good. Not good at all. What do you mean? I, Ricardo, am here on an important mission. Eventually, I will take the results back to the Imperial capital and receive my reward. By fulfilling my duty, my position will improve and my rank will rise. As a result, I will share those benefits with you. As an apology for sending soldiers into your lodging and as payment for handling negotiations with the Demon Lord's domain. So, if I admit to a mistake and that becomes known in the capital, the rewards I receive will be less. The rewards I give you will also decrease. That would be a loss for you too. So I, Ricardo, will not get involved with the Demon Lord's domain. I'm leaving that to you. That's all. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, Prince Ricardo said this. At last, Sophia understood what he meant. Prince Ricardo intended to make a name for himself and triumphantly return to the capital. He planned to raise his status through his accomplishments and receive a significant reward. To do so, it would be best to pretend no mistakes were made. He likely apologized to Sophia just to ensure she wouldn't report this incident to the capital. In return, once back in the capital, he would share the benefits he would soon gain with her. The greater Ricardo's status, the larger those benefits would be. In exchange, all negotiations with the Demon Lord's domain would be left to Sophia. If trouble arose with them, Ricardo's reputation would suffer. That is why Ricardo wanted Sophia to resolve the trouble he caused with the Demon Lord's domain. By doing so, she would be helping to enhance his value. Or so Prince Ricardo was saying. Brother and I truly see the world differently. Sophia always treated others, whether commoners or other races, with respect. She believed that was the proper conduct for a princess. But Ricardo cared only about elevating his own value. He tried to appease those he used or inconvenienced by giving them a share of his profit. That, it seemed, was Ricardo's way. Perhaps he was liked by subordinates who sought profit. Naturally, they would benefit whenever Ricardo achieved something. Conversely, he was probably disliked by those who wanted to be treated like actual people. That was why opinions about him in the capital were so divided. I wish Thorkanen-sama didn't have to see this, that this man is my brother. When she looked over, Thor had the same exasperated expression as she did. Knowing he shared her feelings, Sophia breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She wasn't facing Prince Ricardo alone. Thor was by her side, watching over her. Now then, this is where the real negotiation begins. If he was offering profit, she would extract every last bit of it. With that thought in mind, Sophia braced herself. I understand your reasoning, brother. Sophia calmly declared this to her brother. I will ask no further about your mistakes. But surely, that's not the only reason you sought a meeting with me? You said you were assigned to negotiate with someone as part of a top-secret mission. You wish for my cooperation, but specifically, what do you need? Funds and soldiers. Ricardo answered briefly. To obtain the box, I need to borrow funds and soldiers. Oh, so you've already found a lead on the box, brother? I've spoken to its owner. The other party is willing to hand over the box in exchange for money. But I, Ricardo, do not have enough funds to meet their conditions. And to capture them, I'll need military force. You've come to the wrong person. Sophia covered her mouth with her hand and forced a smile. I merely govern this territory on behalf of Archduke Karen. The funds and soldiers do not belong to me. I cannot use them in negotiations with an unknown party. Even if I, Ricardo, guarantee the return? And what would that return be? Obtaining the box is an important mission given to me by His Majesty the Emperor and my brother Diaz. Fulfilling it will raise my standing. I'll likely receive a large reward. And from that reward, you'll pay us back? Yes, exactly. You'll receive several times what you invested. I'm not interested in risky investments like that. Princess Sophia stood up and bowed slightly. Please leave, brother. What? Prince Ricardo's eyes widened. He showed a flash of panic before quickly regaining his composure. Then, how about putting it in writing? In writing? If I, Ricardo, obtain the box, I will summon you to the capital. I will report to His Majesty that you cooperated in this important mission. I will make sure everyone knows your contribution. That way, you may be able to return to the capital. With a charming smile, Prince Ricardo spoke. His golden hair gleamed in the light from the window. With the dignity and confidence befitting an imperial prince, Ricardo said, "You will be properly treated as a member of the imperial family. You will no longer be confined to a detached palace. You will be able to demonstrate your talents for the empire. If you continue to achieve results, you might even gain succession rights." I see. No one will ever call you the useless princess again. I, Ricardo, will be your strong ally in the capital. I will make sure everyone recognizes and praises your achievements. At that moment, Sophia gave up all hope in Ricardo. Her brother's worldview was terrifyingly narrow. He couldn't understand anyone unlike himself. He had no interest in what Sophia wanted. She now understood that clearly. So she met his gaze and told him, "If that's how it is, then I have no need to rely on you. I will find the box myself." Prince Ricardo was speechless. Wait. There's no need to overexert yourself. You're frail. I will negotiate directly with the one who has the box, obtain it myself, and send it to the capital. That way, I won't have to go through you, and I can receive the reward personally. That's not how it works. I, Ricardo, was given the mission. Even if you deliver the box, I can at least get a verbal promise. The border region shall become the territory of the Archduke. Sophia shall govern it for life as its lord, something like that. What? I have no interest in rank or honor. All I wish for is to fulfill my responsibilities as the lord of this land. With her hand over her chest, as if making a sacred vow, Sophia declared, "If that wish can be granted, I will use whatever means necessary." Unthinkable. I, Ricardo, cannot understand your thinking. I'm not asking you to understand. So, what will you do, brother? Sophia said in a cold tone, "If you are willing to help fulfill my wish, then I will help you obtain the box. Otherwise, please leave. I will acquire it on my own and negotiate directly with the capital's officials." GRRGH. I'm fine either way. The only difference is whether you bear the shame of failure. That said, negotiating directly with capital officials is a hassle for me as well, so I would prefer your cooperation. What do you want me to do? I want your formal signature, as a prince. It was time. Sophia spoke the words she had decided on from the very beginning. In exchange for my cooperation in obtaining that box, I would like you to write and sign a statement. The border territory shall be the domain of the Grand Duchy. Sophia shall govern that land as its lord for life. Prince Ricardo shall cooperate in this and work to make it a reality. Along with that, please report to the Imperial capital that I assisted in acquiring the box. And if I refuse, then I will obtain that box together with my allies. I will ask the Archduke to transport it to the capital. And with the Archduke's cooperation, I will negotiate with His Majesty to make my wish come true. This was one of Sophia's trump cards. The other one, she would reveal only after Ricardo signed. And Ricardo's response, "Are you really fine with that? With such a reward? Truly, I told you I don't mind. But what about you, brother? What do you mean? If you fail in a mission directly ordered by His Majesty, your standing among the other princes and princesses will worsen. Liana aside, can you tolerate being beneath your younger sister Daphne? That's none of your business. More importantly, you. Yes. If you don't return to the capital, that means. Yes. It means I'm withdrawing from the race for advancement in the capital." Sophia said this in a calm voice. "Brother, have you never felt it was all meaningless? In the Empire, everything is about strength. Those who show power rise to the top. Nobles, princes, princesses alike. Of course, that's the tradition since the days of the hero. Even if that means fighting forever into the future? What? To demonstrate strength or power, one must defeat someone. Liana once came here to defeat the magic beast Gargarasa, to show her strength to the demon lord's domain. The wars the Empire wages in the south are the same. Everyone in the Empire is always seeking an opportunity, a place, an opponent to show their strength. Sophia paused for a breath. Then, what happens if there are no more enemies to fight? It was just a fleeting thought, something Thor had realized while reading a document about the hard creature. For example, if someone in the Empire becomes the strongest and there's no one left to defeat, then perhaps we'll start summoning even stronger beings from another world. Mightier heroes or more powerful magical beasts. All just to prove our strength by fighting them. Not to improve ourselves, but to show others. I am stronger than you. Ah, a voice spoke. It was Thor, taking notes in the corner of the room. He nodded repeatedly in response to Sophia's words. I see. That's one possible theory. Yes, the strong summon magical beasts from another world to further prove their strength. If that goes too far, the very order of the world could be destroyed. There may already be a world like that somewhere. What are you talking about, Sophia? Please don't worry about it. I just wanted to say something a little dramatic. The person she wanted to say it to wasn't Ricardo, though. Sophia gave a wry smile and continued. In any case, I have decided to withdraw from the race among princes and princesses. I would like your cooperation with that, brother. In exchange, I will help you acquire that box. Withdrawing from the race. Have you been thinking about this all along? No. I only came to this conclusion after arriving in the Borderlands. Sophia stood up, smiled, and bowed. After coming to the Borderlands, meeting the people of the Demon Lord's domain, and meeting someone I truly cherish. I've learned, thought, and changed. And I find that change very welcome. GHH. Ricardo ground his teeth. He realized how much he had underestimated his younger sister. He had always looked down on Sophia as the useless princess. He assumed the soldiers she captured were only taken because her guards were capable. Sophia's guards were soldiers of the Grand Duchy. If they were subordinates of the former Sword Saint Karen, it was only natural that they were competent. His own subordinates were simply caught off guard, so he thought. But he was wrong. Sophia was no longer the same girl who had lived in the capital. She held values Ricardo couldn't comprehend, saw the world from a different perspective. And Ricardo couldn't read her at all. He had thought to negotiate from a position of advantage, but he was already ensnared by her negotiation tactics. You might not even be able to obtain that box. Ricardo burst out reflexively. If you want to negotiate, show your strength first. Then I'll cooperate. Do you promise? Yes. If you have the power to acquire that box, then prove it. Then I will recognize you as an equal partner in negotiations. I may even accept your conditions. Would you sign a written statement? Don't you trust me, Ricardo? Just to be safe? I thought something like this might happen, so I prepared a document. Please sign it. You thought something like this might happen, huh? A phrase occasionally used by someone I respect. I wanted to try using it myself. Very well. But what if you don't have the power to obtain that box? Then I'll reflect on it and cooperate with you fully, brother. Fine. But the deadline is 4 days. Prove your strength by then. Find either Daryl Zano's whereabouts or the location of the box. Understood. Understood. Don't regret bragging so much. Thank you for the warning. Saying that, Sophia walked over to the record keeper, Thor. He bowed, then handed her the document. It really seemed to have been prepared just in case. The document clearly outlined Sophia's proposal. It also stated, no questions shall be asked about the methods of cooperation. When Ricardo asked about this clause, Sophia responded with a composed expression. One should always keep their strength hidden, brother. Then she added Ricardo's specified conditions to the document. When she handed it back, Ricardo took a moment to consider, then signed it. That makes it official. Now, if you'll excuse me. Sophia stood up. I'll return shortly, she said, and exited the reception room into the hallway. How did Sophia grow so much? Ricardo murmured in confusion. It's true. She governs the Borderlands well and has fought great magical beasts. But her power should still be weak. And yet she stands before me, Ricardo, with such confidence. Where does that confidence come from? Excuse me. Suddenly, record keeper Thor stood up. He bowed to Ricardo and the soldiers, then approached a door in the reception room. It was a different door from the one Sophia had exited. Placing his hand on the doorknob, he looked toward the guard, Isaac. When Isaac nodded, Thor slowly began opening the door. Beyond the door was a hallway. At the far end, Sophia was waving her hand. For some reason, with a very cheerful smile. In front of Sophia was a box. A black box made of some unknown material. On its front was a metal dial. Prince Ricardo widened his eyes when he saw it. He must have realized it too, that the box was a type he had never seen before. Sophia, could that possibly be the one? I'll bring it over now. Please confirm it yourself. From the other end of the hallway, Sophia raised her arm. Here we go. And then, with an incredibly delighted expression, she struck the black box from behind. SSSSHHHH. Thud. The black box, placed on a board, slid down the hallway and came to a stop as it crashed into the step at the entrance to the drawing room. What? Prince Ricardo was speechless. One look was enough to tell. That box was extremely heavy. In fact, the record keeper Thor and the unit commander Isaac were struggling to drag it, transferring it from the board to the drawing room floor. It looked so heavy that even Ricardo's subordinates stepped in to help. Eventually, the box landed on the drawing room floor with a heavy thump. Yet Sophia had pushed it lightly and sent it sliding from one end of the hallway to the other. Her strength was unbelievable. Click. The record keeper Thor closed the drawing room door. Ricardo and his guards were all focused on the black box. That's why none of them noticed the odd sheen on the hallway floor, or that something like lotion had been applied to it. Several seconds later, Sophia entered the drawing room from another door. Sophia, just what are you? There is no need for me to explain. GUH. Prince Ricardo took a step back, almost in fear of her slender arms. Smiling at him, Sophia said, I forgot to mention earlier, but I've already acquired the box. I've fulfilled my promise. Now it's your turn to uphold yours, brother. How did you even get this? That is part of the unspoken agreement. Sophia showed the document Ricardo had just signed. Ricardo let out a rough breath. But there's no proof that this is the box. We have captured Daryl Zano's subordinates. Their testimonies should serve as evidence. I'll hand them over along with the box, brother. With that, Sophia held the document bearing Ricardo's signature right in front of his eyes. With this, I've completely fulfilled my duty of helping you obtain the box. You now have the box, and will take it back to the Imperial capital. GUH. Now it's your turn, brother. Fulfill your promise. Sophia gave the box a light pat. Stop that, Sophia. If you hit the box with your strength and it breaks, what will we do? I'm controlling my strength. I've somehow become the superhuman girl now, haven't I? Sophia fought hard to hold back a laugh. Of course, her physical strength hadn't changed since her days in the capital. If anything, she might be a bit stronger now thanks to better health. The reason she had been able to move the box was the power of the Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium. That had been Thor's idea. When dealing with a prince of the Empire, there's always the chance brute force might ruin negotiations. Against someone like that, it's better to show off a bit of simple, overwhelming strength. That final push could tip the scales in the negotiation. Sophia accepted Thor's proposal. Thor first prepared a board covered with beast hide. Then he thoroughly applied Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium to the hide and laid it down in the hallway, with the hide side on the floor, of course. That triggered the Max Smooth effect on the beast hide. The same principle as when used on human skin. All that was left was to place the box on the board and push it from behind. With the board in Max Smooth condition, it glided effortlessly and carried the box with it. Then Thor and Isaac would carry the seemingly heavy box into the drawing room, completing the plan. It would look like Sophia had moved the box with astonishing strength. After that, Sophia just had to re-enter the drawing room from another hallway. Cleaning the lotion from the floor would be a pain, but, well, that was unavoidable. Sophia, may I ask you just one thing? Yes, brother. You were so frail. How did you grow so much? I don't understand. Ricardo, truly don't understand. It's because I had wonderful experiences here, with someone special. What? The borderlands are that kind of place, where strange things happen. Where I and my subordinates were able to capture elite Imperial soldiers. Where soldiers sneaking into a trading post suddenly panicked. HRMPH. If you cannot accept such mysteries, perhaps it would be better for you to return to the capital? Those words were the final blow. Prince Ricardo slumped his shoulders and declared he would accept the terms Sophia had set forth. What followed was a brief series of arrangements. After returning to the capital, Prince Ricardo would ensure Sophia's wishes were fulfilled. As proof, some of the captured Imperial soldiers would remain here in this land. Since they were directly under the Emperor's command, they would act as witnesses to the agreement. Ricardo would send a fast courier to the capital to report that he had secured the box. and that Sophia had assisted in its acquisition. He would also advocate for Sophia's wishes. To the High Council, he would clearly state that Sophia had helped secure the box. To the Demon Lord's territory, a proper apology letter and compensation would be sent via Sophia. Lastly, if Sophia's wish was granted, the remaining soldiers would be released. And that was that. Indeed, this is a strange box. How in the world do you open it? Please wait until you return to open it. Do as you please then. Why yes. In any case, I, Ricardo, have obtained the box. Let us return to the capital in triumph. Please be cautious of Daryl Zano. He's still. I know. Measures have been taken. No need to keep harping on it, Sophia. And so, the negotiation ended peacefully. And just over 10 days later, a letter from the capital would arrive at Sophia's side. Chapter 165. A few days after the meeting, Prince Ricardo? I don't understand. I can't make sense of this. What is this feeling of defeat? Prince Ricardo slumped forward on horseback. The meeting with Princess Sophia had concluded without incident. There were some unexpected developments, but he had managed to obtain that box. The captured scouts had been safely recovered. He had also taken custody of Daryl Zano's subordinates. From their testimonies, it was confirmed that the item Princess Sophia had possessed was indeed that box. The returning scouts and Zano's men had all been pale and trembling violently, but they would likely recover in time. Prince Ricardo had fulfilled his mission. It was a sufficient achievement. Once he returned to the Imperial capital, everyone would praise him. And yet, why? Why does this Ricardo feel so utterly crushed? Prince Ricardo bit his lip. He was aware that he hadn't actually done anything. Still, he hadn't expected to be overwhelmed by such a deep sense of defeat. In the end, he had done nothing at all. All he had done was send scouts to Sophia's quarters and the border trade post. He merely made contact with someone who seemed to be Daryl Zano. As a result, none of Ricardo's actions had borne any fruit. His triumphant return to the Imperial capital was only possible because his sister Sophia had yielded the results to him. Sophia had likely given that box to Ricardo because she believed it would fetch the highest price. It just so happened that he was near the town under orders to obtain the box. That was all. To Sophia, it didn't matter who fulfilled her wish, as long as someone did. That should have been convenient for Ricardo, but, in other words, this Ricardo fulfilled his mission by clinging to the mercy of the unwanted princess? He should be grateful to Sophia. Had she not handed over that box, Ricardo would still be wandering the borderlands. Or worse, he might have been tricked by Daryl Zano and robbed of his money. Ricardo owed a great debt to his sister Sophia. So, immediately after the meeting ended, Ricardo dispatched a fast horse to the capital to report the acquisition of that box and Sophia's contributions. In the letter, he detailed Sophia's role in this mission. He also included that Sophia wished to remain the lord of the borderlands, and he expressed his desire to see that wish granted. He couldn't bring himself to do otherwise. Ricardo himself had done nothing. He had fulfilled his mission only thanks to Sophia's kindness. If he were to break his promise to her after that, he would likely be crushed by an overwhelming sense of defeat. His pride would be shattered, so much so that he might never stand again. The borderlands are a terrifying place. I never want to go near them again. No, if I ever must, I'll prepare thoroughly. Absolutely. Ricardo looked back from atop his horse. Several days had passed since they left the town of Nosa. Sophia's town was no longer visible. With each step the army took along the road, the Imperial capital drew nearer. Even though his mission should have been accomplished, Ricardo's spirits only sank lower. When we reach the capital, must this Ricardo report the acquisition of that box as his own achievement? Ricardo had written in the letter that he was the one who discovered the whereabouts of that box, and that Sophia merely assisted with the investigation. If he attributed all the credit to Sophia, her competence would be recognized, and she might be summoned back to the capital. That would go against her wishes. Therefore, Ricardo had to report even what Sophia did as his own accomplishments, claiming that he had worked hard and obtained the box. Each time he remembered that, Ricardo's heart grew heavier. Your Highness, a report. Suddenly, the captain of the scout unit approached. As expected, the recovered subordinates are of no use. They still seem to be frightened of something. Did they undergo torture at the hands of Sophia's subordinates? That doesn't seem to be the case. However, they keep saying this. The borderlands are a terrifying place. The very nature of the world is different there. With a strained expression, the captain said this. Ricardo felt that he too was making a similar face. Suppressing the rising fear, he said, continue your report. Why yes. One of those who infiltrated Princess Sophia's quarters said. Suddenly, I couldn't stand up. Everything slipped from my grasp, and I couldn't trust my senses. I couldn't hold on to anything, and I was just in a world where nothing felt real. Is that a poem? I can't make sense of it at all. The one who infiltrated the trading post said. Suddenly, an immeasurable fear overcame me. That land must be home to an invisible giant monster. And the signboard with the child. Ah, the signboard. Give that man a long vacation. He may use the summer retreat I frequent. Let him rest there until he recovers. We're grateful for your highness's generosity. The borderlands are an unfathomable place. I don't intend to blame them for what happened there. This Ricardo failed there too, after all. Ricardo swallowed the words that nearly left his lips. More importantly, is that box secure? The road to the capital is long. Losing it would make everything pointless. Most of our personnel have been reassigned to guard the box. Yet the army seems to be moving slowly. My apologies. The released soldiers are still sluggish, and the prisoners are slowing us down as well. Understood. There's a town not far ahead. We'll leave them there for the time being. As you command. The slow pace was due to the released soldiers and prisoners holding them back. The soldiers, still frightened, walked slowly. The prisoners were crammed into wagons to prevent escape, which also slowed progress. A wagon was needed to transport that box as well, and guards were required to protect it. As a result, the return trip was slower than the outbound journey. Once we're only transporting that box, we should be able to move more smoothly. I agree. However, I am concerned about how Daryl Zano will act. When we return to the capital, we'll ready the troops and hunt him down. I'd rather not return to the borderlands, though. Why yes, Your Highness. More importantly, I can see the town ahead. We'll arrive shortly. Let's take a break there. Across the highway, the town walls came into view. Ricardo let out a sigh of relief. If he could rest in the town, the strange sense of defeat would likely fade. All that was left was to hurry along the highway and deliver that box to the Imperial capital. Seeing the look of relief on their commander's face, the soldiers also relaxed. As if to strike in that very moment of carelessness, a pack of magical beasts appeared on the grassland. Gruawayaha. Everyone, close formation. Protect the box. Ricardo immediately gave orders. At the same time, he began chanting a spell. Though Ricardo could use a sword, his specialty was fire-based magic. He'd use flames to keep the enemy at bay, then cut down anything that got close. Even Crown Prince Diaz acknowledged his strength. There are a little over 20 dark wolves, and there's a large one among them. It may be a rare species, the great dark wolf. A rare species. It's strange for one to appear here. Something's off. Could it be the work of Daryl Zano? Ricardo had been approached for negotiations by that man. But after obtaining the box from Sophia, the need for negotiation vanished. So he left Daryl alone, but now it seemed Daryl had followed them. He struck when we let our guard down. I'll give him credit for his tactical sense. While speaking, Ricardo continued chanting his spell. But I won't hand over the box. Take this, Flame Blast. The explosive fireball blew the dark wolves away. Ricardo was a prince, far stronger than an ordinary soldier. The dark wolves engulfed in his flames collapsed, unable to withstand the burning magic. GRH. Even so, the pack didn't stop. Seeing some dark wolves survive the magical onslaught, Ricardo and his men took up their weapons. Behind them was the carriage containing the box. That was likely the enemy's target. They think they caught us off guard, but I'm not letting them have that box. No matter what. The countermeasure was simple. If it looked like the box would be taken, they would destroy the carriage. The box was heavy. While Daryl and his men struggled to carry it, soldiers would arrive from the town. When that happened, there'd be no escape. Fools. Such utter fools. You should have been satisfied with stealing it from the fortress. Imperial Prince. You understand nothing. A voice spoke. It came from beneath the belly of the great dark wolf. Looking closer, Ricardo saw a man clinging to the beast. He recognized the mask. That was you, Daryl Zano. We are the ghosts that haunt the Dalgaria Empire. The great dark wolf rammed into a carriage. Ricardo instinctively turned to look. But the destroyed carriage wasn't the one holding the box. The enemy had targeted the carriage holding the prisoners. The door shattered easily, and Daryl Zano leapt inside. He dragged the prisoners out and lifted them onto the back of the great dark wolf. It was skillfully done. He was likely using body enhancement magic. So his goal is to rescue the prisoners? Dark wolves had a keen sense of smell. They had likely tracked Ricardo's group by following the scent of the prisoners. Prince Ricardo remembered. During their negotiation, Daryl Zano had asked for money in exchange for the box. To him, the box was just a tool. Since negotiations failed, he had no reason to pursue the box further. Yet Ricardo had focused all his security on that box. And this was the result. Don't let him escape. Surround him. Obey the command of your true master. Beasts, devour the enemy. Daryl Zano's voice rang out, and the magical beasts went berserk. Gruer. With glowing red eyes, the dark wolves leapt at the soldiers. It was a true rampage. They had completely forgotten any instinct for self-preservation. Even when slashed with swords or struck by magic, they didn't stop. As if they didn't feel pain at all, they attacked relentlessly. The soldiers froze for a moment, overwhelmed. In that time, Daryl Zano had finished rescuing the prisoners. He tied his companions onto the back of the massive great dark wolf and began to flee. Daryl Zano, or whatever your name is. What is your goal? Ricardo found himself shouting instinctively. You stole the box from the Eastern Fortress, and now you attack a carriage of the Imperial family. What's your true aim? Revenge on the Dalgaria Empire. The masked man answered. We are the ghosts who haunt the empire that once destroyed the houses of Tillich and Mishra. Someday, with the power of a hero, we will destroy the empire. We will reclaim what your ancestors unjustly stole from us. With those final words, the pack of beasts fled. All the prisoners were taken. All that remained were the corpses of dark wolves. Over 20 of the beasts had been there, but nearly all were wiped out. Except for the one great dark wolf carrying the prisoners. Even the large variants had perished. But for Ricardo, it was a defeat. The prisoners he was supposed to bring back were all gone. Ghosts, huh? Don't make me laugh. You're full of nonsense, Daryl Zano. Until now, Daryl had been nothing more than a petty thief who stole a box from an Imperial fortress. But not anymore. Daryl Zano and his group had become enemies of the Empire. They were now a threat that the Imperial family must eliminate. I won't forgive you. I, Ricardo Dalgaria, will be the one to capture you. No matter what. Afterward, Ricardo returned to the Imperial capital with the box. He reported both his accomplishments and his failure, and offered to personally lead the search and subjugation of Daryl Zano. But, you did well, Ricardo. Take some time to rest. Brother Diaz, the matter of the box is top secret. Speak of it to no one. And I haven't forgotten Sophia's contributions. I'll see to it that her wish is granted. Without fail. With that short audience, Crown Prince Diaz waved his hand as if to signal the conversation was over. And so, this matter completely passed out of Prince Ricardo's hands. Chapter 166. Thor's point of view. The meeting with Prince Ricardo has ended. As soon as the meeting was over, he apparently sent a fast horse to the Imperial capital, most likely to report that he had obtained that box. The letter also included Princess Sophia's wishes. She had confirmed it herself, but it will take over 10 days to get a reply from the Imperial capital. For now, all we can do is wait for the outcome. In the meantime, Princess Sophia plans to continue patrolling the border region, because Daryl Zano and his companions might still be hiding somewhere. I returned to the Demon Lord's territory and reported to Rookie. Rookie was glad that the meeting had ended peacefully. As long as Princess Sophia stays in the town of Nosa, the Demon Lord's territory will remain secure. If the Empire makes a move, we can respond immediately. Trade with the Archduke's territory will also progress further. The Demon Lord's territory should continue to develop from here on out. Well done, Thor. Upon hearing my report, Rookie nodded in satisfaction. Then Mabel. Go ahead and hand it over to him. Why yes, Your Majesty. Mabel bowed and handed me the Otherworld documents. These were the items stored in the so-called box, in other words, a fireproof safe from the hero's world. They had been withheld until the meeting was concluded. Thank goodness. Now I can begin researching weapons from the other world. Thank you very much, Rookie-sama. Research is fine, but don't overdo it. Yes, I understand. Make sure you eat properly. If you pull all-nighters researching, I'll confiscate the materials. You should get outside your room from time to time. Also, I'll be okay. I spoke up. I've grown a little, you know. I won't do anything that would make you worry, Rookie-sama. I see. Yes. Good. Then all is well. The Demon Lord Rookie, seated on her throne, nodded again. In any case, this brings the matter of the so-called box to a close. Now we just need to identify who stole it, but the Empire will likely handle that. We'll wait and watch from here. Yes. It seems Princess Sophia is continuing her investigation as well. Understood. For now, this chapter is settled. Well done, Thor and Mabel. With that, The report ended. Then I returned to my room, documents from the other world in hand, to begin my research on making weapons from the hero's world. The next day, I'm going on a journey. Please don't look for me. Wait, wait, wait. Why are you saying things like that, Thor? Once again, I was meeting with Rookie. There, I informed her that I would be going on a journey, but this is way too sudden. You just got back from the town of Nosa. Why are you going off again? That's right, Thor-sama. Weren't you going to thoroughly focus on your research? That research is the problem. I placed the Otherworld documents in front of Rookie. Though I had longed for these documents, now just holding them weighed heavily on me, because I had been clearly reminded of the vast difference between the hero world's technology and my own. Certainly, these documents describe weapons from another world. I began explaining. Rookie, without her usual disguise, and Mabel in her maid outfit, listened intently. Specifically, there are 3 weapons. The first is the ultra-high vibration blade. The second is the thought-controlled powered suit. And lastly, the mind-responsive turret. What are those weapons? I can't even imagine what they look like. Yes, apparently, even in the hero's world, they are rare romantic weapons. The documents included diagrams. There were also sections explaining the required materials and technologies. There were also lines like, make it look cool, fill in the plans reasonably, and the rest is up to you to uncover the truth. Though I suppose hero world engineers could decipher all that. The first, the ultra-high vibration blade, is a sword that vibrates its blade using sound waves to cut through hard materials. I kinda get it. Like a high-speed saw, perhaps. Next, the thought-controlled powered suit reads the wearer's thoughts to move accordingly. With it, the user can move quickly and unleash immense power. A suit of armor that reads your thoughts. What if, during battle, you suddenly remember you left the laundry out? Finally, the mind-responsive turret attacks wherever the owner wills it. It's like a tiny mage. The designer apparently wanted it to shoot out sticky adhesive substances, probably to immobilize hard creatures. That, I think I can picture somewhat. It's the easiest one to understand, at least. Rookie and Mabel crossed their arms and groaned after hearing my explanation. I get how they feel. Even I nearly held my head in frustration when I started reading those documents. The last one, the mind-responsive turret, seems like something we could build with our current technology. You can build it? A weapon from the hero's world. Yes, I was thinking that if we had the winged fairies, pixies, carry items that shoot out sticky adhesive, it might work. I see. The mind-responsive turret apparently flies through the air, reads the user's thoughts, and attacks enemies. If that's the case, the winged fairies should be able to do the same. As long as we convey the strategy to them, they'll move just as we direct. However, in that case, we'll need an item to protect the winged fairies. Which means, I'll have to make a thought-controlled powered suit after all. Can you not make one now, Thor? No. It seems I need special materials to create it. Special materials, you say? Yes. The thought-controlled powered suit and the mind-responsive turret require materials that react to the owner's thoughts. As for the ultra-high vibration blade, it needs an exceptionally durable metal. The engineer who wrote the Otherworld documents apparently had an idea about such materials. They said they saw it in an old record, so it might have been a material from the ancient times of the hero's world. The document on the ultra-high vibration blade contains the name of the material. It's a metal called orichalcum. More precisely, it says a metal comparable to it. Orichalcum? I have heard of that before. Rookie wore an expression as if searching her memory. I believe it was a material the Otherworld hero desired, wasn't it? Yes, it's in the hero's records. They apparently said something like, if it's called the hero's sword, then of course it's made of orichalcum, right? Or maybe a hurricane. Adamantite? Man, this fires me up. That would be in Chapter 1, Section 2 of the Hero Records. The Otherworld hero selects his weapon. Yes, but it seems the weapon made of the material the hero wanted didn't exist. Because materials like orichalcum, adamantite, and a hurricane haven't been found in this world. They probably exist in the hero's world. Likely so. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the hero to be so particular about them. There's no doubt about that. Even the Otherworld documents said, when I proposed creating an ultra-high vibration blade to my boss, they replied, there's a problem with durability. If you want to make it, bring me orichalcum or something. Philistines who know nothing of dreams. So even in the hero's world, it must have been a terrifyingly rare material. In other words, To make an ultra-high vibration blade, I need to find a material comparable to orichalcum. You intend to go on a journey to find it? Yes. I thought I'd start by searching within the Demon Lord's territory. So that's what this is about. Rookie nodded, seemingly convinced. I had thought that something like the ultra-high vibration blade would be easy to make, but I was naive. Apparently, it uses the power of sound to make the blade vibrate several thousand or even tens of thousands of times per second. That means it needs a material capable of withstanding such stress. If I shorten the blade, it might endure the vibration. For example, something like a small knife. But that wouldn't be enough to fight a hard creature. I still need a tough material. Iron, steel, or even magic silver, mithril, all have durability issues. There's also the option of adding the earth attribute to increase strength, but that would consume way too much magical energy. Even if I embedded a magic stone, it would likely run out of energy in no time. Relying on the user's magic would be too much of a burden. If the blade drained all their mana and left them unable to use magic when it mattered most, that would be a disaster. Making the blade replaceable so it could be swapped out before each battle might work, but it's still uncertain whether it would be practical. With my skill, material transmutation, I can't create very large materials. Plus, I need to understand the base material to recreate it. That's why, first, I'll search for a material as strong as orichalcum. If I can't find one, I'll try synthesizing it from other materials. I explained all of this to Rookie. So, that's the reason you're going on a journey. Rookie stared at me. But Thor, do you have any leads on where to find such materials? I thought I'd start by visiting the mines in the Risinga territory. They've just begun development there. I'd like to go into the tunnels and see if I can find any promising metals. That much I don't mind, but what's wrong, Mabel? You look troubled. I glanced over to see Mabel staring down silently. She seemed deep in thought. If it's a material that reacts to the mind, I might know something. After a moment, Mabel seemed to make up her mind. I heard about it when I was small. That there's a metal, an advanced version of magic silver, mithril, that reacts to living hearts. Really? Yes. It's an old tale passed down in the elf village. Mabel's amazing. I didn't expect to find a clue this quickly. Come to think of it, it wouldn't be surprising for elves to know about mysterious materials. So when Mabel was little, she heard that story in the elf village. Wait, huh? The elf village? You mean the one you used to live in, right? Yes. Mabel gave a small nod. Seeing her expression, I remembered. Mabel couldn't use magic, so she was ostracized in the elf village. Because of that, she was taken in by the Demon Lord's castle. Since then, Mabel hasn't seen the elves from her village again. She talks normally with the elves in the Demon Lord's castle, but the elves from her village were apparently very exclusive. So she probably hasn't returned home since then. I understand. Let's put the thought-controlled powered suit on hold for now. Huh? Thor-sama. First, I'll try to find some orichalcum. The first page of the documents lists the ultra-high vibration blade. Since it's mentioned first, we should assume it's the most important item. So, I'm heading to the mines. I think that's the right decision. If I go to the elf village to investigate, Mabel will probably come along. If I visit the elf village alone, I need to rely on the title of Royal Alchemist under direct command of the Demon Lord Rookie. Some of the elves might connect that to Mabel. I don't believe everyone in the elf village is bad, but to me, Mabel is more important than any material. I can't let her go through anything unpleasant. So that's the situation, Rookie-sama. I'll be heading to the mines in the Risinga territory. Are you sure? I could summon someone from the elf village for you, you know? I can't trouble you over something for my personal research, Rookie-sama. If the elves from the village came to the Demon Lord's castle, Mabel would probably feel uneasy. We'll leave the psychic reactive material for later. First, I'll make the ultra-high vibration blade to deal with the hard creatures. So may I go now? Why yes. Very well. Thank you. If you need anything, please relay it to me through the winged fairies, the pixies. I'll return right away. Please wait. Suddenly, Mabel raised her voice. With a serious expression, she looked at me and Rookie and said, Your Majesty, Thor-sama, I have a request. Please allow me to go to the elf village. Mabel, are you sure about this, Mabel? I can't stay trapped in the past forever. As she said this, Mabel took my hand. Thanks to you, Thor-sama, I've been able to use magic. I've also become close with His Majesty and Agni-sama. Compared to when I lived in the elf village, I think I've grown. Mabel said that with a gentle smile. Stronger than when I was just a little child. That's why I want to take this opportunity to face my hometown. Mabel. Yes, Thor-sama. You're not forcing yourself, are you? I'm fine. Besides, I'm your fiancé, Thor-sama. Saying this, Mabel touched her water spirit stone pendant. It had a cover I made using a rainbow-colored magic stone. She held it tightly and, with a smile filled with determination, said, I was thinking it's time to visit my parents' graves and tell them about our engagement. I think this is a good opportunity. All right, let's go together, Mabel. Yes, Thor-sama. Mabel intertwined her fingers with mine and nodded. I turned to Rookie and said, So, the two of us will be taking a short trip to the elf village. Your plans change quite often, don't they? Mabel is more important to me than any material. Well, that's very much like you. Rookie covered her mouth and chuckled. But perhaps this is for the best. If you went to the mines, who knows how deep you'd go for materials. But if you're going to the elf village, you'll stay by Mabel's side. I wouldn't go digging deep into the tunnels just for materials, you know? Can you swear to that? Let's set that aside for now. I have a request for you, Rookie-sama. Don't set it aside. What is it? To gather materials in the elf village, I'd like to request a permit. Very well. I'll write one myself. I should have Kelv write one too. If you have permits from both the Demon Lord and the Chancellor, the village elves won't complain. Would the Chancellor actually write one for me? If he doesn't, I'll tell him that you'll go collect unknown materials and make some shady items. I really owe the Chancellor a lot, don't I? You should repay him by making him something he wants someday. Understood. When I receive the permit, I'll hand him a survey form as well. Yes, that sounds good. The matter was settled. Mabel and I would go to the elf village in the Demon Lord's domain. There, I would investigate whether any materials usable for the thought-controlled powered suit could be found. But that was only a side goal. What truly mattered was reporting our engagement to Mabel's parents' graves. To tell them that I'm grateful to Mabel and all she's done for me. To let them know that I genuinely intend to make her happy from now on. To deliver that message clearly, as the royal alchemist under the direct command of the Demon Lord, so firmly that the villagers would be left speechless. That's what I was thinking. Chapter 167. The night after I submitted a travel request to Rookie, she summoned me, and I found myself standing in front of a certain building. The location was within the castle grounds. It was a church-like structure, surrounded by trees and walls. This is your first time here, isn't it? Normally, the corridor that leads here is kept closed. Yes, I didn't even know this building existed. But it's truly a quiet place. Hidden by the garden trees and walls, it can't be seen from outside. And you can't reach it without going through a locked passageway. It really feels like a secret place. We've come far enough. Rookie removed the mask and robe of cognitive inhibition. Now, allow me to guide you. Follow me. Having taken the form of a petite girl, Rookie pulled a large key from within her robe. She inserted it into the door, and with a clank, the lock disengaged. Then, holding a lamp, Rookie opened the building's door. Beyond the door was a long hallway. There were no windows. Instead, many paintings were hung on the walls. These were portraits. Yes, my father and those before him. In other words, the past demon lords are depicted here. These are the former demon lords. The paintings showed demons with large horns. Some were drawn only with lines. Some in just black and white or shades of gray. Others in color. A variety of styles. But all of them were vivid and full of life. It was easy to see how much the artist cared for the demon lord they portrayed. There weren't paintings like these in the Empire. Over there, artists were treated as useless. There were portraits of past emperors, but they were just for record-keeping. And since they were adjusted to make them look as strong as possible, they weren't very interesting to look at. But the portraits here were incredibly eye-catching. They made me want to know what kind of people they were. The further back you go, the older the paintings. The ones in front are newer. Rookie pointed to each portrait as she explained. The one at the very front is my father, Garland Evergard. He looks like a kind person. He was a man with large horns, golden hair, and a thick beard. His eyes looked similar to Rookie's, I thought. Compared to the other demon lords, he was slimmer, and he held a mask, the same kind that Rookie uses. I wonder if he used cognitive inhibition too. He was a strict father. He trained me to become a strong demon lord, but when we were alone, he would show a gentle face. This portrait captures that expression. I believe he wanted to show me that he truly cared for me. Somehow, I feel like you resemble him, Rookie-sama. That makes me happy. I loved my father dearly. I wish I could have spoken to him. I also wanted to introduce you to him. Hey, wait a minute. Why are you bowing so deeply to my father's portrait? Kneeling on the floor, hand on your chest. What are you doing? Pleased to meet you. I am Thor Kanan, the alchemist directly under Her Majesty Rookie Everguard. I bowed before Rookie's father's portrait. It is unfortunate that I never had the chance to meet your majesty in life. However, I would like to take this opportunity to offer my greetings while beholding your honored visage, Garland Sama. I was originally from the Dalgaria Empire, but after being exiled, I was fortunate enough to be employed by Her Majesty Rookie. Meeting such a kind, warm, and admirable ruler has been the greatest blessing of my life. Wait, Thor? What are you doing? I am still a fledgling alchemist, but if possible, I wish to remain at Her Majesty's side and support her. If I may be so bold to say this, regardless of my position or job. I don't know how your majesty would feel about a human being by your daughter's side, but please, I humbly ask for your blessing. Thor, are you drunk? No, Thor can say these things completely sober. But that was too powerful. From now on, I plan to visit the elf village to search for materials that might be useful to Her Majesty. I will travel throughout the Demon Lord's domain and return to her side. Please watch over us, former Demon Lord, Garland Sama. Ugh. Huh? What's wrong, Rookie Sama? When I looked, Rookie had crouched down, covering her face with both hands. I forgot you were this kind of person. This kind of person? The kind of person who can say such embarrassing things without any shame. I'm not lying, though. I just say what I honestly feel. Think about the person standing next to you while you say that. Sorry, it's probably a result of my time in the Empire, so it might be hard to fix. Your time in the Empire? Back in the Empire, I was the weakest. Everyone around me, including my father, could kill me with a single blow. So I think I was always subconsciously feeling like my life was in danger. It was like constantly being surrounded by hungry tigers. And I knew they hated me, too. That's why I left the Duke's house and took a job in the government office. So I was always vaguely aware that I could die at any moment without being able to say what I wanted to say. That's why I developed the habit of speaking my mind before it was too late. I see. So you suffered too, didn't you? Rookie sighed and said, I understand now. You've had your own hardships. Oh, of course. But I only speak my true thoughts in front of the people I truly care about. Faye. In other words, I say what's on my mind so I don't have any regrets with those who are important to me. Why you say stuff like that so easily? But if it bothers you, Rookie-sama, I'll try to stop. It's fine. Stay the way you are, Thor. That's one of your virtues. Saying that, Rookie stood up. Then, as if trying to change her mood, she shook her head and said, So come to think of it, I haven't explained it yet. Thor, do you know what kind of facility this is? There are portraits of the past demon lords here, right? And the only one who holds the key to this place is you, Rookie-sama. I can see stairs leading underground at the end of the hallway. If it leads underground, then underground. A place where sunlight doesn't reach, and the temperature is stable. If that's the case, could this be a mausoleum? Correct. So you could figure it out with just that much information, huh? I'm an alchemist, after all. Don't brush it off like that. No, you're right. This is a mausoleum. Buried beneath this ground are the past demon lords. As Rookie looked at the portraits of the former demon lords, she spoke. After being defeated by the humans, the first demon lord said, Humans are dangerous. There's no telling when they might attack again. Therefore, the demon lord shall rest beneath the demon lord's castle after death, becoming the foundation of this nation, so that this land may never fall to a fearsome hero. That's what he said, as expected of the demon lord who once faced off against a hero. It's not like he performed some magical ritual or anything. It was more of a declaration of will. But it was that resolve that helped unify the demon lord's domain, wasn't it? Well, yes. Rookie nodded with a serious expression. And so, to make sure we never forget the demon lords who devoted themselves to the realm, we decided to hang their portraits above the mausoleum. Then, is there a portrait of the first demon lord as well? No, the portraits of the first and second demon lords don't exist. Really, the ones buried here start with the first, and then continue from the third. The reason for this is still unknown. That was probably when the demon lord's domain had just been established. Maybe things were still chaotic back then. That may be so, and eventually, my portrait will be added here as well. I see. I turn my gaze to the portraits of the past demon lords. Male demon lords, female demon lords. Some elderly, and others young like Rookie's father. What's here is the very history of the demon lord's domain. And at the end of that history stands Rookie, Demon Lord Rookie Everguard. What I see may be what Rookie has inherited, and what she will continue to carry on her back. Unfortunately, I cannot guide you into the underground tomb. There are rules. Only blood relatives or spouses of the demon lord may be taken there. Saying that, Rookie smiled. So I can only show you the above-ground part. Still, this should count as visiting the grave. I wanted to introduce you to my father, Thor. Thank you very much, Rookie-sama. I didn't expect you to introduce yourself so passionately, though. Would it be okay if I redid my introduction a little more calmly? No need. Now then, Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama. Do you understand why I brought you here? Rookie stood on tiptoes and looked up at me with upturned eyes. Her long eyelashes were trembling. She gripped my clothes tightly and stared straight into my eyes. Looking at her face, I somehow felt like I understood what she was trying to say. Rookie-sama, because you are going to visit the grave with Mabel, then shouldn't you visit it with me too? Huh, that's how it is. I may be the demon lord, but sometimes I want to be selfish too. And the only person I can say this kind of thing to is you, Thor. Rookie tapped me on the chest, pawn, and declared, even if it's for material collection and grave visiting, if you and Mabel are going on a journey together, it naturally makes me think about all sorts of things. That's why I wanted to come to the mausoleum with just you before you leave. I see. Also, if anything happens between you and Mabel during the journey, make sure to do the same thing with me afterward. It was so sudden. For a moment, I didn't understand what the words meant. What does that mean, Your Majesty? If something happens between Mabel and me during the journey, then I have to report it to Rookie and then do the same thing with her afterward. Wait, it's not like something will happen during the journey, okay? I mean, I'll report what happens during the journey. But if we're going that far, I should probably check with Mabel too. No worries. I already talked with Mabel. Huh, foo-foo. Don't underestimate the maidens of the demon lord's domain, Thor. Rookie placed her hands on her hips and stared at me intently. Mabel isn't the kind of girl who could keep something like that a secret, you know? We're childhood friends. After all, I'd notice even if she tried to hide it. That's why she stayed over last night, and we had a long talk. I surrender. Or rather, there was no way I could ever win against Rookie. Well, it's all hypothetical. No one knows what might happen during the journey. Not me, not even you. All right, what is this atmosphere? My face feels hot. I'm kind of dazed. I couldn't quite meet her eyes, and both Rookie and I ended up looking away in different directions. I took a deep breath and calmed down just a little before saying, I'm sorry. I should have said I wanted to visit the grave with you, Rookie-sama. It cannot be helped. I'm the only one who holds the key to the mausoleum of the successive demon lords. One cannot just say they want to come to such a place in front of others. That's true. It would seem terribly presumptuous. Yet, you boldly introduced yourself to the portrait of your father. That was just acting on impulse. Then act on the same impulse and say something to me as well. Rookie snorted with a humph. She puffed out her chest, looked up at me with a strong gaze. This is the mausoleum of the successive demon lords. Only the demon lord and those granted permission may enter. No one from the castle ever comes here. So, I care deeply for Rookie-sama Everguard. I said it on impulse. Back when we met, you were in your perception-blocking demon lord style, but the more we spoke, the more I could tell you were a warm person. Then in the simple storage room, you took off your mask and robe, and I saw your true form. I realized how much you'd been struggling. That's why I wanted to support you. When I'm by your side, I feel at ease. It's like, I've found where I belong. I don't know if it's because you're my lord, or if it's due to some other feeling. I can't say it well. No, it's not that I don't know. Most of it, I do understand. That's why. Tremble, 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 tremble. Before I noticed, Rookie had disappeared from my sight. She was at my feet. She was once again covering her face with both hands, curling herself up even smaller than before, crouched down on the floor. Her ears and the back of her neck were bright red. Can I keep going? Are you trying to stop my heart? I'm sorry. I never imagined such a critical hit would come. So this is the legendary critical hit the heroes of another world once spoke of. Ugh. Rookie stayed crouched in silence. I instinctively reached out my hand toward her head. I gently ran my fingers through her slightly tousled golden hair. Then Rookie took my hand and pressed it against her head. When I stroked her head with my palm, she nodded, as if satisfied. So, I silently continued to stroke Rookie's hair for a while. Your hand is warm, Thor. Your hand is warm too, Rookie-sama. That must be your body heat rubbing off. My own temperature tends to be on the lower side. Shall we use the fizzy bath? Are you seriously bringing up baths now? Do you want to bathe together? Sorry, that's not what I meant. You don't want to? That's a hard question to answer. You're always causing me trouble, Thor. Once in a while, it's fine to flip it around. I'll reflect on my actions. You don't have to. Just stay by my side. And with that, Rookie pressed her cheek against my hand. Her hand was small and smooth. Thor, on this upcoming journey, I want you to patrol the Demon Lord's domain in my stead. Rookie suddenly said that. You've only seen the area around the Demon Lord's castle and the Risinga territory, right? It's a good opportunity. Go see the Demon Lord's domain for yourself. Yes, Rookie-sama. The Demon Lord's domain is vast. In its depths are regions like autonomous zones that only pretend to follow the Demon Lord. Some places are so chaotic they defy human understanding. Go see them with your own eyes. Rookie's voice trembled slightly. She squeezed her eyes shut, took a deep breath. And then, as if making up her mind, if you stay by my side, you'll be taking on all of that along with me. She said such a thing. That's why, go see the Demon Lord's domain with your own eyes, and then decide what you want to do. But I already said I want to support you, Rookie-sama. I'm telling you to decide after seeing reality. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. Well, it's mostly for my own peace of mind. Rookie-sama, what is it? Aren't you being a bit too serious? I don't want to hear that from you. I'm just doing what I want to do. That's not entirely true. You hold yourself back in strange ways. Do I? Yes. Because, well, with my hand still on her cheek, Rookie narrowed her eyes. Even though we're alone, you're still calling me Rookie-sama, aren't you? Ah. Rookie's red eyes stared straight into mine. My heart thumped loudly. With my free hand, I took Rookie's hand. Understood. Rookie, you're still using formal speech? Please allow that. If I get into the habit of speaking casually, I'll be in trouble when others are around. Humph. I suppose that can't be helped. Rookie picked up the mask and robe that had been left on the floor. She placed them on her lap, those items that held the power of perception blocking. On my next birthday, I'm going to reveal my true form to everyone. She declared it, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Is it really okay? I've been thinking about it ever since you came, Thor. Thanks to you, I've gained confidence. Risinga has also sworn loyalty to me. And in the midst of all that, being in front of everyone in a false form has started to feel unbearable. Rookie's fingers were trembling. Well, of course she's scared. Ever since she ascended the throne, Rookie has hidden her true identity in public. With her petite and cute appearance, she feared being underestimated by the common people. That's why she always wore a mask and robe with perception inhibition magic. To cast all that aside, it's only natural she'd be scared. I understand. When that time comes, I'll be by your side. Yes, I'm counting on you, Thor. While I'm at it, I'll prepare a ridiculously strong demon sword so no one can complain. That's unnecessary. Knowing you, you'll try to make something like a demon sword, ultra-high frequency blade, won't you? As expected of Rookie, the Demon Lord's intuition is sharp. Anyone could figure that out. And what exactly am I supposed to do with such a dangerous sword? It's cool, isn't it? I mean, Rookie is always cool, but still. Mew. So, when is your birthday? You see. Rookie stood on her toes and whispered in my ear. I nodded and replied. Got it. I'll be back before then. No need to rush. It's fine. I'm not particular about gathering materials. This time, just visiting Mabel's parents' graves would be enough. That's right. Make sure you do that properly. It wouldn't be fair if only I got a visit from you. Also, yes, you can tell Mabel about what happened here. Rookie said that, her face completely red. The hand she was holding grew warm. I could even feel a slight trace of sweat. Earlier, Rookie had said she talked things over with Mabel. The two of them are childhood friends and get along well. Sometimes they even have sleepovers. But, are you sure about this? Yes. Things like this must be handled fairly. I do like how serious you are, Rookie. But still, you don't really have to. It's fine. Wait, what did you just say? And no, even if you didn't say it, no, hold on. My heart is acting weird. Geez. Just. Whap, whap, whap. Rookie began to thump my chest with her fists. But her other hand stayed tightly linked with mine. Before I knew it, Rookie had naturally nestled into my arms, and she was smiling like it was the most natural thing in the world. It felt strange, but pleasant. It made me want to stay like that forever. But time passed, and eventually we had to leave the mausoleum. Before we left, I once again paid my respects to the portrait of Rookie's father. Then I looked over the portraits of the past demon lords. But among them, there were no portraits of the first and second demon lords. The first demon lord has a statue in the castle entrance, so I know roughly what he looked like. But I wonder what kind of person the second demon lord was. It's also strange that only the second one isn't buried in the underground tomb. Maybe I'll look into it when I get the chance. It's about time we go, Thor. Before I realized it, Rookie was standing by the entrance. She reached out her hand toward me, and I naturally took it. No one ever comes down the path to the mausoleum or the corridor that leads to the courtyard. No one can see us. So this must mean she wants to stay like this just a little longer. Yes. Let's go together, Rookie. Yeah, let's. What's wrong? Jay, just once. I wanted to try talking like a normal girl. Is it weird? And no, not weird at all. I see, then good. Please don't pull surprises like that, Rookie-sama. You said earlier, are you trying to stop my heart? But my heart's the one that's about to stop. Well then, let's head back. Yes, Rookie. Oops. I slipped back into my usual way of speaking. It's hard. Rookie, you're fine just the way you are. Thor. Yes. That's why I said, you're trying to stop my heart. That's my line, actually. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching, we traded unfiltered words. Still holding hands, we walked down the hidden corridor. And with his "see you tomorrow," we waved and returned to our rooms. Chapter 168. A few days later, we were having our final meeting before setting off on our journey. The elf village lies to the northwest of the demon lord's territory. It's located beyond the marshlands, deep within a great forest. Since it's quite a distance away, we need to prepare in advance. And so, I have decided to assign a civil official, to accompany you two as support. That's what Rookie said in the audience chamber. Standing before her were Mabel and me, as well as San, the civil official. Thor, didn't you ask me and Kelv to write a material collection permit so that the investigation of the elf village could proceed? Yes. Well then, according to Kelv, the condition for issuing the permit is that accompanies you. Rookie explained. Upon hearing that, San gave a polite bow and said, it's important that no harm comes to the Alchemist-sama or Mabel-sama during the journey. I would like to assist you and act as an escort. That's helpful, but are you sure it's okay? What do you mean? You're the administrator of the trading post now, right? Aren't you busy? The trading post is currently closed for expansion work. While I'm away, my uncle, the chancellor, will arrange for someone to act in my place. There is no problem. I see. Also, ever since my uncle heard that Thor-sama is heading out on a material gathering journey, he has been extremely worried. So much so that even the household staff have become concerned. Huh. The steward of my uncle's household said, if the chancellor remains in that state, this house might eventually fall into ruin. He's that worried? If the house falls apart, that basically means they won't be able to keep living normally. Kelv-san is so worried that he can't even concentrate on his work. Understood. If that's the case, I'd be glad to have San accompany us. Same here. I'd feel safer if sama came with us. Thank you, Thor-sama, Mabel-sama. San pinched the hem of her skirt and bowed. Next, about your lodging in the village. You will be staying at the home of the Elf Magic Corps commander. Saying this, Rookie took out 2 letters. I've received a letter of introduction from the head of the castle's Magic Corps, along with a document detailing recent developments in the Elf village. With these, you should have no trouble while you're there. Thank you, Rookie-sama. But you didn't have to go that far. This much is only natural. You're going far away. No, you two are envoys dispatched by the Demon Lord, after all. We're grateful, Your Majesty. Thank you, Demon Lord. Mabel and I knelt on the floor and bowed deeply. She placed a hand over her chest and let out a small sigh of relief. She must feel more at ease now that we have a place to stay and information about the village. Still, you must take every precaution. Rookie sat on the throne, staring intently at me. I trust things will be fine with Mabel accompanying you. But don't eat anything unfamiliar, all right? Yes, Rookie-sama. When you're deep in your research, you tend to eat whatever's offered to you. And travel is physically taxing. Don't overwork yourself just because you feel settled in at your lodging. I understand. Of course, you'll be bringing a winged fairy with you, yes? They'll serve as a means of communication and can use magic for protection. Ideally, I'd send soldiers to guard you. But too large a group might alarm the elves. That would interfere with your material investigation. But if you really do want an escort, I can still arrange one. Also, Rookie-sama. Why yes, I appreciate your concern, but we'll be all right. I nodded. We won't do anything to cause concern for the Demon Lord. We'll pay our respects at the grave, ask the elf elder about the materials, and come straight back. We'll be fine. Is that so? Yes. Still, I'm worried. Do you have any other requests? If there's anything else you'd like to do before the journey, say it now. Then, may I show you the improved items? I'd like everyone in the Demon Lord's castle to test them while we're away. What? Rookie blinked in surprise. Ertsan looked stunned as well. Mabel covered her mouth, trying to suppress a laugh. Improved items, you say? Yes. While investigating that box, I came up with a few ideas. I based the improvements on those insights. The world is constantly changing, so I thought that relying on outdated items might cause problems. But your items have never caused any problems. Rookie looked up into the air, pondering for a moment, then said, at the very least, none have caused human casualties. Exactly. But if something happens while we're away and someone's using the old versions, I won't be able to fix them. So I thought we should show you the improved ones now. Very well. In short, I just want to leave behind items that will protect everyone in my place. We handed over that box to Prince Ricardo, but that wasn't the end of it. Daryl Zano is still at large. And there's the issue of the hard creatures. We don't even know how the Empire will respond. Rookie had finally gathered the courage to take off her mask, and I didn't want anyone to get in the way. I needed to take precautions. That's why I wanted to leave behind some useful items while I was away on my journey. I understand how you feel. Rookie said that with a wry smile. And I'm grateful that you're thinking so much about us. I'm honestly touched as well. By the way, San was wiping away tears. Since Thor has thought this through so thoroughly, we should carefully examine the items. Rookie, still seated on the throne, made the declaration with the dignity of a demon lord. Then, Thor Kanan the alchemist. Show us the improved items you have created. Understood. I knelt down on the floor and offered the formal salute of a vassal. The first item I will present is the improved version of the security buzzer. I first pulled out the familiar disc-shaped item. There were two of them. One black, one white. Handing them to Rookie, I said, considering the recent state of affairs between the Demon Lord's territory and the Empire, I've added some new modifications to this security buzzer. Oh, a security buzzer? That's an unexpected choice. Rookie and Ertsan each took one of the buzzers. Rookie the black one, Ertsan the white. Then, with a puzzled expression, Rookie asked, the colors are different. Does that have any meaning? The black one is for use in the Demon Lord's territory. The white one is for within the Empire. What's the difference? Is it the strength of the effect? Yes, the effects are slightly different. Specifically, the black one emits a voice that says, Omawarison officer. And the white one, it says, Omawarison. Not Isaac, not the Omawarison unit, not Lady Omawarison, just Omawarison. Excuse me. Rookie and Ertsan both stared blankly, mouths agape. So I decided to explain. Isaac, who serves Princess Sophia, had changed his name to Isaac Omawarison Mwira after our battle with the giant centipede. So if the buzzer just shouted Omawarison, Isaac would come running. To avoid that, I made it say, not Isaac, Omawarison. But then, in the town of Nosa, a group called the Omawarison Unit was formed. So that message couldn't be used either. As a workaround, I changed the buzzer to say, not the Omawarison Unit. But then Dorothy-san came from the Archduke's domain and formed the Lady Omawarison Unit. So I had to address that too. What's more, the kids in Nosa love the Omawarison Unit. If the buzzer just shouted Omawarison, there was a real chance the kids would come running, shouting, it's the Omawarison Unit. That would be dangerous. After all, security buzzers are meant to be used when magical beasts appear. If a human child got hurt because of a Demon Lord territory item, it would be a big problem. That's why the buzzer now clearly states, this is a call for the hero's world's Omawarison. It has absolutely no connection to any real individuals or groups. Namely, Unit Leader Isaac, the Omawarison Unit, or Dorothy-san's Lady Omawarison Unit. With that, I finished my explanation. I see. I understand now. Thor-sama, you've thought this through that deeply. Did the humans actually change their names because of a security buzzer? A terrifying opponent indeed. Rookie, Mabel, and Ertsan all nodded. Then Rookie picked up the security buzzer and said, I understand your thinking. We shall use the black one for the Demon Lord's territory and the white one for the Empire. Thank you very much, Rookie-sama. Do you have any comments? None in particular. I'm simply amazed that the Alchemist-sama knows Nosa so well and has crafted items suited to that region. Ertsan bowed toward Rookie. Also, I'm satisfied with the item's functionality. I actually expected something more surprising. Well, sometimes Thor makes normal items too. That's true, since these are improved versions of existing items. There's nothing here that will blow your mind. Rookie said that, then looked at me. So then, Thor, what's the next item? It's the magical beast Gargarasa role-play pajamas. Excuse me? Rookie froze on the throne. Role-play pajamas? Of a magical beast? What? This is it. Please take a look. From my ultra-compact storage, I took out a large pair of pajamas. There were 2 sets. The sleeves were long and baggy, and split into 2 halfway down. The color was gray. The design was inspired by a giant spider. Though I kept it a little cute, too realistic, and it'd be scary. This was the new, magical Beast Gargarasa role-play pajamas. Beast Gargarasa role-play pajamas, attribute/rarity. A new type of role-play pajamas. When worn, the wearer takes on the appearance of the hard creature known as the Beast Gargarasa. A 2-piece set for 2 people. It activates when both individuals wear the pajamas. The size is rather small, about the size of a little spider minion under the beast. Once activated, the wearers appear as the giant spider, Beast Gargarasa. The wearer's legs become invisible thanks to the perception inhibition effect. The arms transform into the beast's legs, so each wearer operates 2 of the beast's legs with 1 arm. By moving their arms in sync, they can make it appear as though the giant spider is walking. But in reality, the wearers stand and move using their own legs. To help the 2 synchronize, the pajamas transform slightly when activated. Though they look strong and hard, in reality, they're just pajamas, soft and fluffy. They're extremely comfortable to wear. With their gentle design, some people might even find them cute. What do you think, Rookie-sama? Ert-san. The material includes parts of a real Beast Gargarasa synthesized in. However, I wasn't able to implement the thread shooting function. I really feel my lack of skill. But I was particular about the form. No matter what anyone says, this is Beast Gargarasa. Still, if it looks too realistic, there might be people who attack on sight. So I made the eyes bigger and the overall design softer. What do you think? Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama. Why did you think of making Beast Gargarasa roleplay pajamas? Because the giant centipede and giant scorpion types were too difficult. To properly roleplay as a giant centipede, you need a team. You'd need at least 10 people to make it look right. But making that many pajamas would be a huge effort. The giant scorpion has another issue. That beast has a huge tail with a stinger. To attack enemies, someone would need to be the tail. But then, the tail person might feel dissatisfied. They'd be thinking, why am I just swinging a tail around in pajamas? So I put off making the giant scorpion pajamas. That's what I explained to Rookie and the others. That's not what we meant, you know? That's not the issue, Alchemist-sama. I understand now. Rookie and Ert-san's voices sounded displeased. By the way, Mabel seemed to accept my explanation. As expected, that's not what we meant. We're asking why you made such pajamas in the first place. Of course, to protect the Demon Lord's domain. To protect the Demon Lord's domain? Until now, no creature like the Beast Gargarasa existed. Anyone who didn't take part in the subjugation battle wouldn't have seen it. So, I thought it would be best for people to actually see what they're like, to understand them. So these pajamas are to teach people about the threat of such monsters? Yes. And I also hope they could be used to research how to fight hard creatures. No one knows when the next hard creature will appear. We need to figure out effective battle strategies beforehand. These Beast Gargarasa roleplay pajamas should help with that. I see. That's surprisingly logical. Yes, Your Majesty. After some thought, Rookie and Ert-san eventually nodded. Then Rookie said, very well. We'll show these Beast Gargarasa roleplay pajamas to Kelv and Rizenga and decide how to proceed from there. Thank you, Rookie-sama. Ert, go to Kelv. Tell him that Thor has agreed to accompany you. And while you're at it, bring the white and black security buzzers and explain them. Once that's done, collect the material collection permit. Understood. But regarding the Beast Gargarasa roleplay pajamas? As for that, I want to investigate it a bit more. Understood. I shall go now. With that, Ert-san left the throne room. Once her footsteps could no longer be heard, Rookie said, well then, let's begin trying on the Beast Gargarasa roleplay pajamas. Yes, Your Majesty. I don't think there's any need to rush. I had intended for them to be used after I left on my journey. I didn't think we needed to test them right here and now. What are you saying, Thor? We never know when a hard creature might appear. We must test the power of this 2-person pajama set now. Rookie and Mabel insisted fervently, and they were completely right. Mabel and I will test them. Thor, Prepare a mirror. We want to see how we look after the transformation. Rookie-sama is going to wear them. If it's your item, Thor, then naturally Mabel and I should be the ones to try it, right? Rookie said that nonchalantly after removing her mask. Mabel nodded as well. Come to think of it, yesterday Rookie did say she'd already talked to Mabel. I wonder what kind of conversation they had. Understood. Then I'll wait outside. Very well. Mabel. Yes. Let's get changed. I stepped out of the throne room. After a short while, I heard a knock from the inside of the door. That was the signal. When I returned to the throne room. So this is the Beast Gargarasa roleplay pajamas. How do we look, Thor-sama? Rookie and Mabel looked at each other in astonishment. I understood how they felt. These pajamas had quite a strange design. The hood had red patterns resembling eyes. The sleeves were baggy and split into two near the ends. Thanks to the perception inhibition effect, the legs disappeared, ending just above the knees. A white ribbon was attached to the torso. This would become fangs when transformed. The back was made of thin, breathable fabric. This was the Beast Gargarasa roleplay pajamas. Not bad. No different from the previous roleplay pajamas. It's just as easy to move in. From your perspective, Thor-sama, what do you think? Huh? Rookie-sama and Mabel look cute no matter what they wear, though. The Gargarasa roleplay pajamas have a strange shape, but strangely enough, they draw out the charm of Rookie and Mabel. The eyes drawn on the hood look like accessories decorating Rookie's blonde hair and Mabel's silver hair. The sleeves are oversized, with only their fingertips peeking out. Childlike and adorable. The pants only go down to above the knees, which is also nice. It feels like a bit too much leg is showing, but, well, there are only 3 of us here. So it's fine, right? I never imagined the Gargarasa roleplay pajamas would bring out your charm like this. Amazing, both of you. So Thor-sama, how do we activate these pajamas? Rookie turned bright red, and Mabel raised her voice, trying to cover for her. I nodded and said, when Rookie-sama and Mabel combine, the pajamas activate. Combine. The 2 wearers just have to stand back to back and pull down the hood. Then, you'll transform into the magical Beast Gargarasa. Let us give it a try. Yes, Your Majesty. 1, 2. Peta. Rookie and Mabel stood back to back and pulled down the hood. Then, the pajamas began to transform. Their legs became invisible through perception blocking. Their bodies swelled to form the head and torso of the magical beast. The ribbon shifted position to become the beast's fangs. The magical Beast Gargarasa, a rather small version, appeared in the throne room. Perfect. You've both fully become magical Beast Gargarasa. I held out the hand mirror I had prepared in front of them. The bright red eyes of magical Beast Gargarasa peeked into the mirror. Then, it looks exactly like that magical beast. But it's not really that scary. Voices came from inside the beast, Rookie and Mabel. That's true. Overall, it's round, with big eyes. The legs look kind of soft too. It doesn't feel aggressive at all. I made some modifications to make it a bit cute. I explained. This is for training purposes, after all. If it looked too intimidating, the soldiers might forget there are people inside and attack for real. That's why I made it look a bit cute, so it's clearly different from the real thing. I see. But I think it'll look scary enough once it starts moving. Can you try that for me? Very well. Let's match our timing, Mabel. Why yes. Like this. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle. Wiggle, wiggle. Twist, twist. The legs of the magical Beast Gargarasa, fake, began to move. Oh ho. The spider legs are moving. True. Watching it move, it is a bit scary. Perhaps seeing their reflected image in the mirror, Rookie and Mabel spoke in convinced tones. Apparently pleased with their beastly appearance, Rookie said, "What do you say, Mabel? Shall we try chasing Thor for fun?" Is that all right, Thor-sama? Of course. Then let's synchronize again, Mabel. Yes, Your Majesty. 1, 2. Rustle, 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 rustle. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The magical Beast Gargarasa, prototype, that Rookie and Mabel were role-playing as began to move. They came after me at a pace equal to a brisk walk. Yeah, it looks more intense when it moves. I ran around the throne room while capturing their image in the hand mirror. The way Rookie and Mabel chased me looked just like the magical beast itself. While stationary, they looked like a plush toy, but once they started moving, there was real presence to them. Looking at the reflection in the mirror, we really do look like a real magical beast. You're right. Also, Your Majesty and I are perfectly in sync with our leg movements. I felt the same. Yes, it's mysterious. Just by wearing the same pajamas, I can clearly feel Mabel's movements. Is this also the power of Thor-sama's magical item? The cute, magical beast Gargarasa stopped and looked my way. As expected of Mabel, sharp as always. As Mabel says, these pajamas have a mechanism that lets you sense your partner's movements. What? So it is a magical feature? No. It's much simpler. Once you combine, the back part of the pajamas disappears. I see. Both of them raised their voices. Seems like they understood what I meant. These magical beast Gargarasa role-play pajamas activate when two people stand back-to-back and lower their hoods. Right afterward, the fabric covering the back disappears, exposing both of their backs. In other words, while wearing these pajamas, the two people end up touching skin directly. For Thor, that's a surprisingly straightforward trick. That makes sense now. Rookie and Mabel, in their magical beast Gargarasa, fake, form, nodded in understanding. The cloth covering our backs is gone. So now Mabel and I are touching skin to skin, aren't we? Because both Her Majesty and I are only wearing our underwear. No wonder I can clearly feel your movements. Our body reactions are transmitted directly. I can even feel Your Majesty's body heat. Mabel, you just nodded, didn't you? Can you tell, Your Majesty? Somehow, yes. Since Mabel and I are practically pressing our bare backs together, it feels like our skins are touching and we're sharing body heat. Oh, the pajama-type beast Gargarasa froze up. And then, Thor-sama, we need to have a little talk with you. The beast Gargarasa raised both its legs in what looked like a threatening gesture. Well, fine. I forgive you. Returning to her demon lord form, Rookie spoke. I was kneeling in Siza position in front of the throne. This was a valuable experience. And now we know that those pajamas can be used for combat training against hard creatures. Also, they can serve as practice for synchronizing movements between soldiers. Why yes, Your Majesty. Mabel's face beside me was beet red. But Thor-sama, why didn't you explain this before we put them on? Indeed, if it causes the wearers to press their skin together, a warning would have been appropriate. That's because I thought, this is a great idea, a brilliant concept. Let's do it. And then I just made it as is. I thought the two-person imitation pajamas were a groundbreaking idea. So I thought about how to synchronize two people's movements. As a result, I came up with, if their skin touches, they'll naturally feel each other's movement, and just built it. The possible issues had completely slipped my mind. Well, since it was with Mabel, I suppose it's fine. Is it really okay, Your Majesty? We already talked it through, didn't we? That's true. We did have that talk. Rookie and Mabel exchanged glances and nodded. When I asked what they talked about, it's a secret. It's a secret, Thor-sama. Both of them put a finger to their lips and smiled. What the heck? I started to feel like I could never win against Rookie and Mabel. By the way, Thor, is there only one set of these pajamas? No, I made a spare set just in case. Why do you ask? I thought perhaps this one should be for our exclusive use. We'll need to test the spare one now, won't we? As Rookie said that, footsteps sounded. San had returned, or so I thought. But then there was a knock. After putting her mask back on, Rookie granted entry. San, Chancellor Kelv, General Rizinga, and Ugnis entered. Apparently, Kelv brought documents, while Rizinga and Ugnis came to see me off. Rookie, Mabel, and I exchanged glances and nodded. That was the end of our private time. Now, it was time for official business. Thank you for granting permission to accompany them. Chancellor Kelv looked deeply relieved as he spoke. Here is the material collection permit you requested. Please be careful. If anything happens, consult And also, Kelv emphasized repeatedly to be careful. He truly is a good person. If you run into trouble during the journey, feel free to invoke my name. Next, General Rizinga came up to me. I've already informed my acquaintances about you, Thordano. If you say you're a friend of General Rizinga the Flame, they'll help you. Thank you very much, General. I hope you'll return quickly. It's boring without you, Thordano. General Rizinga patted my shoulder and wished me a safe journey. Ugnis did the same for Mabel, encouraging her and wishing her a successful trip. Mabel looked bashful. Then I told Kelv and the others about the new anti-crime buzzer and the beast Gargarasa imitation pajamas. Kelv looked stunned and said, "Please let us test it immediately." I see. Rookie must have expected this when she asked about the second set. As expected of Her Majesty the Demon Lord. She couldn't let others wear the pajamas she and Mabel had just worn. She intended to use me again for the next experiment. So, I took out the beast Gargarasa imitation pajamas. No. 2 from my ultra-compact portable warehouse. And who ended up wearing number 2 with Kelv? Of course, it must be me. In the end, General Rizinga volunteered. Thus, Kelv and Rizinga did their best to impersonate Beast Gargarasa, but why are you going in the opposite direction, Rizinga Dano? And you, Kelv Dano, what's with that foot movement? Can't you move more energetically? It's not just about flailing. You need to emphasize eeriness and terror. That's not where we're supposed to go. I can't do this with Kelv Dano. I should say that. Your back is all bony, and it hurts. That's it. I'm done. I can't do this with Kelv Dano anymore. That's my line. Daddy, that pajama looks cute on you. All right, let's keep going, Kelv Dano. General, weren't you about to take it off? What are you saying? Her Majesty is watching. Put more spirit into it. This isn't just for fun. This item is meant to show the soldiers and civilians the threat of hard creatures. As the leaders of the military and civil government, we must take this seriously. You are Rizinga Dano? Very well. From now on, we are magical beasts. Let us roar. Ga-u Gargaru. Ga. And so, the experiment of Beast Gargarasa imitation pajamas worn by Chancellor Kelv and General Rizinga continued. After that, Mabel, Rookie, and I moved to my workshop. At the tea table, we once again tested the Beast Gargarasa imitation pajamas number 1. The visiting winged fairies joined us, and we discussed our travel plans. Then, a few days later. Well then, we're off, Your Majesty the Demon Lord. We'll be back soon, everyone. Please leave these 2 in my care. And so, Mabel, San, and I set off, aiming for the elf village.